from another one. Another one. Here we go. How I like that. We back from another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it, nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm from another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm from another one. Tell them let's do it again.
Wake up, CDL viewers, it's Maven Sunday.
Nero, the one-man wrecking crew gets to do everything. Unbelievable moment. That will be a top 5 play all year long.
Pressure towards the back staircase, but multi-kill after multi-kill.
Flasher follow. Black Ops 6, we are in for a year.
What's up, everybody? This is the Call of Duty League. It's a Maven Sunday. Nameless, I'm terrified.
Yeah, you know what, guys? I woke up in a great mood this morning. You know, we got great matches, football's on, and then I saw that Maven video, and now I'm down horrific.
That was just an absolute athlete.
I mean, sure.
I've been hitting the pedal. You see that jump kick?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think anyone needed the slow zoom on your hairy thigh. That's kind of what broke me in the intro. But with that said,
I did that like 5 times, bro. I was sweating. Sweating so bad afterwards.
do you take like lessons or anything, martial arts? Because that was pretty good form.
I should.
Nah.
Can you imagine me as an absolute like karate athlete?
Like a tall Jason Statham. Love to see
Van
it.
Damme, maybe?
Clint, today we're going to have you talking about Call of Duty.
Absolutely. I did zero preparation. I'm ready to rock.
Ready to rock. Love it. Okay, well, we had some great matches yesterday.
Yeah.
But you missed the Purge show. You were on your way home. I know the reception wasn't great. You missed the Purge show.
So Joe and I, after we did it, because we casted the second match, right? We went out to a restaurant down in Grandview, had dinner. We're watching the football game as, you know, Mahomes just getting calls, just hanging out watching it. And I think I saw Ant's tweet. I got on Twitter. It was like Purge is final, and I was like, wait, what happened? I like checked the stats, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
he's God.
It was the single greatest map we've seen so far this year. The
If
guy
I had kids, I'd let him raise them. I swear to God.
Okay.
Single greatest match of the year. Break it down for me, Nameless. Why do you love this so much?
I mean, the guy just took over, right? Like, he went plus 25. He was going nuts. And, you know, he's a guy who typically, like, plays more of an objective role. But we pointed out yesterday in the pre-show, he was actually leading the team in damage per hardpoint. So he's been, you know, kicking it up in the slaying department this year. And then we get to that vault, and literally he could do no wrong. And it's versus a team that we all have high up in our A tier that just made the final of the minors. So we are looking at this match like, okay, Carolina should be able to run away from it. I think the fans, myself included, a lot of people picked Carolina in this match. Purge just calls game, wins every gunfight, wins every rotation. Unbelievable match.
It's kind of wild. He didn't pick Boston. I do, and Boston once again pulls off the upset. Awakening. Is he gig awake yet?
I wouldn't say he's gig awake yet. We gotta wait till we get to land, but I will say the rest of the guys are kicking up. Purge and Snoopy looking like one of the better SMG duos in the league. Think about how insane that statement is if I were to tell you that preseason.
No, I wouldn't have believed it. And Falcons still looking for their first win. Bro, hypothetical question, Dan. Okay. You got like I'm not talking prime. I'm talking like now. It's like you, Merc, Teep, and then you could pick a fourth. You winning more maps than they are right now?
I mean, people know me.
Winning more than the Falcons?
I'm going to say yeah, honestly, right now. But I think they need time, right? It's just the fundamentals, the little things. We got it down. But, hey, man, I don't know.
Ghost COD Champs Grand Finalist right there. I think you and Merc could get some work done.
Clint? No. Maybe Jay.
The comms would be on point, though.
Twisted.
It would take us some time, a couple weeks.
Dude, Clay's in hell.
He's going to be great. I'm excited for Clay.
they've been looking better.
I'm excited for the Falcons. They are getting better every single match, and you have to think with the translator coming in, they will be on fire come LAN time. You got Clay behind you. You got to be hyped, right?
I don't agree with you at all, but we'll see.
I mean, I think their search has been getting better. I feel like they're consistently winning across the last 2 matches. And then, I mean, they're getting down to the end of these controls. We saw it versus Optic. Like, they had a massive opportunity there. So just got to put together small things. We keep talking about it. When will it happen? Who knows?
Can we go to the standings one more time? I wanted to call out one thing. With Boston beating Royal Ravens, you go from a top 2 seed all the way down to number 4. You risk having to play against a powerhouse in that opening round if you fall to 5, right? So let's talk a little bit about what could happen going down the bracket.
I guess, well, I wouldn't mind talking about Royal Ravens a little bit, just in the sense, like, listen, I don't want to talk like pretenders yet.
Yeah.
But we've had teams, right, where they're a little bit ahead early in a title, and then what I think about, like, maybe like Rockers top 4 last year. A team that, like, I don't know, learns the game a little bit quicker, maybe a head and search and destroy, and then they fall off a cliff. I don't want that to happen. I like this team a lot, but if there's like a pretender, maybe them.
I mean, I guess if we're going that route, they would be a candidate for it.
Yeah, candidate. We're not yet. Yeah, it's just like a candidate.
You look at the makeup of the roster, but I just feel like Boston's a good team.
I was going to say,
we lost Atlanta and Boston.
No, true.
You can't convince Ant that Carolina's bad. I've been trying to do it for 3 weeks. He's been right every time. They started 4-0.
I don't think they're bad. Like, I love the squad, but like if there's someone where I think like early in a game, like you might just be ahead, right? Like in learning the game, you might be a little bit ahead in search and some things you want to do. But eventually, especially when teams are streaming scrims and scrimming a lot, like you catch up and then it becomes a thing of talent more for me. And like I don't know if they have the talent to compete with the likes of Thieves and FaZe and Optic. But maybe, I hope I'm wrong. I do, but we'll see.
It's going to be fun. First major is in Madrid. We hope you all join us here in a few weeks, and we are looking forward to seeing all of our teams in person.
I've never been there. I'm excited.
Right? We're going to Spain. We're going to eat some paella with medals. I'm so down. Right? Can we talk about the Minnesota matchup, though, because they're playing Atlanta today, and if you're looking for the closing matchup, Minnesota goes to Game 5 as often as Boston. Yeah. On the other side of this one, Atlanta FaZe started off terrible. They found their form during Minor 1.
Yeah, to me, a lot of people look at the schedule and they go, LAT and Optic is the best match of the day. I actually think it's Minnesota and Atlanta, right? Because I look at this, and there's a couple things, right? Like, Minnesota, to me, has been the real deal. And a lot of their games obviously do go to Game 5. They have that tenacity. They have high-ceiling players and individuals who can take over maps. But I'm just waiting for the hard point to improve a little bit, because if you look at this matchup last time they had it, went to a Game 5. Both the HPs were so close, sub 50 difference, where Minnesota makes like a small mistake and loses it. I feel like that's going to change. Like, they're so confident in themselves. And then you look at Atlanta, and they look really good in that minor, but was it a one-off? Was it momentum from the 1v4 spark? Will they come back? Because we saw in the regular season matches, they were getting clapped.
No, they were. And it's can FaZe. I mean, they have to make a run, right? They probably have to win all 3 matches if they're going to make a winner's bracket start. I think we know who Rocker are at this point. Like, it's just been so consistent, even if it's Games 5. But like, I do think the next match, though, is probably what I'm more excited for.
Can we call this out?
I think I'm probably more excited for that one.
With Atlanta FaZe, everyone's saying, oh, this team's awful. We looked at the numbers. Draza and Celium had a rough week 1 and 2.
Yeah, no, they did.
Week 3 and 4, they're frying. Well, I feel like Atlanta is just going to rocket back into the top 3.
Yeah, I mean,
they should. We all kind of thought it was a matter of time, right?
I did. I mean, but when I look at it, though, like the first couple of weeks and the team we saw in the minor, way different teams, bro.
Yeah.
Like the way that they were playing, like so much more freedom on the map. Like, we've watched enough Black Ops 6 at this point to know, like, subs can get pretty far out. You can push up into their base. You can make huge plays. And Atlanta was not doing that. Go back and watch what Abizi was doing, and then look at what shots he was getting away with first.
No, I told you, I watched some of their scrims where I was actually able to listen to their comms and talking to the coaches and stuff, because like, well, the boys of Crowder, he sent Joe and I a link, we watched it. And there was a lot of times where they were arguing about, like, when they have good scenarios, like 3 or 4 down, taking risks. The fact that they weren't taking risks, they weren't pushing to see like how far they get away with stuff. And they were almost like playing too safe and scared at times. Why are you doing that if you're those 4 players? Like, sack up and run it.
I never understand that. Like, make plays.
Sack up and run it. I like it.
I don't know if I had those 4. Like I thought it was Sim's issue for a couple of years. Like, bro, you're the best in the world. Just run at people and gun them.
Go for them. All right, another final fight that everyone's excited for. Could be a grand final at Major 1. LA Thieves versus Optic Texas. A lot of hype for this battle. This is going to be number 2 versus number 3 currently in our rankings.
So I'm more excited for this one than the previous matchup for a couple of reasons. One, yeah, you saw Nade's tweet after the Thieves lost, like kind of going at them like, we better be in the lab until the next match, and we're not going to stop playing until the major. Was it just a question of like, they took a little extra time off? Maybe Paco had to go home. He's traveling across the world and they don't scrim a lot. Like, is that all that was, right? Because they definitely came out flat against the FaZe team. And then for Optic, ever since all that chirping online, all that confidence, they haven't really played like great teams, and they still haven't looked that good in the wins. This is one, like, if they're just guilty of playing down to their competition, well, then you better step it up and play well here. Because I don't think we've seen Optic playing at their best. We definitely haven't seen Thieves at their best, at least since the break.
I hate to say it because I love the guy, but I think Envoy could be on the chopping block this year.
I think Nadeshot loves him, but yeah, when you look at performance, he's been. There were some moments last year too, where he just kind of dropped the ball and have like
kind of disappeared for Toronto in games.
Yeah, like weeks or games even, right? So with this roster though, I don't think he's going to be asked to go out there and put up the huge numbers. I will say though, what's going to be asked upon him is to have good search and destroy, because you look at this team, really in hardpoint is where they excel. But let's switch gears and talk about this matchup.
The best SMG showdown? That's the question mark. Chat, let us know. Is this 1 and 2 in your books? It is for us. Preseason rankings. Where do you have them right now, Ant?
Yeah, 1 and 2 for me. I mean, both these guys are incredible what they're able to get away with, and if we're talking strictly respawn as well, like these guys are insane what they're able to do for their teams. A little bit different play styles, but it works, man. These guys are champions.
How would you describe their play styles, Clint? I know you have to watch them a lot.
I mean, it's like they're so similar but so different. Like, I mean, Hydra is going to be, I guess, more in your face. He's one of those guys that looks like he's boxed up. He's walling half the time. His in-game awareness, he is always gun up and ready for every single fight. His mind for the game is absolutely incredible. Shotzi's more just like
nuisance.
A nuisance, yes. He's just going to be annoying. You leave one hole in your setup. If he gets behind enemy lines, next thing you know, you're playing hide and go seek. For a lot of top teams against him, it's just how efficiently can you trade him out. As soon as he gets a kill, the comms need to be on point to shut down Shotzi. I think it's a little bit different with Hydra. Like, you kind of know where Hydra's going to take the attack. He might just gun you. Shotzi, like, he's just going to shoot you in the back and piss you off.
Yeah, it's also like over the years, I mean, I feel like last year and the year before, I kind of had Hydra above Shotzi because when I look at it, Hydra was just way more impactful.
I think Hydra's a more complete player than Shotzi.
In search and destroy. But that could have been a product of the team that he was on.
Sure.
And now you look at this Optic team with Shotzi having Hook on the team, the dynamic that's changed. Shotzi's been great there. So it's kind of like up in the air. It's very, very close. I mean, dude, look who we're comparing. It's 2 of the best.
I feel like you got 2-star wide receivers, right? It's just like
Jamar and JJ.
Well, I think one thing that stood out to me last year, though, like, where did Shotzi struggle in the big matchup against FaZe? That's where he struggled last year. Like, when they were losing, that is where I don't want to say he fell apart. They just dealt with him really well. They couldn't do that same thing to Hydra.
Optic hasn't been dealt with, though. You look at these numbers, Clint. I mean, only Scrap is there from LA Thieves in the top 8. You got 3 members from Optic Texas, and looking at who they've played, have they had a hard road, easy road, middle of the road? How do you rank it?
I mean, I just think there's a lot of parity in the league right now. I mean, they played Carolina, played Boston, played Genomates. Like, Optic it hasn't been the hardest road because you haven't played the top teams repeatedly, but they've made work where they've needed to. I think Shotzi's also been incredible. Like, right now, I say he is the best sub.
And it's tough to also, like, I feel like I said the same thing about Optic last year. Like, they just came out flat a lot. They lose map 1s. They didn't look as impressive as I wanted them to against certain teams, and they still won champs and still won a major. So, like,
they had a roster change. Let's not forget that too. They had a huge dynamic shift. Like, Dashy changes play style, right?
Yeah.
Hook's a guy that comes in and you got to play around him, like in some way. And you already got Shotzi, so it changes a bit, and they've done well regardless of the change.
I'm excited for this matchup. That is our second fight on the night. And, of course, we'll be starting with LAG taking the stage. First battle of the day is against Toronto Ultra, the only team with a 5-0 record. Does it stay unblemished today, Maven?
I'm going Guerrillas, bro. I don't know why. I asked Joe during a match, like, am I crazy that, like, I think they're better than Cloud9? Am I crazy that I think they have more potential? I'm wondering if that one win is going to help with the people who are struggling with confidence like Priesta. That one win is going to propel that French insane fan base to get them going. I just feel like this is one of those upset type series. I do. Like, finally you're feeling like there's a positive shift for this LAG team, and
it all depends on map set to me. We got to see the maps. I mean, if a bunch of protocols get through, then yeah, I mean, Toronto's going to win.
All right.
They love that map.
Yeah,
so
their protocol searches.
and I mean, everything. All 3 modes, they've been crazy there.
Just the fact that they lost in a reverse sweep to Minnesota Rocker is enough to give me faith in LAG today, because LAG is looking like Atlanta. It took a while for them to get on the same page. They got there yesterday.
I'm stupid to pick LAG, I'll be honest, but like I just have this feeling. I don't know.
I mean, LAG looked phenomenal yesterday.
Finally,
finally.
They played like the team we know they're capable of. And if it really is like a confidence thing, and someone trying, like Kismet trying to like overcompensate for not having Hydra anymore, like if it is something like that, like Kiss had a really good series. Priesta played godlike. Maybe that's all it means.
I mean, it's Surge for them. We've been saying it since they have to be dominant in S&D. How did that team get by when times they had hardpoint lulls? Like, think last year, that's obviously a different roster. You have Hydra, you have Sib, but like in the beginning of the year, they were very inconsistent in respawn. Sure. And then the Search was getting them through, coming out with crafty strats, winning it left and right. The dynamic has been off. Kismet and Lins haven't been able to find it so far throughout this year. But if they can figure that out, which it seemed like they did in their last match, then this is a team that can make.
My favorite thing though you say when you're talking about them though is like, how good is Hydra? Dude, it's still.
Oh yeah, yesterday I was like, he must have been Thanos.
Bro, absolutely.
We're going to a quick break. We have these two gentlemen all day long. Stay locked. It's the CDL with 3 epic matches coming your way.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
I'm not seeing. Let's stuck. Hey, in the corner. Absolutely. Coming. Holy shit. Let's go, boys. Come the on. I'll take that. Defuse. The on. Hold that. Holy shit. Go, boys. Awful.
Beans wants all the beef. He's coming at you in Toronto, sitting on top of our leaderboard, a perfect 5-0. We got Maven here in the middle, and this Sunday is going to be fun. We got 3 epic matches. Maven, though, we get to buy some time because LAG has had some power issues. What are we going to do?
Oh, we're going to chat and see how long it takes for me to go completely off the rails. Is probably what's going to happen. But no, I'm excited for this matchup. I'm excited for Ultra. It was interesting because Joe and I talked when we saw the maps for their last series. I was like, I thought Protocol Search was going to be banned because they are insane on it. You just saw some highlights when they were able to get a 6-0. Like, they're unbelievable at Protocol, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing that.
No,
I wouldn't play it
Protos.
again. Yeah, no, I would not be playing Protocol against them.
Reminder, Toronto is host of that major one in Madrid. So let's talk about the home team. What have you seen from the squad so far, Nameless? Where are their strengths?
Yeah, I like this Toronto team. You know, I'm looking at some of the numbers, what they've been doing. Search Destroy is insane. Joe Deceives. Across all their searches, a 1.44. Like, he's just been taking over. Him and Kleenex, unbelievable duo. And then what they've asked of Beans on this roster so far, he's done it. Most damage on the team in hard points. Like, he has filled in for what they've needed, what they had in scrap. Like, come in, slay out, put down a ton of damage. Like, we'll take care of the rest. It's a great dynamic this roster has.
Quint, when I first saw Beans, I saw he was coming over to Boston from the Challengers scene. I was like, oh, this guy is going to be a one and done. Comes into the league, gets bounced out. Were you surprised to see him in an Ultra jersey at the start of the year?
No, because I always thought, I think Ant was critical of him at times as being, listen, we use the phrase, kind of kill horse sometimes. So when you're putting up a ton of damage, a ton of numbers, and you're on a team that's not doing well, it doesn't really look good. You know, when you're you're losing hard points by 100 and you're plus 20 with 5K damage, it looks kind of weird. So we were all kind of worried about that at first, but what I always said, what happens when he's on a good team? If you put him on a good team, can he play the right way and still put up those numbers? And so far, I think he has.
And Joe Deceives a guy who got bounced down to Challengers last year before returning to the LA Thieves starting roster. You see what he can do when you surround him with some talent as well. His surge game has been impeccable.
We knew what he could do. It was a matter. That was a mental thing for him.
Yeah, it was confidence thing. And honestly, last year we talked about a lot. LA Thieves handled that so well. Like, send him down there, getting that confidence back. And now it's Ultra who gets to reap the rewards from that. And you look at this team, between him and Kleenex, top 2, winning their first bloods. This is one of the better SMG duos in the world as well. And then with Beans, what you were talking about just now, totally agree. When we look back at it, his AR duo on, what would be his other good team? He was on that Boston roster with Awakening.
He hasn't really had a good team. This is his first, good team.
Gentlemen, wrap.
I was going to say, that Boston roster with Awakening, they both kind of played similar. Now he has insight to kind of play slower, so he has that freedom, and it's been working.
It is working. On the other side of this matchup, though, they have to look out for the resurgence. You talked about confidence. Priesta was full of it, and he said that was the big issue for this squad. You have 3 world champions from just 2 years ago, an upcoming star in Linz from France. Maven, why are they 1-5?
I think it's been a couple of things. One, with Priesta, it's always been confidence to me. I remember talking to some of the guys back when he was on the FaZe team, back when we were in 5v5, and they'd win an event and he'd have a 0.5 or 0.6. He went through that slump, and he's been a guy, I think he's almost too nice. Sometimes lacks that killer instinct. You need to almost, as a player, there needs to be either a supreme inner confidence or delusional confidence, because if you don't have any confidence, you end up having inconsistent play. If you're totally just cocky and delusional, sometimes you have inconsistent play. But you're a player, right? You have to have some of that.
You got to be delusional.
I think he's too nice for his own good sometimes. I do.
It's a fair take.
Game's ready. Let's jump into our Scuff maps and modes and see what they're going to be playing here. And Ant, I got to get your thoughts as we see a double dose of Vault. Are you in danger if you're LAG for the first 2?
The first map for sure. Vault Hardpoint has not been kind to them, just Hardpoint in general. But, you look at this, you got rid of the protocol, so you feel good about that. Maps 2 through 4, though. If you're LAG, you're kind of happy. Skyline, you got the most reps on, and Hasi 1-0. On the Toronto side, I don't believe they played it yet. So, good map set for LAG.
It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Let's lock them in. Your Honor, would you like to go first?
I have supreme veto power. I don't actually think I'm doing picks.
Okay.
I'm taking LAG. I just have the power to veto anyone's pick and change them. So mostly I'm here to piss off Ant.
I would like to go LAG today.
Who gave this guy a Party City?
Yeah, you see Wicked, bro, and Ariana Grande? Look at Galinda? Look at me.
This is awful. I'm going with Toronto. I got Toronto winning this series. I think they get it done in 4.
You're like a mix of George Washington and a Disney prince.
What does that do?
LAG!
Oh, okay.
Nameless has been vetoed. We have 3 of us on the desk, all going for LAG. It's time to get this party started. Get off of our camera. Let's go to the casters.
That's actually pissing me off.
Right?
What the hell is going on in Columbus? These guys are off the rails. Shift and Study here with you guys. Get them off screen. Jay, this is an interesting series. I think the desk does break it down pretty nicely. There are some awesome maps, I think, for both these two teams, and a couple that very well may be 50-50 toss-ups.
Oh, yeah, and I'm happy with the game plan from LAG right off the rip. Like the desk said, get rid of protocol, everything, because that's what Toronto usually find themselves very comfortable on. But the double vault, I'm not really scared of, because I know we saw LAG a lot of the times on this map, more specifically against Minnesota Rocker. But every single time, it's just a vivid memory in my mind that they just suck when you talk about that P3 to P4 rotation. That's what needs to be better, and it's on both sides, because we even saw Ultra yesterday versus Minnesota fall short in this map without finding any success there at the P4. So P4 is going to be the biggest hard point for map 1 on both sides.
There does feel, though, kind of outside of the series layout, that this LAG team has kind of turned a bit of a leaf, though. I think maybe in particular, you look at the series yesterday, a lot of great collective moments, not just great individual moments, which you love to see, of course. But I think the thing about it was the team looked like they were really clicking, which is something that really has not happened throughout their other opening respawns in particular. Yeah, like the Death was saying, their hard point has not been great. Their control, they've been good, but it's mostly been by the byproduct of what they've done on Vault. So kind of take me through their series yesterday versus Cloud9 versus what we learned about their map 5 reverse sweep that they faced against Minnesota in the minor.
And to talk about this guy a little bit, he was going crazy yesterday. Finally, P-Dog is giving me some fantasy points, because a 1.24 versus a C9 New York squad was insane stuff. You start off great in the hard point, do your drop in that S&D, and then even better in the control to be down 0-2, to fight back, to win back-to-back offenses on a map like Hacienda, where you've only had one rep on it, and that was yesterday. So the Guerrillas, they're feeling good, finally getting a win underneath their board. They have that monkey off of their shoulders, and now they're hoping that they can potentially go 2-0 this week. It's just a tough opponent here imposing that, because Toronto Ultra, they've been on fire recently.
And it is one of those things too, like the desk kind of talked about this a little bit in the pre-show. Like, it does feel weird that this LAG team didn't get their first win until just a couple hours ago, it feels like. But you got to remember that they went through Minnesota twice, 2 different map 5 losses. They also had to play Carolina, LA Thieves, and Optic. They have had arguably the most difficult qualifier stage so far. So that's definitely one of those things that kind of keep in the back of our mind as we do transition into seeing what they can do versus another top team currently in the league in Toronto.
And you see the stat right there for both squads. 12th in rotation for Ultra, 10th overall for the Guerrilla mates. On a map like Vault, you need to make sure you're winning that rotation to stand a better chance of being victorious at the end. But already into the P1 we go. We're going to have Ultra spawning on the preferred side, at least for that P2 rotation. But 3 kills go in favor of the Guerrilla mates. They should be able to get themselves into the hard point.
Teams up top, nice damage. Ooh, then a follow-up on the... That's going to work for Skies. Say one more nearby, but Kismet will be taken out by Kleenex. So Toronto off to the races here early after the initial break attempt. And now they can work on moving the spawns, which they're already doing with Kismet spawning all the way out.
Yeah, there's 2 players spawning all the way out. Now with Jodeci's finding that kill on the Priesta. 3 players across the map now for the Guerrilla mates. Now you just have to locate where Skies was, but at the same time, don't give up this time here at P1. Jodeci's effective with the trades with him and his teammate towards the middle of the map, but Priesta flies in for the double. Final 10 seconds going to go their way, and this is a ideal situation if you're the Guerrilla mates, because now you have the numbers off the rotation. You can chain it to P2.
Oh, and just as soon as Beans falls, Skies spawns up right in place behind P2. So what looked to be a pretty solid exchange for Toronto early over the top of P1. A nice bounce back here for LAG. Into the time for now. Jodeci's playing through pool, able to find Skies just over the top of the truck. Kismet has to get active from this backside of Palms, but he's getting overwhelmed, and a teammate will allow Toronto to jump in for some time.
Yeah, but at least you still have a couple players ready to contest over the backside. Ultra have yet to block that back spawn. The knife good enough for that kill onto Beans. Now you're going to have Sky setting up this pinch through bottom vault. He's hoping that his teammates can stay alive, but with him hitting this route, no one blocking that back spawns. Ultra take it back, and now they're in the heavy control of this B2 for this round of 25.
Just the tempo, just catching this LAG team off guard with their setup. So now last 20 seconds, decision time for LAG. It looks like they are going to send a couple of members forward just to see if they can find a way to crack the code. And so far, so good. 2 kills will drop, which forces Jodeci to have to stand tall inside the hard point. He's good for kill number 5 in a row. Priesta over his corner off the reject. Oh, find himself down 6. Oh, wallbangs will eventually take him down, but still the damage dealt, and Toronto will get the scrap. Now a chance to rotate.
Yeah, big time right there at P2. Because you thought that the Guerrilla mates, at least initially to start it off, find all the kills. They win the rotation, but could not put themselves in the ideal setup. Now Ultra find themselves up by 30 points. We just need a break here at P3. Jodeci's finds a double through the middle connector. And this is where the game is either going to be won or lost with the Guerrillas. How successful can they hold down this side of the map? Because they need that P3 to P4 chain.
The nades coming out of Toronto's hands, working out pretty nicely. It's everyone falling except for one. They know that Skies was playing topside art. He has jumped off the balcony, though. That's going to catch Joe DeCease by surprise, but not Kleenex. Picking up the baton nicely. Little exchange between the SMGs here for Toronto. Kleenex forced to slide out, but the car will blow him out of the picture. But Beans, again, just the focus for Toronto. Getting through the hard point, not necessarily on it. They're going to force the spawns to move.
Now, you best believe when we're looking at the numbers and it's saying that they're 12th in rotation, they are definitely looking at it. Okay, let's just set ourselves up for one of the biggest money hills that we have on the game. They rotate nice and early on this side, but now there's only 2 players here, so the Gorilla Maze have to pounce and pounce quick before the rest of the players from Ultra get into the play.
Yeah, we got a bit of a 50-50 battle, though. You got Toronto just backing away just a touch. Skies forcing the issue up top. That will work out. Inside also held down from watching this cross. Does catch one, but Linz on the trade is good. Toronto will flip the spawns back around, though. First 15 seconds is gone, largely to the game clock. Joe DeCease is working on the pinch, but doesn't need to really find it. The rest of LAG spawning out, just coming in 2 staggered, and that's enough for a full wipe for Toronto.
That's easy work right there from Ultra. Thankfully, the players who are remaining in the backside of that P4 were finding a couple kills, making it more difficult for the Gorilla Maze to even get that close spawn to come on in. And now they have blown this game wide open. You got Kleenex sitting on the top side of the building, finds a 3-piece with that AR, trying to line up a couple more. Give me 4. I know there's another one in sight. Great shots. Not able to take down Skies, but almost an 100-point difference. Gorilla Maze got to turn around on the second half of the game.
Yeah, inside nice little route here through bottom vault. He's already opening space for his teammates to rotate out of P4 and through pool if they want to, and they're finding so much success. I mean, look at the stat lines right now for Joe and Kleenex, all over the map. 18 and 8, 15 and 10. Both players popping off, and really, Inside and Beans are just got hanging out saying, we'll find 1 kill, let you guys run around for the rest of them.
Yeah, we'll just keep on soaking up the hill time. That's totally fine. Right now, the Gorilla Mates are trying to do 2 things at the same time. Keep off the hard point, but secure those spawns for P2. And they're successful on this attempt. A clean 4 dead. 35 seconds still to fight for here at P1. But when Ultra having this much of a lead, you can disregard a little bit of this P1 time and start hitting those routes to flip the spawns.
And they're doing just that. Continually playing over this topside balcony. Kleenex and Kismet in a bit of a battle. Kismet wins it pretty darn cleanly. Has a chance to hold on and maybe even look into the hard point here. Follow-up on the way back, though, is going to be Beans to reclaim the high ground. Lynn's kind of already committed halfway onto P1. He gets caught in no man's land, and that will have to be LAG now backing up, just defaulting to play for P2.
And now LAG in another opportunity where they're the first team initially to start off this P2. But the pressure last go-around from Ultra was too strong. Can they withstand it this time around? They're able to find the initial 2. They read the pressure coming in from the back. Lynn potentially with some bad timing there. Might come back to Possum, but now those backs won't secure it. Ultra have a pinch set up.
Sky's trying to take a bit of a wider angle here. He is stunned. That trophy system in the corner depleted, and that will be an easy elimination for Joe. Now has to focus forward as Kismet was just sitting in the hot tub. He's taken down. So LAG trying to change up the approach, saying we don't want him to come through pool. We'll take more of that pool control, force him around the back, but the problem was Linz loses that one first gunfight, and Toronto just gets the easy flip.
Yeah, that's all that happens. Just Lynn loses track of that final player. They found 3 dead. Just the last player finding that kill at that moment, realizing, okay, I'm blocking those back spawns. They have to be spawning close towards the hard point. But then when my teammate is spawning on me, we have pressure from every single angle. So Ultra not making any mistakes. Still a 100-point difference. And walking away with this final remaining junk time. And again, LAG in a situation where they need this P3 and P4, but this time around, they also need time.
Yeah, this has been very, very clean from Toronto. So, again, like you mentioned from a couple of hard points ago through P1 to P2, here's the same thing from 3 to 4. Toronto could just play from the leader's advantage, and we'll see. Do they want to play for the time, or do they want to play for the rotation into new as we jump into a round of Ultra? Listen in.
Close me. Close? I'm safe. Absolute dubs. He just how come? Yo, bump me up front. Yeah, I'm going mid instant. Deep left, absolute deep left. Yeah, I'm gonna flip down. Flip down time. Block. I'm blocking. Am I hit through? The faster we get, I can't. I have left pressure, okay? Sorry, in dubs. Look at dubs, my foot, dead. I have left pressure, boys. Look at deep right. What's open, bro? Look right from goal. I have all the right cross. I have your right cross. Okay. I have the left cross too. Reach is on the right, by the way. No, it's not right. Yeah, I haven't looked at it. Right. Just hold my left. I default. Default. He's front goal dead. What's mid, you guys? He's blind. Freeze that. That's freeze that. Oh, absolute Skies. I have all the right cross. Okay. I'm looking mid. He's probably gonna go dubs with me. I'm right. Out front hookah. Absolute.
Run the line. Lion. I'm top.
I'm wrapping left.
I have all the left. I have all the left.
Spawn and dubs. Look mid. Like, can't prioritize mid if you can. Give me a sec.
Books now. What's it? Ready. Scap already.
One shot.
Stay alive and back. Actually, respond. Yep, going low. Going vault route. I'm taking a raid route. They're gonna be new.
This one,
Go for a scammer.
I'm close one.
I'm only cap.
Could be con.
It could be con.
One bullet line. Dead
right.
Ready. We went low cast steps and then on auto. Okay.
Go rogue, Toby. Nate up
Yeah, Jay, this is just one of those moments where Ultra is making all the right reads, but more importantly, Joe Deceives just continues to find himself on 3, 4, 5 in a row per life, it feels like. And Bean's taking a little bit of that on rotation here to P1 again.
Yeah, the game's just too easy. That's another P4 where Ultra able to walk away the majority of that time. The break comes in for the final 25 for the Gorilla Mates to give themselves a little bit of a lifeline, but Ultra are just in the driver's seat. You find yourself up by as much as you are, you can afford to go 35-25 splits on all these HPs because you're going to be playing for those kills, hit early off the rotation, hitting those long routes to just close out the game. Because now you only need 26 seconds. You see now Bean's just going to slow it down, guarantee this side of the map.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about this map for LAG, but it's just, we've seen it a handful of times now, but it's just like one of those things you categorize as like two good things don't come in a row for LAG. Yeah. It's like they do one thing right, and then they immediately get responded to and get broken down when the next thing comes up, whether that's, you know, getting a good hold but not being able to actually turn that into convincing time, or finding a break but getting counter broken. Whatever it happens to be, it just doesn't feel like LAG can string together multiple moments. As we head back over to P2, Ultra know that there are players kind of maybe filtered behind this initial setup, plus they have the Hellstorm to try to utilize on the break. Does not connect initially, and LAG actually find a handful of kills here, maybe a chance to get a read here for the Gorillas, mate.
Yeah, but Ultra take those back spawns away due to that Hellstorm that was invested, but Kismet, the equalizer, finds that double, secures it back in favor of the Gorilla Mates. So they're starting to show a little bit of life here. Finally, an attempt to where they can soak up a lot of this P1 time, making it super difficult for Ultra to even walk across the map. Crossfires galore are set up. Another 3 dead.
Yeah.
And Gorillas are showing a little life here now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that little follow-up on the Joe Deceives means that Ultra will likely have to kind of mitigate how much they want to spend trying to break this last 15 seconds or so up. Semtex does take Linz out of position. Priest caught, trying to re-enter the hard point with an AR. That's not going to work out. So now Kismet's last one left, and he gets found. And so, yeah, it was a very convincing P2 for LAG, much better than the first 2 times that we were there, but the lead continues to be a major problem here late into this game.
Yeah, it's just that one wave of kills right there at the very end of that hard point that Ultra able to dominate. Allows them to get closer and closer to that 250-point mark, but again, LAG not giving it up for free. You're gonna have Linz on 3 in a row. Unfortunately, he's not ready for that gunfight versus Kleenex. But they need this time, and they need to flip the spawns. A lot of things on their ends.
Yeah, lots of things for the laundry list of how do you make this comeback happen. But it starts with making sure that no more time gets earned here on 3. A convincing kill feed would do nicely to try to influence these spawns, but the focus primarily has to be on the objective. So far, so good. Priest clears out the point. Kismet now through mid-line. Has information on Joe. Needs to wait for the regen, though. A little slide back and forth, but Joe able to find the response. Here comes the push through, though. LAG crossing the 50-yard line will flip the spawns around for the moment, but the problem is you got Toronto on a bit of a natural pinch, but they can't find the kills, and here we go. LAG have a chance to win rotation. It's just down to can you kill Joe?
Yeah, they only need to kill Joe. You take care of Joe. You had the back spawn secured at least with that 1 kill, but Joe Deceives is going to be the X factor here. He's able to find the first kill. You have Liz into the hard point, back spawn secured with that in gunfight that came in from Joe. And now they only need 8 seconds. Someone get into the HP.
Oh, just this one of those moments where you look at Joe Deceives and said he's been taking over this map. It's appropriate for him to put it out of reach. 40 and 21 for Joe Deceives, ends it on 5 in a row. One of many multiple kill life streaks he was able to put together as Toronto kick us off.
Yeah, Ultra did everything they needed to do, especially early on into the game. They kept it scrappy, found successful early breaks, especially at that P2. But then as soon as we go into that P3, P4, you saw how difficult it was for the Gorillas because they were playing real slow in towards R. They were trying to maintain that side, but when kills are not going your way, you got teammates who are now spawning out, you were forced to try to make plays. And that's what allows Ultra to develop on those deep routes. We saw Beans do it first, Joe Deceives in that final. They were just in command. As simple as that, Alan. From start to finish of that game, you're finding the breaks when you need to. You're winning the rotations. You're dominating the power hills. Ultra with just the better hardpoint team in map 1.
Sheesh, 32 non-traded of the 40 in total for Jodas Thieves with a minute 43 in the hill and 14 objective kills. Okay. Wow. I think if you're an Ultra fan, you love to see that, because it felt like, when you look back at the minor performance, like Kleenex has a really bad last 3 maps when they were playing in the minor. Jodas Thieves was fine, but when he has the ability to show this makes this Toronto team feel like much more of a considerable opponent when it comes down to the league overall. Not just being a great Surge team, but if they can find this kind of participation in the respawn, this is a team that has an argument, I think, as we get closer and closer to the major of being one of the best teams, if not the best team in the game.
Oh yeah, and the reason why he has all this opening is because when we jumped into that listen and you heard the little comms of Bean saying, I'm hard blocking. When you're able to do that for your SMG, he's knowing that they're all going to be in front of me. They're not spawning behind me anymore, so I can consistently play these spawns, manipulate these spawns, and find a couple freebie kills. 32 non-traded. Jodeci was all over the map in that map number 1. But you got to give some credit where credit is due to his AR players just doing the funny work for him to open up those lanes and make those plays happen. Now going forward, though, into the Search and Destroy, I was expecting a better fight from the Guerrillas here in map number 1, because you're going up against probably the best Search and Destroy team that we have in the game. And
Ultra. Yeah, I mean, outside of a couple of slips for Toronto, where it's just like, whoa, where did that come from? I mean, you had the 2 losses to Minnesota, both on Hacienda, but everything else has been convincing. It's just the Hacienda that seems to be a little bit of an issue for them at the moment. So that's not a part of this particular map series layout. And for Toronto, you looked at different people when it comes to the Search and Destroy. Like, Beans has been really solid in the Search in my mind. Just the decision-making he's been able to play off of. And I think just on top of that, that's where you start to see, I think, the consistency from inside also come into the picture. So, if you've got the SMGs running and gunning like this for Toronto, and now you're going into their best overall game mode, you don't feel great about the chances for LAG. That told, though, and to kind of counter my own point, at least it's a Vault Search and Destroy coming up here for LAG. They did look really solid on it in their opening week, and they did test Optic on this map as well.
But on the opposite side for Ultra, the one time that we watched them played it, they made easy work of Miami. Even though Miami are not the best Search and Destroy team, it's just what they have been doing in every single Search and Destroy besides Hacienda is just finding a lot of success early on with their SMGs. This is non-stop pressure between Kleenex and Jodeci's. I'm pretty sure they're number 2 overall in first blood category on every single map, but they're number 1 in conversion rate. That is an unbelievable stat there, because that means these early gunfights are allowing them to put themselves in early man advantages. They're playing their advantages perfectly, and then they're also having that clutch factor at the very end, which is basically 100%. So on the opposite side for LG, we know that they are phenomenal Search and Destroy players, at least when you look top to bottom. It's just right now, when you have players like Kismet, with the way that he's been playing so far in this game, he's usually, at least last season, he was running around with the Army 2 of Hydra. It just seems that him and Liz haven't really got on that same page yet, and now we're seeing Kismet trying to be that island player a lot of the times, where he's going to have a lot of battles going up against Kleenex. That's going to be the fight that I'm really going to be looking forward to watching this map too.
It's definitely, I think, an important one when it comes to tempo, but I think when you start to look at it, Beans and Skies, this is an interesting one, because the AR battle, I think, has really resorted to when these teams find success, it comes by way of what the ARs are able to produce. I think in particular, look at that opening duel win percentage. They're solid when they get involved, and they get involved pretty often when it comes down to how many engagements they actually take in the opening duels themselves. So you've got these moments between the SMGs when you want to try to find the tempo, but oddly enough, and I think in certain ways, these two teams have relied a lot on trying to get their ARs involved, to watch those opening lanes, to force those long-range 1v1s, and both those two players have found some pretty solid success throughout the match they played to this point.
Oh yeah, not even throughout the match, throughout their entire careers. We're talking about Skies, who's been a phenomenal Search and Destroy regardless of the roster he's been on, and then ever since Beans has entered the CDL, even with a sniper or not a sniper, he's always putting up 1.2s or 1.3s. So you gotta love yourself a lot of S&D. This is usually where all of the community comes from. When you start an S&D, then you work your way out to the respawns. It makes your life a whole lot easier when you become a pro player. But that guy on your screen, after an insane map number 1 so far in the season, he's at a 1.44. Oh, you gotta slow him down.
I know it. See if LAG can find the response here. Staying on Vault for map number 2. And it's going to be just a push through pool right on in towards the bomb site. Priest to the one carrying with an SMG. Keep that in mind. That will definitely give us an insight in terms of what LAG are going to want to do with this post plant. It will stay largely right here at the bottom side of Vault.
So now in a 4v4 retake situation, how the Ultra decide to play this. Love how Beans is playing it super slow on the opposite side of Vault door, just in case if his teammates find that first kill and a playmaker tries to make a play on the pinch, you can catch him. But Kleenex first contact onto Skies on the backside of the tank. He's getting isolated. He should be able to drop. That's first blood.
Does kill some time though, does Skies. So now you're down to 17 seconds. Going to put a little bit of pressure here for the Ultra to move quickly. And how about Kismet? Pops out of the zone. That will shut down at least some of this retake, but now you got to deal with it from the front, and that's the biggest of the issues. Kismet floating. Does he get here in time to take the bomb carrier off? A little sloppy initially.
No bullets.
Ammunition, and maybe there was a chance, but could not quite switch to the pistol in time, and Toronto get the retake.
And I love that attempt right there from Ultra, even though it looked like they stood no chance with the amount of time they wasted to try to isolate onto Skies. He actually did a great job. There was multiple players on him drawing his attention, and he was just hoping that the time could stall out a little bit more, but Kismet just simply runs out of ammo with that Jackal. Potentially finds that double and secures the round, but Ultra successful on the retake off of the back of that first blood from Kleenex.
Wow. Could not have been any closer than that. Kismet,
No.
I love the idea after Skies gets isolated to kind of pop out of vault and just hit him on that mid cross again, but doesn't choose to reload. So tough decisions there. How about this? LAG quick. All dropping down. Oh, they don't expect Kleenex to be playing off the backside of it. He's good for 2. Pistol out. He wants Linz at range, but Linz good for a double in his own right. Turns this into a 2v2.
Yeah, I don't even know how Kleenex is able to walk by them because they all went no map, but he was able to catch a double. Linz responds with 2 of his own, and on the opposite side of the map, Skies gets the better of insight with the pistol. So now it's Beans left in a 1v2. Got Skies and Linz running around as a duo. Want to play the trade out effectively with 50 seconds to go.
Plenty of time to be sure, but the question here will be the timing of when these two forces meet each other. Beans, does he get a look? Yeah, he does. Skies just has to stay down here. Nade being cooked. Skies backs off. Reset. Chance for Beans to grab the bomb. Still unsure on Linz's position, so he's going to commit for the plant. He's got the opportunity to play this backside vault if he wants to.
Oh, now the info is gained on the Linz, so he knows that Skies is playing over towards Palms. He might have found the perfect timing to set up on this pinch. Beans finds the first 1v1.
Can play this on the heady if he wants to. Linz knows this. Gets back in towards mid-map. This is taking way too much time, though, you'd think, for Linz. He's going to try to rewrap this topside marble. Here comes the peak. Beans doesn't see him initially. Now he does. He knows that he just has to stay alive as long as humanly possible. Play the clock out. Beans up to 83 health. Linz will dive on in. He has to make a commitment for the defuse, though, and as Beans checks it, the time's going to run out here for Linz. An effort was made, but just not enough time in the clock to make that happen.
That's just COD timing at its finest right there. Because Beans, he played that to perfection. Thankfully, he has that nade in his back pocket to back down Skies for his positioning, but then the reposition on the pinch to turn it into a one-on-one, to have the angle to watch it from palm trees, and then knowing who your opponent was in Linz, most likely with an SMG in hand, just plays the clock beautifully and is able to secure the 1v2 clutch there for Ultra to go up 2-0.
Good stuff. Okay. LAG feels like the onus has to go over to them in terms of what they want to do with the playbook after what looked to be a pretty solid start. We'll look back at this final kill once again. Okay, now, here we go. LAG, same setup they had from the first offense. This time, Sky's not going to play deep towards that back oil taker. He's going to instead play this front side P2. Trophy system down, and now the post plant is going to be largely reset off of this pool play.
Yeah, they're just playing for the pitch angles, as Linz is going to be able to open up the first blood on this round. Double chow coming in from bottom vault. Skies finds a player outside of pool, so you got these last two guys isolated on the bottom side, and that's a free round right there for the Guerrillas. You get the bomb down, you find the first blood, you instantly find the second, you gain the info. As soon as you find those kills, the last two players are in towards vault. 4 down. LAG secure their first.
Yeah, same setup in terms of how LAG execute on the site, but a very different setup in terms of what they wanted to do with the post plant. And that time, Toronto tries to get maybe, I won't say greedy, but they try to get feisty through pool early, try to maybe contest to see if they can catch LAG on that post plant exit, but doesn't work out. And yeah, like you mentioned, just catching all the right timing there as LAG in that particular post plant. So much better that time around. We're to a 2-1 count. And now Toronto will go on to their next offensive look. Not the same type of hit here for LAG in terms of their defense. They're still staying aggressive at mid-map, but not with as many players, and it does lead to one trade. Not quite the second. Joe Deceives keeping the hot hand.
Now the numbers advantage in the 3v2 instantly put the bomb down. Priest is going to get caught off guard on the overextension. Now a 1v3 left up to Skies. Gains info onto 1, but that bomb being down in this kind of situation, this is only going to get tougher as time dwindles down.
Yeah, and as Beans gets the initial tag, that's an easy follow-up. And that really is a number of different things there. Again, it's a similar idea for LAG, trying to stay aggressive through mid. It's met, though, with just a 2v2 on the site, which Ultra out-trade. But the big difference maker was that 1v1 off screen that Insight and Priest have found themselves in over towards B.
Yeah, it's just when you have that 1-2 punch of SMG guys that you know they're both most likely going to walk away with one in towards that site. They put themselves in the man advantage, instantly think about that objective, and then that allows those long routes to be developed. It's now Ultra. Take a 2-round lead. Go back on the defensive side. LAG, if I'm you, I'm probably going to go right back to that A strat, but this RC car is going to make that very difficult.
Yeah, you have to respect this in terms of the timing for the plant at worst. And you can see that Lens is actually going to step up a little bit here over towards Marble. Bomb still not being committed for the plant as of yet. It's still up top. Oh, difficult moment here, but at least Lens is able to catch one. Kismet trying to fob up for the trade. Not quite able to turn it into a 3v2, so we'll stay level with still 60 seconds to play.
Kismet, he has a feeling. He has a feeling they're surrounding him. Finds his second kill, and now he's going to work his way into the side, but Joe Deceives with the repositioning. Takes care of Kiz. Bomb down, 2v2.
Yeah, that's a lot of information from Skies about what's happening top balcony, but they lose track of what's happening inside the vault. A couple attacks from Skies, but Joe Deceives is fine. Here comes the pinch from Kleenex. No one even bothering to watch it. He's going to find the final two. The proactivity across the map. Like, if we were to have, like, a map control statistic, it would be like 80% of the map. It feels like it's always in favor of Ultra. They are moving so quickly and taking away so much ground.
And they're doing it in sync too, Alan. You saw as soon as that RC car was blown up, they got info. They're probably in towards site. One player's playing over towards Palm. So there has to be multiple players on that side of the map. So they instantly rotate their way over towards Cat with all 4 players. Effective on a trade. Turn it into a 3v3. But then when Joe Deceives, like you said, they show so much attention over towards the balcony side. Joe Deceives with the repositioning was good enough to even up the numbers and then set up Kleenex on the pinch. Just again, the SMGs making plays.
Oh, here we go. Inside after winning his 1v1 versus Priest the last round is now taking his focus. Bomb carrier following up over towards B, and LAG gets caught this time at mid-map, not playing Vault. They instead try to play through the U-Haul, and that's going to lead to an early 4v2 to much chagrin, I think, of Jay, who not loving that play, it sounded like.
Nah, man. It's just not ideal because I know it's been very difficult to contest them on the bottom side of Vault. So this time you try to push through and completely get blind countered because Ultra said, okay, they're not going to contest this today. They're not going to be aggressive over through pool. So let's just post up into our base because we have a couple rounds to play with. And you walk right into their pre-aims. And again, even in the 4v2, Ultra said, like, B is more difficult. Like, we're just going to rotate this back towards A. You're going to have a worse time to try to retake this site. Because now they are just running away with the search and destroy.
Man, Toronto's looking nasty, man. Legitimately. And I think this is dangerous prospects in terms of who would have to face these guys at Major 1 in a couple of weeks because, wow. After a 0-3 start, Joe Deceives has been flawless in his last couple of attempts. Quick bomb plan here for LAG, but oh my gosh, the modifications from Ultra are so good about this A hit. We can talk about it more in a minute, but after being dismantled in the one round they've lost by playing aggressively through pool, this time they play topside balcony, and again, look at the map control. LAG are completely stumbling for ground to work with stuck at A.
Right now with 20 seconds to go, last two players need to try to isolate one guy, and they do it at least onto Bean. So 2v2, 15 seconds, you both jump up, but eventually you gotta check the site.
Oh, there it is. Now this is down to the timing. Insight versus Lens. Insight doesn't miss a bullet. Plenty of time for a defuse. Wow, this Ultra team is looking disgusting at search and destroy. And again, it's just, even from just the defensive side of this map, about what they do at A, it starts with a long play around gold. They get that isolation in their first defense versus Skies. The second time, they push it all off over towards poolside. The third defense, they get caught trying to play aggressive through pool, but now in this one, they just stay over just on top of balconies. LAG hasn't contested that once yet. You come away with a couple of kills before the bomb can get planted, and then again, it's just numbers, numbers, numbers. This Ultra team is looking nice.
It's just way too easy when you're spawning in on Search and Destroy and you have a bag as deep as they do, Alan. Every single round, like you said, a different strategy on the defensive end. One time we're going to drop through vault. We're going to contest you early on. Next time we're going to push to your base. Next time we're going to even isolate the player in the back of your spawn with 20 seconds left in the 3v4. We're still going to be able to clutch up the round. They cannot do any wrong. And it's only going to make it easier for them when their SMGs are finding the success that they were. CleanX with 4 first bloods. Joe Deceives with 1. Both of them almost going double positive on that S&D. Just makes your life a whole lot easier. And then even when they're not into the play, you have players like Beans and Insight who are phenomenal clutch search and destroy guys. We even saw Beans in the 1v2 catch the perfect timing there. So Ultra, without question, if they continuously show improvements in their hard point, they're going to be one of those tough teams to beat because their S&D is basically flawless.
I mean, yeah, outside of the Hacienda, it has been exactly that. Straight flawless. We'll go back to the desk. It's been, well, not great for the veto petitions that we're seeing from Maven at this point.
I want my pick back.
Wait, it's been great.
0-2 start, reverse sweeps happen.
I'm going to sabotage him, so this is perfect.
Production, this is a sick, weird joke. Give me my pick back now, bro. And I hear you guys laughing. So
would you argue with a proper judge?
Whoever is behind this,
Did you argue with a proper judge, mate?
You're going to have to see me, all right?
I'm a proper British judge.
I know what you look like. You're like the guy from Little Mermaid who helps Prince Eric. Go back and watch it when you have a 2-year-old one day. There he is, Maven, a.k.a.
Dude, my bangs are kind of sexy.
Let's jump into the
right?
highlights, shall we?
Yeah, let's talk about that.
I can't see a damn thing.
All right, let's take a look at this guy. His name's Tobias. He's pretty good at search. First bloods, 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean, they've been unbelievable. We're talking through, like, their map set as well. Like, between Protocol, Vault, and Red Card, they're 7-0, now 8-0 on those maps combined, right? So you look at it, it's like, if they improve on Hacienda, where do you beat them?
It's not just, like, the fact they're winning, it's how they're beating people. Like, you look at the Protocol yesterday, 6-0. You look at this, 6-1. Like, they're smashing people. They are clearly way ahead. And yeah, it's just like, can you figure out what, Hasi or what's one other map?
Yes.
We were talking about Skyline. Hasi or Skyline, make one of those really strong. Then, like, you're good. Yeah. Like, search in this series, you have such a big advantage. But that's what I look at. Because it's one thing to, like, beat people in search. Like, I know the win's what's important, but when you're a dude, you've competed. It's not easy, like, 6-0, 6-1 people. It's not, bro. It's not.
I mean, and that's a product of, like, when you're 6-0, 6-1, 6-2ing teams, that's when you come in extremely prepared. Like, your strategies are sound, right? And then you go up early, so you're able to, like, do these like weird plays where it's like, okay, we can try a blind counter, and that's how you steamroll teams, right? You can get crafty with your adjustments in the middle of these maps, and that's exactly what they're doing. They have a good roster.
Off the back of some big clutches as well. We talked about Beans in the pre-show. He is having an enormous impact in the first half, led the lobby and damaged that most recent game, and before that, in Hardpoint, he was definitely all over the map in the kill feed.
Yeah, he was frying, and then so was Joe Deceives. I mean, we looked up, we're like, buddy's got 30 kills, and you know, that would be the one place we said they need a little improvement was the Hardpoint. Some of the breaks they had mean incredible.
Is Joe Deceives a top 10 player in the league right now? If you were a GM, do you spend top 10 money on him?
Top 10 money, I mean, does he warrant that from the championships yet? Probably not, but yes, I think he's a top 10 player in the, well, he's teetering.
Top 10, we'd have to think that through, bro. I need to like sit down. He's close though, probably.
He's close?
He's close.
I mean, I have to go through the players.
Yeah, that's tough.
There's a lot of roles, but in terms of SMGs, I mean, he's up there, right?
Well, he's a guy I just worried about a little bit when it comes to like the confidence thing and stuff. Because he's a nice kid. You know, went back to challengers, was struggling to get figured out, had a bit of a head case, but he seems to now be clicking and it's all working for him. And I think
a lot of good players.
I don't know. I've only interacted with him a couple times. He's just, I just want to hug him.
We've only been hanging out with Clint for 2 segments. My big takeaway is don't be a nice guy.
Don't be nice.
It's Clint's like career advice to any upcoming player.
I sometimes worry, bro, when people are too nice. You have to have that killer instinct. You have to have that confidence. I kind of worried about it with him, but he's got inner confidence. He clearly does. Nice. He's playing amazing. Now, you can be nice. Maybe I'm not wording it right. You know what I mean, bro. Sometimes like when you talk about like top athletes, like the top of their craft, like you've got a certain swagger, a certain killer instinct. Like
Teep was really nice.
There are some. I mean, you got like Megatron, like he was nice, but a lot of them are like. Some are just assholes, bro.
That's true.
We got to draw some conclusions or get to a game 3. I'm not sure at this point, but run us through it. Speed run it.
All right, yeah, so we're going to talk about this Hardpoint and what Ultra is doing better now. So obviously, let's jump into the mini-map. We all know this is the money hill on this map, right? Like when you get control of that, you can just go up and top and make huge plays. So let's talk about how they break this, okay? So you got CleanX and you got Beans, really the guys that are making the massive plays. 1 in your mini-map, that is Beans. 4 is CleanX. We're going to pause it, freeze frame, and talk about what they're doing here. So they're vacating the spawn deep right here. They don't want to spawn back here, and then they're going to send Beans on like a super long route, like methodical, to get behind them. But you want to actively be fighting this street. So what Cleanex does, he doesn't just run like a maniac, right? He's going to go where I drew that is to the car and just finesse on the car while he has another teammate applying pressure here. What they want to do is they want to get that first kill, obviously, while the spawn's vacated and spawn them out. Meanwhile, Beans is coming in on a pinch. So let me get this stuff off the screen and let's talk about this a little bit as it plays out. Because this is what you're coordinating in the middle of the map right here. You're like, okay, Jodeci's flying in and baiting. Cleanex is trying to find these kills, just finessing his life until Beans gets across and position. And you can see once Beans does get across, then it's the green light for Cleanex. He ends up dying, but it doesn't matter because they already spawned all the way out. And you saw it, Cleanex spawns up right here on the statue where Beans is already influencing. So well executed by them, trying to push and flip those spawns.
Taking over the map the entirety of game one, they jumped up to a 100-point victory. We have another respawn. It's ready to go. Maven, is this a 3-0?
Yeah. That's why I did the veto. Because I knew they were going to lose, and I just wanted to screw over Ant.
He knew it. So I'm going to send it back over to Shift and Study.
I'm sorry, bro. I don't make the rules.
I know you don't.
Keep vetoing all day. I
Absolutely.
Like it. Study, take the show away.
Got some super fans influencing my
picks. Man, I can't believe Clint's doing Wheeler like that. Obviously, Wheeler's been having a lot of success this season on pick'ems, but to veto him, like, I'm on my guy Wheeler's side. You got to take that off, man. Maybe we can't come in one day and do that to the guy.
He's gonna lose full by match 2, I promise.
I know.
Like, I could already see Ant starting to get to the edges a little bit. This is like him on the golf course by hole 5. This is the way it goes. Getting a little twisted out here. But Toronto looking clean, looking nice. LAG coming off of their win versus Cloud9, I think kind of influenced some minds about what this team's potential was, but we have not seen it yet in this series. Tell me more though about this control, because let's be candid, the stats across the league haven't necessarily been great for LAG and Hardpoint, not in Search either, but they have been solid in control, but a lot of that has come by way of Vault.
Yeah, and I feel like for Ultra spawning in for the very first time on Hacienda, they are going to fail. They're going to fare very well on this map because we're talking about a team that can slay with the best of them. And on a map like Hacienda Control, it's basically all about slaying. Initially on your offenses, you want to extend the time by capturing B. But then after that, they're consistently spawning over towards Boathouse. So 1, 3 to 4 dead would allow you to instantly stack that. But it's all going to come through the kill. So Guerrilla mates, we watched them come back 0-2 yesterday versus Cloud9. When back-to-back offenses, they're going to start us off with one here.
Okay, see what happens with LAG. Eyes over towards A immediately, and Linz is going to already kind of force the issue. Just a touches the zone, back over towards Bar. Good information on at least some contest over through Connector. And yeah, this has been really solid here for LAG, not giving away a single kill yet. They have lost Insight a touch, and he makes his influence known, clearing off the zone and making sure the click keeps going.
Yeah, that's what makes it difficult on this map, is because you tend to lose track of players the majority of the time. But once you take care of Insight, you hit that rotation over towards B. First segment already done. Consistent spawns coming in from Ultra. Over towards that Boathouse side. Now the top kill feed currently is lighting up white. So the second segment is done. Time may be able to get extended nice and early.
Looking likely for it, and that's indeed the case. First tick of progress is still holding for the moment over towards A as well, and with Kismet taking down Beans deep, that's going to force Insight to have to back away just a touch. So now it's just about how do you try to reset this up for LAG off the spawn. Playing deep through driveway at the moment is Skies, but Linz creating some more space here at topside Connector. He can jump back in and try to get this first tick done.
He's just hoping that his team is going to count for the rest of the players on the side of Toronto Ultra. They find 2. Sky's in a big one-on-one gunfight, making a 1v2, and he gets double-chowed. So now you're going to have Linz in a position to play a couple spawn kills, make it easier for his teammates and a number advantage on the opposite side of the map, but he gets taken care of. First segment should be complete.
Yeah, Priesta now looking to make a step forward. His teammates coming off spawn, moving through that top fire hallway over towards Art. And Priesta is in a really good spot just to try to keep influencing these spawns a little here and there. And also has the decision with a good number of eliminations to come through for LAG to jump right back onto the hard point, or the control point rather, I should say. 20 plays 14. LAG working very persistently on the second tick of progress. They still have a member on. That's Insight trying to challenge. Shut down, and Linz from top offense gets the full 4 down. Stack it, get the extra tick, turn this into a successful offense. That's exactly what LAG do.
Oh, man, they came out and just dominated in that slaying category. We're talking about the SMGs consistently finding success on the bottom side of Wine and even on the top side of Office. But then as soon as you eliminate those players in the back of your spawn, once Liz walks up and finds this kill here, that turns into 2 dead. Then he pushes up into off and is able to catch the players coming off of the respawn, and that leads to all 4 dead. That's how simple this map can be when you're finding your kills when you need to. But then on the opposite side for Ultra, obviously the first time we've been able to watch them on this map, Joe Deceives, I'm pretty sure had a 1-7 start. Yeah, you can't bring that on a map like Aussie.
Yeah, absolutely. But I love it from LAG, just kind of playing with tempo, right over the top of the open hall, get into A, force this Ultra defense to move around, especially off spawn, be considerate at what's happening in those top hallways, and then as soon as you find a good kill feed, re-wrap back to B, stack it, get the extra 60, and so far, it has been straight domination from Lynn, 7-3. Joe Deceives having a bit of a slow start, just not able to get any real action on his terms here with the sub. But that could very well change here early as Joe's got a good look at Skies up top. Can't quite find the second. Lynn's good for the double. And Toronto's going to be tested here. Lynn's just diving into the point. Nearly wins out all 4 eliminations, but has set up Kismet for a little bit extra damage onto Beans. And that will be followed up with LAG looking clean on the opening defensive hold.
Yeah, now Ultra forcing at the reset. Players tend to scatter a little bit. Try to clear out lanes here, but 3 kills go in favor of the Gorilla mates. Now Kleenex. Farthest player pushed on up. Trying to at least find a kill to open up a lane for his team, but doesn't catch the timing on the Priesta. And you're just going to waste a lot of time now if you're Ultra working out of your base.
Yeah.
You have to check every single corner.
And this is absolutely chef's kiss from LAG. Lynn still catches another before being traded. It means that, again, the defense for LAG can step up, deal with it, and then get back to work on just essentially trapping Toronto backside driveway here. 28 seconds on the clock. LAG will have to essentially come out of spawn and default to A just because it's simply put closer, but they can't find a single entryway, and with only 20 seconds remaining, LAG continue to hold this front line.
And I'm loving the way that the Guerrillas are playing this, man.
Same.
When they're finding 2 to 3 dead, they're gaining the info onto the last guy, keeping him at bay, and then just shutting down their next play call coming in. With only 7 seconds to go. Ultra currently down by 8 lives. You have 1 player on A, 1 player on B, but the player on B should most likely get taken care of. So now you're just hoping you can find a little bit of segment success over at that 8 point.
Well, 2 players on, they're gonna get at least 1. The second looks pretty likely unless Priesta off this reload decides he wants to try to challenge it. Doesn't get there quite in time. The rest of his teammates do, but that second tick at least gets locked for Toronto fans out there. But, you know, call a spade a spade. This has been really good from LAG on both sides of the control zone.
It's just clean because every time those kills start to come on in, if LAG are going 3 for 1 every single time, Ultra are not going to have a lot of opportunities on their offense. When the last player alive is especially gaining that info early on, and it was, I'm pretty sure, Joe Deceives that was camping on the bottom side of Secret. It was just Sky throwing shoulders at him. That's all you want to do is keep him there because you have everyone accounted for. No one is getting lost. The spawns are so damn far away from either one of these objectives that just basically 4 to 5 waves of kills secures you around on defensive side if you play it perfect. And that's exactly what the Gorilla mates were able to do there. Only give up 2 segments. You're still up by 4, but you can close it out here with another 3-0 on a nice hacienda.
Yeah, see what's going on with this, because flat out, the advantages that LAG have are already leaning towards that, at worst, the round 5 defense. Toronto once again off spawn. A lot of focus over towards the B side of the map. Insight, good crossing angle, finds Priesta for the first. Joe Deceives, thinking about trying to take over that back art hallway, but Linz has done the same thing on the Toronto side of the map. And again, he hops the zone, gets out of there, and the finesse back over to B is well timed. Just comes down to, does he get a read that a player had dropped out of the secret window? Does not seem to be. Kleenex should find a freebie. Trade not needed at the moment as LAG continue to try to surround it. Eventually, they do take care of Kleenex.
Yeah, to take care of Kleenex, also take care of Beans coming off the respawn. Now a 3-stack is going to be in at the B point. First segment already earned. How aggressive do Ultra decide to play on this? You don't want to allow these kills to go the opposing way. They're still going to contest it. They find the initial 2 and make it 3 dead. So Priesta, last player alive, should be able to get taken care of. Segment does not get secured, so that time continues to dwindle down.
Yeah, Joe Deceives just going to hang out on B for a little while longer to deplete the progress that had been done. Linz, wow, where has this been? He is flying and frying at the moment. 17-8. A chance to re-wrap on Toronto. Back over towards top office. Can't quite anticipate the second, but he's got help nearby. And whoa, Joe Deceives lines him up the staircase. So 19 plays 19. 33 seconds on the clock, and Toronto with the full wipe can start to play up in towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, this is their last push. Right here, if you are the Gorilla mates. You have to make this one count. It looks like you're going to try to isolate onto inside over towards Rock. The timing good enough for the first. Dance, sliding around that corner. Not able to find that kill on the Skies. But with only 14 seconds left. Just need Kleenex to stay alive. Finding that first kill. It's going to allow him to have multiple different angles to still contest it.
Yeah, Skies up top is going to be the one who has to just kind of forfeit his life and try to dive in if he wants to pause the clock. Not going to happen, but insight towards B does get taken care of. You've got Kismet on for the moment with 1.6. Although Joe right nearby will find the kill. Last shots on the Lins are good, and Toronto will extend this to a 4th round. But again, the tick progression just makes this essentially a mathematically improbable situation for Toronto to get into a round 5 defensive situation. So we need back-to-back offenses here from Ultra.
Yeah, you're down by 6, so you can tie it up in that segment column, but you have to make up for it in the slaying. Those first 2 rounds really did not treat you well, but Jodeci has flipped this game around. Started off 1-7, sitting at 12-14. Was able to find a couple doubles, couple triples to shut down those pushes coming in from the Guerrilla mates. So now if you are Ultra, it's initially all about this break off here, because when you allow these SMGs to win a majority of the gunfights off the rip, and they're already in your base contesting, you're wasting a lot of time working out of your spawn. You need a good break off here on Hacienda.
Yeah, you really do. And it's going to be all 4 members flying in through the middle of the map again. Initially scouted by what looks to be Skies. Kismet following up on the timing. Gets the first, stun out, finds the second. Trade from Joe Deceives is decent, but he's the last Ultra member remaining, and Priesta knows he can step up here in towards Spiral. And if he catches a couple players off spawn, this could get really dangerous really quickly, but trades are decent, and now you've got just Kismet to find, and he's a little bit outside the picture here playing backside rock.
Yeah, this is where the Ultra boys need to be committing over towards B. You have them spawning on the backside of Bow House. You're still maintaining a little bit of that mid-map control. But they're going to put all their focus here at the same point. Joe Deceives on 7 in a row.
Yeah.
Couple kills until he earns himself the Hellstorm. First segment already going to be complete.
I mean, he was 1-7 at one point, Jay. We're up to a 7 in a row, 7-14.
Hello.
About 8 in a row. He can jump on over to B now. Progress is still being made on A. Keep that in the back of your mind. Beans does get eliminated, so he'll only find the first tick and a half. But Joe is 1 elimination or a little bit more score away from finding a Hellstorm. Tries to slip in towards 10, but shut down. And LAG, with 50 seconds remaining, could try to get this defense once again pushed up the map.
Man, Ultra have to put they have to put everything into capturing this B point, trying to extend this time. It's just way too difficult. You don't have a lot of time to work with to secure those segments there at A. And now even more difficult for them because everyone is coming off the respawn. You got to check all these cloners. Kleenex has 6 HP in the dream. He is going to fall. Now 25 seconds. You were forced to hit the Zolver extension, but Guerrilla mates are ready for it.
Priesta just throwing out an uncooked nade, just trying to stall any of this hit, but ooh, gets surprised. Joe Deceives does get traded. Second tick progress on the way. Sky's not able to find the player down low at the bottom of the bar. But still, it's just down to 1. It has to be Beans. Second tick was not locked in, by the way, so Beans will rotate back over to B to keep the clock stopped at 17 seconds. He wins his first. Does he expect Priesta, though? Over through 10. Not initially. Beans has actually hopped off the zone here for a moment, but LAG will collect the elimination, and now it's just down to receiving this next play for Ultra over towards B.
Yeah, they just need this one wave of kills right here. They'll be able to extend the game clock. Trades are bound back and forth, white and purple. Lins finds a double. You're going to put the game clock at a pause on A, but it's only Beans again. Second segment gets secured, spawns all the way in hell, and this should be LAG securing this map and extending this series.
Yeah, man. I don't know what it is about LAG in control, but they're looking mighty fine on it, especially on this Hacienda. Wow. I mean, both sides of control point really clean. We saw them play it obviously yesterday versus Cloud9, and I would say there were some great moments for both teams there, but for LAG against Toronto, they were controlling every element of the game, and that was the first time that I've seen Ultra look that lost on a map so far this season.
Yeah, they have yet to play it. Obviously, they need more practice on it because the Guerrillas found success versus Cloud9, and again, they find success this time versus Ultra to keep them alive in the series. But it's just as simple as the Guerrillas were finding those opportunities to where those kills are going down, and they were simply walking away with 3-to-1 trades. As soon as that happens, it makes it more difficult for the team on the attacking side or even the team on the defensive side, because spawns are so far away from both of these objectives to where you get those 3 kills, you're taking the map away from them, and then you're forcing them to waste time working off the respawn. And that's just basically what it comes down to. They outslayed them to bits in that map number 3 to stay alive. And now they're forcing a Skyline hardpoint where this is their most repped hardpoint that they have. So if you are the Guerrillas, you're feeling good going into this map 4 to try to force game 5.
Absolutely you are. And just, I kind of want to reflect back a little bit more on this map number 3, because I think the way you kind of categorize it, and I'm sure lots of people out there either who's been watching CDL or Challengers or in their ranked games, they kind of feel it. Like, once you have a poor break off on Hacienda offensively, the only word I can think of is like panic. It's just like, uh-oh, now we're stuck, spawning in bad spots. We're so far away from both control zones. We have to clear out so much space to even see one or the other. And when your spawns are staggered in the way that they were throughout pretty much the entirety of both offenses for Ultra, you get this moment of like, well, I'm going to go play through Rock, and I found a kill, so I'm going to jump onto A. Oh, never mind, I died. But my teammate's over towards fences, and he's found a kill, so now he's on B. It never feels like it's really collectively put together, and that's just, I think, kind of the panic that we saw there for Ultra in a couple of their offensive moments.
And that's exactly it, Alan. It's just that panic button. Like you said, when your teammates aren't winning the gunfights that they're probably used to winning, and you're forced to make some kind of hero play around the map, it's just not going to be easy when they have that info on you and they have more bodies to challenge you out. Just turns into, like, whenever you go 4 dead on this map, or you're accounting for a lot of the kills, it turns eventually into a lot of individual players making those individual plays. Like we saw Insight over towards Rock, at least on that defensive round, he just finessed, danced around that position, but he finds that 2-piece, or at least sets up his teammates to find that second kill, and that makes it a lot easier. On a map like Hacienda, a lot of individual talent needs to be shown there in those one-on-one gunfights, and it was won by the Guerrilla mates there.
And now we kind of take that same conversation to Skyline Hardpoint. It's been the most rehearsed map in the pool so far in Hardpoint for LAG. They've played it in every series except for one, and for the most part, it's treated them pretty darn nicely. 249, 250 lost to Optic Texas, but other than that, it's been pretty much controlled by LAG. And I think the conversation point here for a team that has only 4 Hardpoint wins, 3 of them coming on, or actually all 4 of them, 3 of them coming on Skyline Hardpoint, is what do we need to do to make the rest of the map pool feel like the success stories that we can create on a map like Skyline? Because it is one of those maps that it's like you instantly find kills, you instantly turn that into effect in the map because the map is so small. Is that kind of where you feel that this Skyline map favors LAG because the decision making is so immediate that you have to have it?
Yes, without question. It's not forcing players to think too much. We know that if I just fly on in, I catch a double, they spawn all the way across the map. If we're setting up a proper break, if we're already pushed up into their base, especially at P4s, that's when they usually tend to find a lot of success early on into those hard points with those early breaks. They get 1 kill on that side, you spawn them all the way across the map. So these are the things that come in quickly for the Guerrilla mates, especially on Skyline. When you have 5 or 6 reps the way that they do, you have been tested multiple times. Like you said, a 1-point difference versus Optic Texas, but this has been their bread and butter map. They just have to make sure that their rotations are on point, because at least in map number 1, they got all rotated to bits every single time on Ultra besides that P2, but then we're getting instantly broken. The good thing for them on this map is that rotations are sitting at 4th overall. Breaks are 2nd overall. So that's a big stat right there for the Guerrilla mates to try to force this game number 5. And on the opposite side for Ultra, 12th in rotations on Skyline. Yeah, we got to be there early.
Yeah, and it will be said, you know, for Toronto, they're no stranger to this map either. You see it here, and outside of a 6-point loss to Miami, they have beat the brakes off of teams like Atlanta and teams like Vegas. So those are the other interesting metrics to kind of keep as an early season guide towards how both these two teams have fared. So, LAG, trying to send this to a map number 5, which we haven't talked about it really yet, Jay. That map 5 doesn't feel good if you're an LAG fan, just because Toronto have baked and really buttered their bread on Red Card Search, but it has to get there first. And for LAG, prime opportunity to do it on a map that you've seen almost every single series.
Yeah, we got to get through the Skyline hardpoint to get to that map 5. And already off the start, Ultra not spawning on the preferred side, find 3 kills in the feed. Spawn still secure for the Guerrillas. This is what they tend to do on this map. When it's the last player alive, he knows the pressure's still in front of him. I'm just going to play my life, not really force a gunfight. Because you need to try to maintain these spawns on a map like Skyline. All 4 dead, though. Ultra had a great start to this game.
I think it's really interesting, like, watching how Ultra flip and mix the composition of weapons depending on where they are in any particular hard point. Like here, it's a break off with all 3 players holding ARs except for Joe. Actually, he's got one as well. So it was 4 AR setup here for Ultra from the unfavored side, just playing for the kills first. And then off their next lives, you would think they would start to play to try to flip the map around. They're not going to be able to successfully do that here early. Lynn's just going to gatekeep through mid while LAG will open up P2 to their name.
Yeah, that's insane to say, right? Because you get 32 seconds off P1, a majority of the kills go your way, but you still were not able to flip out the spawns. And that's due to the way that Guerrilla mates love to play around this P2. Simply playing your life on the back end, not allowing those flips to go down, and this is the reason why. 3 to start, make it all 4 dead. Flawless on the first attempt there. And now they can take the lead.
Now Lynn's is going to watch through Hot Tub, just try to count the numbers, which Priesta will have to be the one responsible for, and he's good for the Edo. Looking for more, not going to be able to find it. Sky's off the timing with the pinch, able to turn it into another elimination, but Insight, he's been able to take down 3 of the 4. You're going to get Priesta, who does still spawn up as a way to try to hold on to this scrap time, but Ultra are starting to flood forward. They get Kismet out of the hard point. Priest is still finessing, trying to get a couple of these exit kills, while in the meantime, you got LAG already set up for Dude. Much better in terms of the macro game here for Guerrillas, man.
Oh, yeah, much better. That opportunity doesn't even happen for a break there at P2 if Inside doesn't pop that triple. But still, they were able to micromanage it, win the rotation over towards New, dominating the kill feed. Last player alive is going to be towards bottom gym, and Kleenex miraculously is able to find a double, so that's going to open up his teammates now to have the advantage, working their way back in for the early break.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments you look at and you say that's a little bit too easy for Toronto, but still, we talked about it in the fly-through. LAG, very successful on their break percentage. And Lins has already kicked us off to a pretty solid start there. Priesta holding over the top of this back bar. And now the flood forward. Lins. Okay, how about the shots from Lins? Enough damage to force the nade from Joe to take down Beans. And now trophy systems are up for the last 23.
And this is where Ultra just cutting their losses there at P3. You don't want to get put into that mixed fest of challenging those gunfights on those difficult head glitches. So gonna try to catch them off guard early off the rotation, and the kills count. Kleenex beating Joe combined for 3. Priest, the last player who was thinking about that Rolo, he gets taken care of. So Ultra trying to break for the final 15. They flip the spawns over towards New, and this is where that break percentage needs to come in quick if you're Gorilla, because this is that money hill.
Good nades from Toronto up top. Stops this play through top bedroom. It forces the players down low and Kismet to have to wait for regens to start coming through. Lins, bold challenge, wins it. Follow-up. Beans off the trade, but he's the last one standing. Spawns will move. Nice angle from Beans. Good damage tallied, but still taking care of an LAG will secure their break.
And it's the first attempt. Everybody through top plat. 3, 2, 1. I chow here, you chow there. They win 3 out of the 4 gunfights. Instantly flip the spawns. And now we're soaking up all of this P4 time. Beans again potentially trying to make a play here. Just waiting for his teammates to get into the play. He's able to find a double. Kleenex finds a third. Give me all 3. Benjamin Beans. That's my hard point.
That's unbelievable from Beans, 4 in a row. And boy, does Toronto need something like that with Joe Deceive just at 3 and 10. Again, just off to a very tremendously slow start. To be fair, he is the one trying to enter and open up some of these plays, but has not found any success doing so. All that told, we exit the first rotation of Hills pretty much dead even. Good exchange here for the Guerrillas, mate, though, over the top of P1. That'll allow them to get in for some opening time here on Hot Tub with a follow-up kill on Kleenex to help that out.
Yeah, they couldn't find any time last go around here at the P1 HP. You have Beans on 5 in a row. Great shots to take down Priesta. But if you're Ultra, you need to try to flip these spawns for the very first time. It was LAG just holding it down, and they're continuously doing it with all of that kill feed lighting up white. You got Lins in towards the hot tub. Just relaxing, calm, cool, and collected. Nade's going over the head. He has not been hit by anything. And his teammates consistently just watching over him.
And now he can pop up and do things like this. What is it about Lins on this map and finding multi-kills when you don't expect him to? It's been happening since day 1 of the CDL back in early December. It continues to be the case here in mid-January. Shut down, though, as Lins will be pushed out just a touch. Spawn still decent, at least for Skies. Lins will also be benefited with a bit of a closer spawn than you would anticipate, but Toronto just around the back, keeping things mixy. 50-50 gunfights over the top of the hill, which Toronto are starting to win out on.
Yeah, now it's Lins. Solo player here for the Guerrilla mates. Trying to make a play happen. Finds that first kill onto Insight. Now your teammates are in the play over towards White Steps. Miraculously is able to find a double. The SMGs for the Guerrilla mates. Find every single kill there that leads to the break. When you thought Ultra had an opportunity to start to pull away, Lins just gets it done. Now you just run up the score here.
Now 28 seconds to fight for. Lins continues to be putting on multi-kill after multi-kill. And LAG's trying to fight back in the last 20 seconds. We jump over to an LAG. Listen it.
Nice, square back door. I'm done. Nice, good shit. Score, focusing on mid.
He's on, okay, 2 in time. Cat.
I heard you. Calm it down too, okay?
Have the jump mid.
You want to take space to turn?
Yo, I have a D-pinch.
Lane outside the map. You rush.
Front house.
I'm much more than you. Outer, he sees me.
I need you.
Respawn.
Nice, you kid. Two.
One doesn't fucking play.
Come to, I'll get you out there. I'm all you out there.
Dead. Pop me jump. They're gonna spawn. They're
Silence, deep.
He's bottom back Kleenex.
He's just out of towers.
I'm teasing outer.
At this side,
Team killed.
Okay. Outer. Three. Nice. We can bump if you want. Nice. I'm
I'm I be Jimmy.
They're going mid. They're going mid.
Jimmy, dead.
Nice, I have cat.
P1. Oh, we got me P1.
Where are they going?
P1 both. They're double P1.
Front gym.
They're gonna be fouled as well.
They can go rugs, huh?
They could go. We flip. He got 3. That's winner.
Those are fine.
I'm in a bit.
I know, go back.
Money free.
He's on me. Beans, watch out.
Old weak on me.
Are you on no?
Low bed. No, absolute. T-bed.
I respond deep.
They're gonna hit a garden. He's gonna be garden. One shot, Joe.
P1.
I'm 50 garden. Back garden is dead. Nice, one more back garden. I'm running.
I'm
flanking too. Yo, he shot me.
Deep dead.
Nice, still alive. He spawned there. What's the spawn there?
One's in the back of me.
Pitch to the back. Collapse again.
Joe. I'll see patio.
He went top plat. Yo, kitch.
There's 2 on time. Patio weak in time.
Patio you. Shot. Reach me.
Yeah, catch. I'm around for catch.
He's in you. Bottom bed, challenge. And one's you. You can challenge beats. One shot you, then one shot him.
Skyline be skylining right now, Jay. It's one of those things, like, you see it from LAG's perspective here in these last couple of hard points. It feels like they're doing all the right things, but somehow, some way, they find themselves needing a break down about 20 points.
Yeah, it's because they found themselves initially playing for that P4 rotation early on into that P3, but in the final 15 seconds, Ultra said, screw that, we're going to work our way to top plat. They found every single kill and were able to walk away with a majority of that P4 time. So keeping the game scrappy is what Ultra are doing, but Gorilla mates again fighting on back. Kismet finds a double, Linz with the third. Now you get yourself into P1 for another potential lead change.
Thieves found by Priesta, backside top piano. That leads to Toronto having to hit this from the P4 side of the map. Across the map, through mid, Kleenex at least able to neutralize some of the hard point time. Thieves, again, he had a really slow start, but a couple of decent lives in a row for him here. Allows Toronto a chance to, again, when it doesn't seem likely, they find a way to get in, contest, and even find a little bit of time of their own. So now they're up another 10 points. Kismet trying to rewrap behind the play. Swoops on in, finds insight. Can he track down one more? Doesn't make a difference. Beans, his teammate, will give a little bit of freedom here for LAG on rotation.
Yeah, LAG need to be ironed up off this rotation because Beans is going to make them pay for it. He's able to find 3 backspawn still secured for the Gorilla mates. And thankfully, they make a couple of these kills count. Now the next one up is Kleenex, and that's going to be a clean 4 dead. So Gorillas, again, win the rotation over towards P2. They are basically unbreakable on that side of the map. They just need a lot of this time now.
Now it's going to be a little bit of a hit here for Joe through Jim, but the rest of Ultra are playing this outside balcony. And Kleenex has gotten forward, Insight finding another, and this is just a little bit too easy for the break attempt. Skies has to try to hold on as much as he possibly can. Not able to do too much. And here, Joe, a little shaky on the way up the staircase, but still the rest of Ultra clean it up. Now it's just down to Candy gets a quick read with LAG. PC side and Priesta, he's going to find himself a double. Beans the last one standing in the hard point itself, but Kleenex, he's found himself 2. Beans off the rewrap. He could put this out of question, and Ultra will win out the gunfights with 20 seconds to earn.
Finally, those gunfights are going on for about 30 seconds. Just trade after trade after trade. But Ultra able to secure, but not for long because already the Gorilla mates are right here ready to contest you. Priesta goes up to Zip. He's able to find a triple. And now they're only going to find themselves down by 20 points. You got Skies early off the rotation. You also got Kismet here for the assistance. He's at least able to find one, but Kleenex again finding a double to break all of their setup.
And he has the anticipation for Lin's Insight, able to get his trade. Back and forth we go. A little tug of war over the top of P3. 228 plays 205. Joe playing at a long-range angle. Last one standing here for Ultra. Tries to push the effort, and that's not going to work out. Chance here for LAG to reclaim the lead.
They just keep on soaking. You know, they're consistently spawning over towards Cabo. They don't want to flip out. But just make those gunfights come to you. Insight with the opening. Kleenex with the pitch is going to be the game breaker. Doesn't find a double, but his team can now win it off of that play.
What a route from Kleenex. Knowing his teammates are locking things down towards P4 side, he has the freedom to make maybe the game-winning play, and now Joe Thieves right back into the mix. Kleenex over the top of the bar, not able to find the one bullet maybe needed remaining onto Priest's health pool, so LAG will stay alive. Insight mid-map, shut down, and here we go. Have to battle for new.
How aggressive are they going to be? Where does Insight spawn? He's going to be blessed to spawn right next to his teammates, so they have the numbers. They find the initial 2. Ultra going to close it out here.
Sure feels that way with Insight playing the back. He finds the final kills needed. Beans holding the front door, gets his 40th elimination right at the closing bell. Ultra just do what they need to do to stay in the game throughout the first really 2 rotations of Hills, and finally Joe starts to put it together there in the last handful of hard points to allow Toronto a chance to steal away a map from LAG.
That's an unbelievable hard point between both of the teams. Phenomenal job from LAG, specifically from that P1 to P2. They did not lose those spawns off the rip any single time. They were never flipping on the opposing end. So you got to say kudos to that. But Ultra made the adjustments throughout the middle of that game. They couldn't find a break early on into P2. But the second time around, it was CleanX who finds a double to keep it scrappy. Again, off the third time at P2, it's CleanX who finds a double, instantly able to flip those spawns out. But the turning point of the game is when the Guerrillas went from P3 to P4, because they soaked up about 40 seconds. They knew that Ultra were rotating their way through top mid. But then once you got down to the final 15 seconds of that P3, the players that were playing for the spawns at the new, they all dropped. The players that were at the old hard point, they all dropped. And then at the wrong time, you spawn all the way across the map to try to find a very difficult break in towards P4. That's what allowed Toronto to have the little bit of the lead that they were able to grow and eventually close out the game the way that they did. Great series between both teams, but Ultra, they were just a better squad today.
Back and forth, Skyline hard point. That was as tight as it gets throughout the majority of that game. I mean, those are pretty much parallel lines throughout the first rotation and a half between these two squads. So it will be Toronto taking the win 3-1 over the series. A look back over it. The first 2 maps, the 250 to 180 reads closer than the map was. LAG just could not put together 2 moments in a row. And the Vault Search and Destroy, outside of one counterplay, Ultra was just all gas, no brakes. I will say, though, the control seems to still be a shining light for LAG. It just, they can't quite find ways to turn the success they find in those respawns into what they do in the hard points. And the Search and Destroy is still a bit questioning, I think, just on a map pool basis for these guys as well.
Yeah, they just have to figure out what their identity is, because right now when I look at this Guerrilla squad, obviously you got world champions left to right, but just right now in their hardpoint game, they just don't really have that fundamental game in play, and especially when they're not finding that kills, it's going to make it even more difficult for them going forward.
Well, LAG not able to go into back-to-back wins. Toronto still looking really solid after the minor as we head back to the desk for their thoughts.
6-0, Toronto Ultra, 1 match away from securing the #1 seed at their major in Madrid. They take care of business. All 3 of us terribly wrong in our predictions.
Well,
I was wrong on purpose for him.
We appreciate you. I do want to ask, though, who do you give the MVP to? Because it comes down to 2 candidates, Beans and CleanX for me.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I mean, it's tough because Beans had some clutch rounds, but I'm going to go CleanX because of impact, just huge plays that he was making. I mean, Jay was just talking about it. The 2 Ps he got in the back of P2, like answering the call there, massive. The end of the game, the heroic effort. Like, CleanX is just that guy for this team.
Let's take a look at some of the best plays from CleanX and Beans throughout this game number 4. This was close for a few moments, and we were talking about it in the green room. When LAG is up, what's happening? Priesta is slaying. And what weapon is in his hands on Skyline?
Yeah, it's SMG. It does feel like when they have the 3 SMGs out and Priesta's kind of being aggressive, they're just finding way more success. They're a tough one to gauge, man, because I know you're talking about the control. Like,
I guess I asked Ant, like right before we came live, I was like, when was the last time there was a team that was good in control and not good in another mode? Like just control. I can't think of another time. They're 5-2 in control, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to remember. I honestly feel like that's never happened. And that's why I feel like you don't panic if you're the Guerrillas mates, because
we put stock in control because that's like that's a really like big team mode. And like I talked about this on Camera Joe before. Like, you know, usually when you look through the stats of a team like 1-8 where they're in position, or 1-12, whatever, their hardpoint rank and their S&D rank usually it's kind of all over the place where people are, but usually control-wise is pretty much straight down the line. Like, it's been like that historically for whatever reason it has. So yeah, seeing them like 5-2 and then there's like not good anything else, only 1-1. Yeah, does it give me faith, or is it like the weirdest thing ever? I don't know, man.
It was bound to happen at some point. But like in this series, you look at it as just Toronto. Every time there was a huge rotation or a break that needed to be had, they were there to do it. I mean, even despite when Kismet hits the underground route, they find 2 kills. It's a 4v2. Instantly, Beans finds 3 to just give them control once again.
Those key moments, you had a player from Toronto always stepping up. It felt like LAG was just 2 steps behind, and they will find themselves in that bottom bracket to start things off in Madrid.
I think Kiz's face there said it all. He just stood up and went, like, it's gotta be frustrating. Even we're talking about with control. Like, I think they have to feel like we're close.
I would. I mean, you're losing so
close, bro. But like, you got to be good at 1 hardpoint or search. I mean, it's 4 or 5. It can't just be control. And it's not like they just haven't looked great in either. Like,
they're not good enough to earn our scuff play of the game either, Maven. Let's take a look at this thing. It belongs to Toronto. It's Beans popping 40 of them.
I think Beans might be one of my favorite gamer tags.
Joe Deceives, I lied. Let's take a look at
Oh, big Joey D. Joe Deceives, man, he is out there just having fun, taking names, an absolute monster on the map. And I think, like, he is one of the better storylines individually the past couple of years. I think just like the Thieves team last year is one of the better storylines we had all of last year. Just you lose your superstar roster, you come in with that, and the way they improved, and he was a big part of that late in the year. It's been a very feel-good story for him. I think, I don't know, I just like feel good for him that he's now got a shot. He's on like a real, okay, granted, that Thieves team like really made a run last year, but this is different. Yeah. This is a much better team.
We've seen some vault performances last 2 days, man. Purge, Joe Deceives, guys taking over.
I just saw they had 2 performers dropping 40. Joe in that first hardpoint, Beans in the second one. Is this the best team in hardpoint right now? Who else can compete at that level with Toronto?
I mean, I think Thieves still, you want to argue it. We need to see it once again. But prior to the minor, Thieves were insane in hardpoint, like rolling teams. So I think Thieves, Optic, I mean, you could put Toronto in that discussion after this performance, potentially.
Toronto, they are riding the ship. They look like one of the scariest teams on protocol. Their only weakness today, control.
Yeah, sure.
Moving forward, though, we are going to have an interview, hopefully, with one of the players and 2 more epic battles. LA Thieves versus Optic Texas is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
No, he's mid-desk, laying down mid-desk. The long desk, snaking the long desk.
Nice play. Good
Let's go, Clay. Let's go, Clay.
Ran at him, bro.
Yeah, you should have. With the Vaz, for sure.
All good.
Where's this? I'm on top. He's got to be backside.
Dead.
Nice. Maybe backside side. I'm trying side.
Nice. Come on. Get up. Hey, we got that. Orange challenge, bro. Go. Let's go. Holy shit. Oh, he's gonna clutch up there.
Boys.
Oh. My fault.
You're better. You're f***ing better, bro.
I went to like vault door, I think. I've seen this, bro.
Oh my god. He's in vault.
Hey, Meadows.
You're so much better.
Bomb.
Oh my god!
Holy
Hello?
Let's go. You're the
I'll just
best.
pull them real quick. Holy yo! Yobi! Yobi!
Back him, make it on the plays. It's Crim 6. The curse has been broken. The dynasty has been cemented. They are the greatest roster in Call of Duty history. Optic Gaming are officially the Call of Duty World League champions.
steals the record for most kills dropped in a single match. It's 115, and it's Gwyn.
On the collapse, he gets the angle, he gets the kill. His series continues. Gwyn's here.
Yeah, this is his place. Double headshot, 7 in a row.
He is taking over. Maybe he's just trying to end the Rookie of the Year conversation. Just put himself back in front with just a dominant performance here. Time to go. TJ gonna drop. One has fallen. Second will drop as well. They collapse. Oh, on Gwyn! Of course it's on Gwyn! One player left. Hunts it, finds it. Gwyn seals the deal with a record-setting series for Gwyn. Gwyn is different.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
It's the match we've been waiting for since we saw the graphic. It is LA Thieves taking on Optic. Texas Nameless, we got a little sample of this at the end of last week, and we were all pumped up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hyped for this. I mean, we look at the Shotzi versus Hydra matchup. We can't wait to get into this one. And, you know, for me, coming into this, I look at Thieves and I'm like, I feel like they're the team we know the least about. We haven't seen them too much. They got 2 game modes. They're still up in the air in Search and Destroy and Control. And we're going to learn so much in this match.
What are you excited about?
Just the matchup in general. I mean, especially since they came back and they looked a little bit flat after the break. You know, didn't have as much to work on going into it. People probably traveling to see friends and family over the holiday. Came back and seemed a little bit rusty against a FaZe team that's making a run, right?
AKA lazy.
Maybe, yeah. They might have got lazy. You know, Nate was pissed, and we're going to see, you know, if they kind of flip the switch. And then for Optic, I just, you know, I said the same stuff last year, but like I haven't been all that impressed with their showings. You know, they've been playing some weaker teams and not exactly blowing them out, but that's kind of been their MO, and then they turn up at LAN. So this is a test, though. This is one where you need to come out. Both teams are be giving their all. You got Titans on both sides of it. These are just the fun ones to watch and cast. They just are, man.
LA Thieves have a loss. That, of course, came in the minor, though. So they're putting their undefeated record on the line here. Number 2 versus an Optic Texas squad that ranks at number 3. They looked really good going into the minor and also fell short to Carolina.
Well, this is one where, like, I think Hook has come in and, listen, he's, like, filled in as well as he could. It's going to be hard to fill in for a player like Pred and the run they went on last year, obviously. He had very big shoes to fill. He's been doing great, but this is the kind of matchup, like, does he maybe get exposed a little bit slotting into this team when you play somebody like Thieves and they're so good top to bottom? That's kind of what I'm wondering.
That's the concern, right? And we've seen Thieves have some close hard points, but we've also seen them absolutely roll teams, 100-point club them, right? And, you know, that's when you look at it in the sub duo, you're like, Hook's going to have to fry in this match once again. Like, you need him. What we saw in the last match, Hook gets activated, you saw how much better Optic.
Yeah. No, he's played really well, but, like, it's just sometimes you have matches where people get disappear. This isn't one of them. Like, everyone's got to perform.
I have no concerns about Hook. After watching him recently, after talking to him in the winner's circle, the man's playing with a whole new level of confidence. Shotzi's saying he's more comfortable than he was playing with Pred at times. And when you called him out last match, he dropped 42 on Vault to open things up. He was plus 22 at one point in that game. Yeah. So I think Optic is rolling. On the other side, Thieves are the team I have a big question mark on because they did not show up to the minor. How much better can you get in 1 week?
I'm concerned about these because, I mean, I'm looking at it. They have 0 reps on Hasi, Proto, or Red Card Search and Destroy, right? We don't know how good they are at Control, like 3-2 in their matches that they've had. They just haven't played a ton of maps or matches, like 5 matches, have 1 loss, and obviously they look sluggish coming out of the break. So for Thieves, I think they need to answer a lot of questions here. And you got your team owner coming out and questioning your guys' work ethic, and we haven't even went to a major yet.
Yeah.
We have to talk about those types of things, especially when you have a roster you're paying top dollar for. So for them, there's added pressure in this matchup, not only because they haven't been performing, but because it's against Optic.
Yes, that, and like, this is a team where, like, you have a lot of personality that can clash, and I think if they're winning, it becomes very easy. Like, you get along, you have fun, you're frying. They start to lose a bit, that's when I get worried. So you'd like that to not start early?
Time to make our picks official. Let's lock them in. Judge Maven ready to rule. He is going to... You know what? I would like to go with Optic Texas today. Is that okay with you?
I'll let it go.
Thank you, sir.
It's cringe, bro. Do I have to pick now?
You do.
You know, no matter what you say, I'm flipping this.
I'm going LA Thieves. Got him.
Oh, the crayons I broke the crayon box.
Shotzi, I got Texas, baby.
Wait, did you just bait me into swapping it?
Trap, bro.
Where did you pull that out from? We look good, though. Look at us.
Got some props, brother. Yeah, can I see you?
Miles and Chance, take the stage.
I jumped him. The fist bump killed me. All right, we got props where everything's going to be a good series. No doubt about it. I'm running with Puckett, though, here. I think the question mark's over the Thieves. They didn't have a good time at -1. Will they have a good time now, chance against a squad like Optic, who are, let's face it, red hot?
Am I the only one that's flabbergasted? Like, the fans picked the Thieves. Is that real? How is this calculated? I've never seen a fan vote in my entire, like, casting timeline, like a decade now, where Optic isn't the fan choice. So, supposedly, that's what I'm told, but I think there might be shenanigans. I'm calling conspiracy, but whatever the fans think, I know it is going to be a fun one, an absolute treat to behold. It's starting off on Hacienda. You couldn't ask for anything more.
Well, we have a triple-decker Hacienda. This is going to be great. It's the bun and it's the goods on the inside, so this is going to be a fantastic showing. And again, we haven't seen Hacienda control from the Thieves yet. A lot of learnings here, folks. Thieves, though, hardpoint, 2 losses in a row for a squad that started things off, you know, nearly impeccable. I mean, admittedly, that was on Rewind, and that feels like a lifetime ago, but now, let's see what they got. 7-3 overall. One of the stronger teams in the respawn mode. Hacienda will put them to the test. Let's do this, folks. Thieves, Optic Texas. Yeah.
Hey, for what it's worth, Miles, by the way, apparently a less than 2% difference in the fan vote. So LA Thieves just get the slight bump. We'll see how they handle the opening break. Team kill rolls through, but you have dominated the top hallways. But looks like Optic, they've said you can have the hallways. We'll take the time. Hook already soaking.
I'd put that on a hoodie, no joke. Early time here for Optic. Texas, Scrap cleaned up. Open side of the map's gonna be safe and sound. Ghosty takes on his old teammate Dashi. Is trying to get these boys off of the hard point. Maven said no one's allowed to disappear in this matchup, and I completely agree. We'll see if anyone's gonna go quietly into this Hacienda. Nice shots out of Shotzi. Wow. Strides his way into a 2-piece.
All right, this is one of those games where you're trying to vie to be the best player in the game when you have 2 top teams getting after it. Shotzi obviously gets a ton of gas. He's been gassing up players like Dashi, saying this is the man with the crown. And looking at the minimap, LA Thieves, well, they got the back spawn secured, but once again, they do not have the time. And you have Optic with a perfect P1. You gotta break this one down, and Envoy might just be this guy. Happy birthday. Welcome to Shotzi's land, though. He's got the Lambo, he's got the heady, and he had a little bit of gold.
Yeah, he did. 2 kills to his name now. Helps his boys get into the fight. Kenny's in from the hip, finds 1. He's still trying to keep this pressure up. Dashy's got to go huge. Has to find him a lot here, but it's the birthday boy right back at it on the slide. Shotzi through lobby. No thank you. 30 seconds to go on P2, and the Thieves an iron grip.
Oh, good reads on the spawns as well. The instant that Shotzi spawns up in the back. I saw Scrap's head turn on a swivel, but you might have read it at the start. You don't read it in the end, and that is the break that Optic were looking for. Granted, only for 15 seconds to Scrap, but for how much emphasis the LA Thieves just put on that time, they did not walk away with a good chunk. Optic will have a 40-point lead going into new, and with that kill from Dashi delivering them, at least the spawns for the early time, you got Scrap and Envoy trying to hold it down.
Chelsea's route through the middle of the map is paying off. There we go, hard point. Can we get any more kills? Answer is so nearly. Wow. Hook now gets to the fight a little late. Plenty of tagged up players. Presence there for the Thieves on the inside of Tin. Now Ghosty and Hydra find their kills. Pushing on out, creating some space. Hoop on the reposition, finding at least 1. Ghosty, nice hold. The Thieves have done a great job in handling this push from Optic.
Get Ghosty ripping and rolling, and he's going to be able to get this trade as well. Actually, that is a little bit of teamwork coming through, but clean shots from the Optic boys nonetheless, just to take down Ghosty. But as far as the time goes, LA Thieves, I mean, they handled it incredibly well. They were a little late on the rotation, and they still walk away with the majority of the time. And of course, staying ahead of the rotation is LA Thieves. They get bodies to new first. Dashi, he might be around and pick up an extra kill, but it is 3 players set up around this new time. Trying to break this down with an AR is a tough task indeed. He's waiting for his teammates, but they're getting cut down along the way, and a perfect hold thus far, and both sides pushed out. This is prime time right now for Thieves.
Will Optic read this? Well, they nearly do. Ashy's pistol works out on the inside of Garage. Now it rules the hard point. Thieves on the turtle up. They do their best job to take care of those. Oh, wow, the pinch hello from Kenny. That's huge. Through the front, Hugh finds his way in. Dashy gets his. It's a clean sweep and a perfect pickup for the Optic Texas boys.
And there is nothing more important than timing in Call of Duty. And as you called out, Miles, Kenny had it down to a T. He goes on the pinch, making sure he doesn't get caught by a spawner, and he even kills the right guy. So it's not just the flank routes that are important. It's the timing of when you strike, and Optical utilize that 40-point lead going into new, and I'd say LA Thieves have been a little better on the rotation front, but the P1 from Optic was dominant. They're looking to try to set the same thing up again, but goes to be the first man in time. Hook doesn't want to let it happen, getting active on a 4 spree.
Yeah, way active, man. He's styling. We saw him running in aims a moment ago. Now he's on a 4 spree. Kenny, the precision of a Swiss clock. Can't get a second. Shots though from Hook again, keeping his spree rolling. Shots into the hard point at 14 and 9 as well. Don't forget that. Dashy solid as a rock, out by rock. And the rest of the map is mostly covered by Optic players. They got the feed, they got the time, they got it all.
This is complete just P1 dominance as well. I mean, they got 42 seconds on P1 just off the opening break, and maybe not 42 the second go around, but they just cleared up the spawns. Dashy continues to have the best pistol shot in the game. Certainly in the conversation, maybe just him and Simp in that category, but the P1 has been dominant. LA Thieves prioritizing this rotation so much to attack those back spawns, but it's a different mini-map this time. Now you got Hook in the back, and his spree continues 7 in a row. Cruise missile in control, and you got Scrap not shooting back.
Absolutely slow one here from Scrap. 4 and 13. He's getting beaten up. Finally get himself some momentum. Over to Kenny though, taking care of business in the backline. Shotsy there backing him up as well. So the backside is all good. Towards the front side of the hard point, you're in. Stacking it up. Zig, full coverage. Hook still on an absolute tear. Let's go for listening with Optic Texas.
They gotta go front, bro. I've all back. I've all left. One shot. Yeah, I gotta go front. I've all left. Get the back. I'm getting the back. That's fine. I've all left. Get the back. I get the back. Let's upside it. Closing us, right? Flip this time, bro. Let's get time. Yeah. I have a streak for next. Okay, that's fine. Pick a starter. Get this first go. I'm playing the open then. This side close. Alright, top back close. I might get it. Nice, good shit, Kyler. Alright. Alright, pockets on this bomb back up. I'm trying to leave it. Yeah, I have a house storm.
Yeah, me too. One guy's top. Oh my fuck.
Yo, when you got streak? I'm a streak.
Yo, one guy's outer fence.
I'm streaking from open. I'm waiting for you to streak it.
Yo, top you, weak. Go see.
Okay, top you on time, going 10. Another guy's top part. Top you, not telling me. Top you, silver. Go see.
One guy's in 10. Scrap.
Top you, one shot. Him in
the back.
I see it, Tom.
Scrap 10.
You're close to one is
Yep, alright,
We're
last guy.
I'm walking. In our top part. That's me, Funk. Top part. Me one shot, Funk. Top part. Go, Funk. You and me, bro. You and me.
Yep.
You. All you. They gotta be secret.
I have top plat.
I have all the fences. Yep. Let me. Okay, you should. There's one across.
Top you going plat.
That's on the back, maybe.
Every more you.
Going plat?
I will. Buddy. One shot.
It might be a perfect finish. Yeah, got off the point for a second. Optic Texas, this is an absolute destructive performance. Obliteration. The LA Thieves have scarcely spawned in. Scrap is still sitting on 5 kills. 87 seconds to their name. The rotation is on. The Thieves are in chance, but for how long? The nuke is on his way. And Shotsy, this is it. The final nail. Woo-hoo-hoo! Hydra wins it.
This is nuts. And I mean, how many cruise missiles have we had, or Hellstorms rather? This is number 3 that I've seen get dropped in. This is an utterly dominant hard point, and Scrap just average less kills than hills we had in the game. Don't know what was going on with him, but his Twitter fingers have been crazy. Trigger finger slacking.
Wow, well, we may have not seen as devastating a performance of this caliber of team maybe in COD history. Optic Texas just turned the LA Thieves inside out. That is a 1-0, folks. Do not adjust your sets. We're going to have a look at the game time, the in-game time of that opening map. That was really ugly.
Yeah, LA Thieves speed run any percent. Optic now top of the leaderboards on that front. Clean and efficient gameplay. And I mean, quite frankly, the P1s were as good as it gets off the break and on the rotation. That might have been where they had sort of the biggest gaps in time. But obviously, in the kills column, you got all 4 players positive. Great hill time all the way around from Optic. And Kenny more or less got to put his feet up because there was never any problems on the map. 3 different hellstorms that were earned amongst the various Optic Texas members. I mean, you could not ask for a better game plan at all. As good as it gets, LA Thieves, welcome to the 100-point club.
22-9 from Hook. We asked him to not shy away. No one was allowed to vanish quietly into this map, and anything but for the Optic Texas boys. As loud and as devastating a performance as they could put on superstars. These legends, these Astartes absolutely put forward Optic Texas will on Hacienda, and no one answered that. Unbelievable first map.
Yeah, and everybody in this lobby absolutely locked in as well, even for the brief listening we had with Optic. I mean, they're on point, super heads up on the rotation. It's always just good news when you get to hear the calls. Yeah, no, I have a Hellstorm too. This is going to be perfect for the break and really could do no wrong. You mentioned Kenny's stat line. I mean, he went, what, 15 and 13, more or less his feet up, but the one opportunity maybe LA Thieves had to accrue any substantial time on that P4, they had the full setup, had both sides pushed out, and just a well-timed flank from Kenny there to break it down. So when you needed the good plays from Optic, they delivered. When you needed them just to slay, they delivered that too. And I know Puckett said he was incredibly confident in Hook, and I could see exactly why. Him and Shotzi, an absolute feast. They just had themselves on Hasi.
I understand the players are all playing from the same facility as well. And yeah, Scrap, surprise. Hydra, wildly disappointed, I think. That was an incredibly frustrating map for the Thieves. Kenny's pinch was so good out by that rock hard point. It stopped me mid-sentence when I realized what was happening. And I was like, this is the play of the game. Like, that was absolutely it. To pick up those 2 players on flank, we saw a couple of good looks there, but I mean, after P4, that was it. Game over. Optic run away with it. 75 all the way to 96. A true flatline there from the Thieves. See you later, Hacienda. I'm not sure we're going to be going the distance on this one, but red card, search and destroy, a moment of reprieve, a moment to sort of reset and hopefully catch your breath for the LA Thieves. Search and destroy has not been a bad game move for them whatsoever, but we're going to have to see something very, very special in this matchup, given the pace, tone, and overall energy that Optic have just brought to map 1.
And, you know, they're going to carry into the red card, too, because they do have some experience on this map. While the 2 S&D maps we have in the series, LA Thieves, we haven't seen them play on it at all. And just to backtrack for a second, the game flow chart we just had, I've never even thought about this stat as like a thing, but I think Optic just averaged like 45 seconds on every single hill that they just played. So that was as close to a perfect game as you could have.
Yeah, absolutely. Kills as well. But we'll be taking a look at some more stats, folks, as we get ourselves ready to get into Search and Destroy. And this is it. Hydra versus Shotzi. 2 incredibly different players. I know there's been a lot of discussion around this, but I mean, Shotzi far more, I mean, influential, I think, when it comes to wins. Hydra is a stone cold killer. Not so much in Search and Destroy chance. Let's face it, 0.7. That is not ideal. The opening win duelers as well. I mean, Shotzi is a much more cerebral player. He's the guy putting himself in difficult positions to be killed, to find those kills, you name it. Optic Texas, we're going to see those 2 players second in from the left. We'll watch those with a very, very keen eye as we now get ourselves into red card. Will the Thieves have the resolve? Do they have the strong mental game to bounce back after that brutal loss in map 1?
Well, considering both of these teams are on a loss spree in S&D at the moment, either one will be happy to get the momentum back. But those stats, I think, do tell a story. Shotzi might be the most well-rounded player we have in Call of Duty. He is just a Swiss Army knife. He's got the incredibly deep tool set. Hydra has consistently had these periods, every single Call of Duty title, where he has slumps in S&D and has to go and figure it out. So he's currently in the slump stage of things, and Hydra certainly, or obviously, a superstar player cannot continue to have poor performances, certainly not against a team like this. Opening break, though, Ghosty strikes for the first blood. That's what LA Thieves needed to have happen.
I think it was a 3-man hail of gunfire there. No one was getting out of that one. Shots of Scrap. Scrap's gonna try to keep him at bay, suppressed, keep him on the inside, send anybody in there to get a different angle. Ghosty, oh, saw him for a moment. Quick back on up, A-bomb plant. Under all that noise, and here comes a wall of red players. Here come the Thieves on the retake.
Gotta kill Shotzi. Info on one. He plays for the second man first and just gets caught on the mantle to help. Too quick there for LA Thieves and Scrap. He's shooting back now, able to pick up 2. It's Hoop for the clutch and such a tough spot to be in. It does not last. Scrap making up for that hard point performance. Strikes in the round.
Yeah, well done. Scrap able to put himself just behind that sort of pallet of beer, I presume. Keep himself safe from that and not a easy angle from Hoog. And swaps over to give somebody else the defuse. Again, helping out on that journey towards streaks. Quick point count there towards the end. What are you at? What are you at? I'm at this, you're at that. You get the defuse. Streaks again on this map, very helpful.
And even trophies as well, right? And S&D does take a decent bit of time to actually accrue them, so it really does alter the way that rounds get played. You have to keep track of it as well, and the top pro teams absolutely do. Counting trophies constantly, keeping track of not just theirs, but their opponents. That just means the rounds are going to be a little bit slow because you got to dodge the pre-nades. Ghosty and Scrap, no showing here. Maybe waiting for a Shotzi to fly into him, but looking at the mini-map, no mistakes being made. Shotzi is aggressive, but inside a ticket.
One void. Howdy. Over the top. Shotzi's easy win into the first. Hydra trying to pick up. Can't catch him out. Gets there a little late. Turns it into a clean 1v1. Doesn't take any damage either, so that's fantastic looks there. Thieves rolling with a great amount of momentum after that previous round win. Hoog's been staggered. He's been pushed back. Here we go. Hydra sends it towards the bomb site. Try to get bodies in these corners. Hoog's on the defense. Brought down again. Dashy now. Turns it into a 2v2.
And he's waiting for Kenny as well. Kenny had a well-timed pinch in the respawn. Now he's going to be working in search as well. And as the bomb gets planted, he's here. Scrap going to back down. And Ghosty hops off bomb. And you got Dashy as the backup man. Kenny gets traded. Here's the 1v1.
He's going to send it with a knife. I don't hate it. Oh! What a 1v1 that was. We playing Halo? Damn shoulders. The strafe on this.
I mean, that's one of the worst played 1v1s there from Scrap. Just
All
awkward
time.
with the punch and then Dashy. Windy?
Oh, yes. The AC in that room is set to strong.
Oh my God. That is the ugliest gunfight those two players have had in their entire COD careers.
Two of the best shots we've ever seen in COD. Put that on an NFT. I don't know. I've run out of words. LA Thieves up by 2.
Yeah, that's not great. Scrap, though, is on a 4 spree. So, again, bouncing back from the hard point performance. And now this is the first blood that's going to come quick. Don't know who's going to grab it. Scrap's able to get it. Trades rolling through, though, and Optic come out on top. You still need to shut down Scrap, though. 5-0. And they'll be creeping up on a cruise as well. But Shotzi, Hook, and Dashy, at least 2 of those players running together. But Scrap might just be able to find a free pick here. No, Hook backs him down.
Well, if he gets that pick, then he's got the same amount of kills as he had in the hard point. So good for you, Scrap. You've turned it around. Damn, Ghosty, big win. Shotzi was in an outstanding spot there. 2v2 bomb down. Here we go.
This is just going to be one of those maps where I'm not going to be able to predict any gunfight.
Nope. Nope.
Good luck with this one. As far as the situation goes, advantage right now from Optic in the 2 versus 2. LA Thieves have not taken a great deal of space. Now you get Dashy up top, eyes on one.
Ah, he was so close to it.
Those are the shots we're used to.
Ah, dear. Ghosty makes it now 1v1, 15 seconds to go. Hoog's got himself a sweet spot deep at the back of the map. Not enough time for the defuse, not enough time for the kill either. Hoog's going to be there to guarantee it. Nice little wallbang there through the goal. And he might go down. He goes down with the shit. You'll take it. A little smirk from Hoog there. Just to absolutely guarantee it, but I don't think he was on a spree or anything, so absolutely fine. Nice work, though. Good search so far.
This is a combination of maybe they're too locked in. Like, not even paying any attention to that giant exploding bomb, just full tunnel vision into it. It doesn't matter because you get the round win, but this is a bit of a mixy S&D at the very least. Red card is delivering.
We get, anything for the win, no matter what it takes. You put yourself on the line every round. 3-1 split here for the Thieves. Avoid the low man over by B. A lot of noise to him on the map. Trophies, everything. A lot of lethals now being thrown. And Kenny managed to dodge them all. Fragmentation doesn't make it through those bushes. Over to B we go.
Well, this is just an intel play for Hook. He's wanting to get a freebie on somebody running past. Looking at the mini-map, you assume a trade will roll through. Who's going to be the first of all, or do they just check it? Yeah, you do the same thing as Shotzzy round 1. The adjustment gets made, and this will be a 2v4 for Kenny and Shotzzy if they could pull it off.
Kenny will be the first man in. Shotzi's making sure there's no shenanigans on the flank. But Kenny, he's going to be doing this fight alone for the longest of time. Shotzi gets going. Kenny's doing the best he can to draw the aggression, draw the guns away from the window, because here comes Shotzi. In we go from the hip. Can't get a second. Unbelievable tags. And Kenny brought down in the pinch as well. A magnificent attempt. The Thieves take it though.
Yeah, really good try from Shotzzy, but unfortunately just not enough, man. If Kenny gets that first kill on Hydra, maybe he's able to turn in time and trade off a one-shot kill, but you saw Kenny, he got 4 tags in there with Hydra, but with the aims, unless you get the headshots, you need 1 more. So Hydra, just the right gun for the job. Easier for the SMGs up close, and again, well played just to get the bloods there from LA Thieves. So first look we've seen from them on red card, and maybe with the extra little bit of intel that they have on Optic playing the map, taking care of business thus far. First bloods have been very impactful. Shotzzy will be making moves to see if he can collect an extra one, but that's a heavy ticket stack. He's going to get tagged up and gunned down on the cross. Trades rolling through. 2 players stacked up in there from LA Thieves. They get out of dodge. Kenny trying to keep him trapped, but Kenny can't find a kill.
Bro, we're not aiming for the truck. The RC car was certainly aiming for Kenny. 2v2. Back over to the bomb site. We're slowing things right down. Optic Texas has got himself an opportunity to get the plant down, but as soon as that thing starts ticking, Hydra's going to come on in kicking.
They're talking about the child. They know he's in the corner. Try it together. And they got him. No one falls. This will leave Scrap in a 1 versus 2, and this is a round that Optic desperately need.
Dashy's on the hunt for Scrap. He's not holding the bomb site alongside Hook here. And will it pay off? It will not. 1v1. Gunning it ready for Hook. Not picking a corner. Going for the front line. Is he going to send it now? He is. He's going for the kill. He's been heard. He has been dealt with. Hook leaves nothing to fate. Takes the round in his own hands.
I don't know who the scariest player is in like a 1v1 bomb down situation, but like in time, it might be. Just because when you hear the call out of who am I playing against, it just officially becomes unpredictable what's about to happen.
Yeah,
I think
100%.
most players in the league, even when they get scrapped 1 shot, just go, I'm going to sit on one of the best headies in the game near bomb, not take any risk. Who goes, you're weak, you're going to die. So he'll get after it. And Optic, again, the round that they absolutely needed to win, they got it. Keeping things close. And of course for Kenny, still on that donut cam.
Let's see how we go this round. Kenny's going to be the man over by A. Might have taken a hit there. Hard to tell. And this is the classic look we've seen on red card quite a few times. You throw all your gear towards A and you double back over towards B. But the bad news is Shotzi's here. The great news is you've killed him.
And
does that mean you go back over towards A?
I mean, they've done it a few times. LA Thieves just waiting for like a flank to roll through. So they're playing off Shotzzy. And getting an advantage in a round like this should be good to go. Kenny, he'll be the front man up edges, getting some intel. Shots being exchanged, and he's challenging, and he is dying. Former teammate taking his head.
Goes he pushed on up, makes it a 1v4 for Hook. And again, similar situation where the bomb's down, like, where's he going to be? I don't know. we're going to put every possible gun up we can. Look at those arrows. There is an element of fear. They saw glass, they heard glass, now they know. Do you surround him? Do you wait it out? What do you do? Good shots out of Scrap. Thieves starting to walk away with a red card.
Yeah, easy reads as well. Again, just playing off Shotzzy. Even for Shotzzy and Hook switch up spots inside a ticket, they play the same corner, and Thieves are able to read that for the first blood as well. So it's just a clinical effort. And Scrap, again, bounce back performance. Nothing wrong with his controller. 10 kills already in this S&D. And we're not that deep into it, potentially only at that halfway point. So he is having himself an absolute map. And of course, for whoever's making the IGL play calls for Thieves have been on point as well. I see Envoy chatting up a little bit for this round on the defensive end. You got Ghosty, lone man over towards the B zone. You got number 3 on the map, Envoy, working through mid, maybe waiting for a ticket push to roll through, and the other 2 players posted over towards this A site. So a standard defensive setup right now. They're setting traps, waiting for Optic to fall into.
So, Optic is slowly but surely taking back these sections of the map in their approach towards the A-bomb site. Moving as 1. Scrap sitting at 10-3. Again, folks, he's working on trying to double up his hardpoint performance. Historic series already. Kenny 0-6. Might walk into this one. Here we go. He gets it. Kenny finds 2. Hydra now makes it a 2v1.
This would be for the ace for Ken if he can clutch it. And again, around where Optic, almost a necessity for them to win it. And Kenny can't step up to the plate. Gun down immediately. Hydra, nice little cruddy corner down underneath that ladder, and they take care of business. And we talk about the trophies, by the way, how important they can be. Scrap can't get away with that spot if he doesn't have a trophy covering him, or else that nade lands on top of him and gives away that intel. So Scrap just knowing, hey, I'm allowed to be a bit more aggressive. He gets great intel on Shotzzy, and then just in prime position for the 2-piece. And don't get me wrong, has to hit elite shots to make it happen and connect on Dashy, but Scrap takes care of business. And he is quite literally twice the player in S&T right now than he was on map 1, but that is exactly what you expect out of him.
Desperate to get that kind of performance. But Optic and Texas have been slowed down here on red card. Starting to feel themselves. Map point for the Thieves to tie it all up. They're going towards B. Hydra goes right in a Shotzzy. And what a 2-piece! That's the submachine gun players of the Thieves down and out.
On that switch up, different spot, different readjustments, and maybe keeping that door closed just to be extra nerdy. And Ghosty, yeah, final stand. He'll be there to fall. Shotzzy just winning you the round single-handedly. And that has been a theme of this game. Maybe 3 or 4 different rounds that we have had just get decided about what happens with Shotzzy's play on the map. If Thieves contain it, they get the dub. If Shotzzy pops off, well, then the play is made, but still a pretty sizable lead here from LA Thieves. Still just 1 round away from tying this series up.
We check the resolve now, the Optic boys. Kenny spitting the play call there. We're committing towards A by the looks of things. Trophy check. I don't know how many are going to be there. RC right through the middle. Wait a minute. This could be big. It's pump the brakes. Kenny's trying to find it with a wall bang. It's not going to happen just yet. And this is huge intel. And Kenny doesn't fall for it twice. There we go.
And you take so long, by the way, that all the LA Thieves players were able to wrap back over towards A. So 1 RC car is enough to slow the entire push down and kill that play call. Now you got to adjust.
Scrap back it again from the bomb site. Shotzzy on the wrap. Shotzzy on the wrap finds the first blood. Can't stay alive for much longer, though. Brucey on B. A quick dance. Will his AR strike true at close range this time round? Oh, man, he guesses wrong on Envoy. Welcome to the House of Horrors. Hook, the team's hopes are now on your shoulders. Bomb recovered. Will be able to plant for A, but he has failed thus far to defend this site, especially alone.
This is going to be a tough one, too. He doesn't really plant for one side of the map. He's going to just take the fight to him. He's going to have to get a 2-piece here.
No lethals, no tacticals, nothing but gunny, and Envoy delivers it. Scrap, I don't know how well you are at lip reading, folks, but I got a lot of that. And there we go. After map 1, a interesting decline from Optic Texas. The Thieves bounce back in an emphatic fashion. We're all tied up 1-1.
That map did just have a little bit of everything, right? And we talked about sort of this battle for best player in the game. Dashy's been getting some gas, but how about that 1v1 between him and Scrap, where Scrap starts by throwing a punch to nothing, and a haymaker that connects with air still wins it. And how important that round could have been from Optic, because they needed a little bit extra LA Thieves, they just had the reads so consistently every time. The First Bloods were going to be on point and a necessary bounce back after the 100-point club. Hacienda Control, looking forward to getting into it. Swing game mode, Miles. It's going to deliver.
We're swinging. We're really swinging. I mean, look at that oscillation there from 96 to 6-3. Well, we've seen it all, folks. A 1v1 for the absolute ages, Desk. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that of two players of that caliber.
Hello.
It's good to see y'all.
Hey, guys.
So handsome with that tall hair.
Look at those beards. I want to run my fingers through them.
Impressive. Let's talk a little bit about these video games we saw. And before we get into it, can you do me a favor? Just grab that clip, send it to Bruce, send it to Scrap on Twitter. Just everyone in the chat right now, grab the clip, just send it to him, the 1v1.
Yeah,
Let's continue, though, because you got boppity-bopped if you're LA Thieves. Out of the gates, 250 to 96. You don't even break 100 points. Then you bounce back, and Scrappy starts with a 5 spree.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, we were in the green room and we're like, did Scrap really have 5? He ended on 6 kills in the hard point? Like, that was pretty unbelievable. You just don't see that from a player like Scrap. And then we were all sort of chatting, like, well, is he going to bounce back? Superstars bounce back. And he does. He has the same amount of kills through 2 rounds, which was unbelievable. But our first conversation was, I was kind of saying, like, Hook and this Optic team, when you talk about hard point, like, are they really going to be able to bring it? Are they going to step it up? Is he going to be exploited, or is he going to really turn up? And, dude, they came out with some passion, which is what I wanted to see out of this Optic team, bro.
Yeah, and I can't wait to get into the John conclusions, talk about how good they are at hardpoint right now. But you know,
were impressed. You were like lighting up, bro. You're all excited. Chris, like, ooh, Ant's excited.
Because there's levels. There's levels to this. And then, you know, in the search and destroy, I mean, we're going to go back to like the momentum swing. It was definitely that 1v1. I mean, Scrap, like you said, doubling up his kills coming into the search and destroy is just a wild thought, like from hardpoint to search. And then, you know, later on in this, you know, coming into the series, Thieves were last in the league in First Bloods. You have Hydra and Envoy, you're last in the league in First Bloods. We didn't get the official stats at the end of this map, but I mean, it just had to be better, right? So it's just quick little things that they can focus in on to improve their search and destroy. And this one looked so much better for them, and now the momentum's back in their favor.
Optic a little bit messy on red card. Let's take a look, though, at the 1v1 with comp. Shout out to Joe, you legend. Give it to us.
No, don't my bad. I don't know, we're still there. And take it, and take it. Yo, ping Brandon. Oh my god! Come on, my bad, bro. I just scammed. You're the best. Bro, I meant to sneak, bro. Oh my.
That's all you can do.
They all get to watch the kill cam.
He panic meleeed as he came out and then just...
I mean, all you can do is laugh.
Literally a hose got loose, bro.
He won it. He won it.
We both lost full. It is what it is.
Big shout out to Joe, our replay op. Got that in less than 5 minutes for us. It's time to draw some conclusions, though, because this next game's about to kick off.
Yeah, let's talk about the hardpoint. I believe you asked me a question, who's the best hardpoint team?
Yes, who is the best hardpoint team?
Yeah, I mean, it's Atlanta or Optic for me at this point in time, and we just saw some big reasons why. So let's jump into this Hacienda. This is Lambo P2, where they run away with the game. And let's jump into the mini-map, okay? So this is rotation here. They pick up a couple kills on rotation. You see number 8, number 7, right? But what they do here is just so special. So Hook's gonna rotate over here to watch like the cross if any players are trying to push through. Okay, and then you got a teammate here watching the back. So like you're leaving up, there's no timings, right? Hook has the cross, they come through here. If one already slipped by, you have a player picking that up. And then you have somebody picking up this guy's pinch, right? So this is all happening in real time. They're coordinating this. And then afterwards, as they're picking up this scrap, this is Shotzi doing what he does best. He's gonna just pinch through old and re-pinch these guys in case Hook or his teammate that was watching the back lost a gunfight. Look at the mini-map and watch how this plays out. You got Kenny watching the pinch front. You got 2 players in the back making sure that there is no timings being happening here. And then you're gonna wrap back, pick up the kill, instantly reposition yourself to the back of your Hook, playing off this, trying to get information. And now this is the last part I want you guys to peek. This is Shotzi picking up, re-pinching it. Like, this is beautiful. These are plays other teams are not making, picking up everybody's timings, leaving nothing up to question, and then you secure 60 points immediately off this blow the game wide open. So Optic in a very good spot right now in hardpoint communication-wise, but also execution.
Understanding what they need to do and then getting it done. Optic looking clean, but then they kind of fall apart in the search and destroy. Are you worried about this series if it goes to a game 5 for Optic Texas?
No, I mean they've lost what now? I think it's 4 searches in a row. Prior to this one though, they were all like round 10s, round 11s, but I still am not that worried about them in search and destroy.
Well, they won like what, 6-7 in a row?
Yeah, they did exactly.
So like,
but they lost like 6-4, 6-4 Carolina. And they lost another one that was like 6-4.
And Carolina's a good search team.
Yeah. Hey, Maven, one word. Who wins this next game?
The map 3, I'm going Optic.
Optic.
Can I get the mask, dude?
It's official.
No, Mike Elude took it away.
We're going to leave, though. Casters, take it away.
Bye.
See, guys, Mike took the mask. That's tough, man. That's tough. Any more props for the next series, guys? I'm just throwing it out there, man. It's been a good day. All right, Hacienda Control, the second part of our Hacienda trilogy in this series. I have a very good feeling we're going to go all the way. First time we've seen Thieves play this one, chance to Optic play it against the Falcons. Interesting looks. How are we feeling about this one?
A little bit nervous, I'd say, from Optic, actually. I know Maven had faith, even though he doesn't know what one word means. But I think it's just a situation where we saw him play against the Falcons, and it seemed like good looks. But then Falcons, the next time we saw on the map, didn't look as strong. So for doing like that sort of Call of Duty math, a little bit concerned. But of course, you know, as far as map dominance goes, the Hacienda is certainly on point for map number 1. So I don't think it's a lack of knowledge. I think it's just a map that has been incredibly interesting. Hacienda Control, a ton of different looks we've seen so far, a bunch of different ideas getting thrown at the wall, at least on the offensive end. And it is certainly a map that requires a good deal of coordination on both ends. And we'll see exactly what these two teams bring to the table. Excited to see LA Thieves on it for the first time as well. And now that Scrap has turned his aim assist back on, we're excited to see him actually shoot his gun on the map.
Yeah, right. The records are fantastic for Optic and Control. Round 5s as well. I mean, relatively close enough, I'll tell you that. It's the attacking wins that we're going to be seeing Optic really run away with. Let's see if that does apply here to Hacienda, because a different looking map so far. Again, still trying to work out if defense or offense are the ideal situations to find yourself in here on this map. And we are going through the middle. Who can Shotzi straight in towards A.
Great coverage, yeah.
No.
Dashy, I mean, look, if you're looking for a player that is used to these hallway challenges, he's done it more than anyone else in the game. Continues to run it, or maybe Scrap will run him. The trades do roll through, but Hook right now by himself on the zone. Getting as far as reinforcements go is going to be a little bit late to join his friend, and late enough that you just need to play for these kills. There's a freebie. There's number 2, but he gets traded out. Can't quite get it done.
So an endless onslaught here from the Optic boys. That was the last real chance for the trades. Boot causing problems in the middle of the map. You'll take that for now. And Dashy on the slow capture alone at B. Looks like he might be able to get the first segment. Yeah, no contest just yet. Hydra's there. Gun down. Trevor Tin. Big shot into the second, man. First segment done. We'll work on the next.
Oh, this should be a freebie. Yeah, I was about to say, Ghost is going to fall. That is all 4 down in the feed. And now I want to know how Optic plays it. Hook's going to be playing for kills by office. Dashy trying to trap the right side of the map, and it was 2 players on the B zone. That's fallen to 1, but maybe Dashy with the comms can just say, you have a one-on-one gunfight by the time, and that's to secure the zone. Scrap wins it. And now Hook falls as well. Could have been a perfect sequence there from Optic, but Scrap wins the key gunfight. Kenny, a little bit behind.
Oh, nice shots there from Scrap. Tight corner shots. He doesn't see him on the first go around. Thieves getting beat up a little bit in the life count. Moments like that certainly help out. Hook making his way through upstairs. The turn. Head is certainly on a swivel. Can Shotzi find 2? Over by the top side of office. Scrap trying to push that pressure. It's not going to happen. Dashy at close range this time around. The boys have got these 1v1 fights set. But look at the life difference. 16 to 9. The Thieves are getting bullied.
Yeah, if you're Optic, you just, I mean, you got to get like a solo capture going on. Thieves are going to just play with absolute pace to keep them off both the zones. Thieves are just going to try to win this off the clock. Hook's on the map. Got to make your way over towards B, but for the moment, the lone man, you've stopped it with 10 seconds left. Thieves, this is desperation to get him off this zone.
Yeah, bad news though. You get off from the zone, you are safe. Optic has got to play this immaculately. Contest is there. Big kills, all down to
Got him.
And that's a clean sweep. Anyway, to get towards A in time. I don't
Got
think so.
him.
It's got to be Shotzi. Move faster than you've ever moved before, my boy. Into the jaws of Ghosty. Guns him down. Life count matters not when the objective gets you the win.
Yeah, what a big round. And even Envoy, we saw him in that dark window, and I'm thinking, dude, you got to jump out, make the play, but he is smarter than I am. A lot of players there to get those trades. He lets his teammates get active first. They got active at the right time. This play might have been towards the end as well. Maybe a little bit earlier, actually. This was the middle game, but the fact that Thieves were down 5-6 lives, down to 11, I think, with 20 seconds left on the game clock, they execute and take care of business. That is a hell of a round win.
Spicy one indeed. They were down pretty bad. Defensively, again, they did a really good job of keeping those segments low. The Optic only managed to secure, what, 1 on B? Could have been 2. It's too busy looking at the mini-map. Spicy routes being taken by all of our players. Not a lot of towards the bottom side of the map this time around. Looks like we're going to hit the corridors once again. Optic with the guns up at the ready. Scrap with a nice angle and tons of damage either side. But Shotzi and Hook, they find 3 combined. And now the shenanigans begin.
Yep, Lambo's already blocked. Hook's already here to pick up the right side. The SMG duo, they have that natural chemistry. They knew what the situation was, but as Hook falls, the right side of the map is open. And a little bit late here on the pickup is Dashy, so Envoy's going to make it through and just going to be turning heads. This will buy all of his teammates space and more players getting through the right side of the map. Thieves, they have dominated fences.
That perfect nade just pushed them out the window as well, allows the boys to get through fences. Oh dear, Ghosty Hydra, nice set of kills. Beautiful teamwork here from the Thieves, a lovely influence with their lethals. Kenny now trying to go toe-to-toe with Envoy on the point. Shotzi does get in there. Over to Ghosty, steps up to it. We're going to play this one slow. We're going round the outside. Round the outside. Shotzi gets that as well. Hook finding big kills. Middle of the map, safe and sound. As you've got nice coverage here from the Thieves. Not enough there as Kenny stops the ACAT.
Yeah, good bailout moment. Bench gun fights can be tricky. Envoy makes it look easy. Whew. Does get traded though, and that was the only player on LA Thieves with any degree of space on the map, so you gotta wait for some kills to fall into your lap, and that is not the start. You're there for the trades, but still back to square one, and only 30 seconds left on the game clock. LA Thieves gonna start to feel that pressure, cooking up just a little bit more, and while Hydra is through, his teammates just not here. They're waiting for their moment.
And he's looked the wrong way. Dashy's gonna spot him out. Wow, Bruce checking that. Hook trying to check everything he possibly can, but Scrap lying in wait, safe and sound only for a moment. Final 20 seconds, and it looks like Optic Texas will get themselves on the board. Bit of an attack towards A. Hook's got the angles. So difficult to capture A without a lot of presence, but okay, a couple of kills going your way. 14-7 for the mighty Hook. Once again, respawn dominance. Still winning fights.
At 50-7, he is hanging out. An extra tick does get captured over towards A, but this is effectively a dominant round of defense coming in from Optic. They dropped the ball just a little bit after they got that first clean forward down. Didn't quite pick up the defensive side of the map quick enough after Hook falls, but outside of an incredibly small detail, everything else effectively flawless. Strong opening breaks. Hook and Shotzi absolutely running the show, especially for Hook. 16-7. He has found his place with the green wall.
Yeah, man, this is some lethal gameplay in the respawn. Optic looking a little bit more clean on their defensive round win than the Thieves did the first go around, and now we swap sides once again. Thieves, chance to defend once more. Optic again, there were a lot more kills being found. If they can capitalize on that a little bit more, maybe get a bit more of a game stop, a clock stoppage, rather push the game a little bit further, they might be able to run it down on kills, because capturing the A zone, man, not an easy thing to do whatsoever. Are we going to see that A zone attack? Oh, we're thinking about it.
You check the corner. You absolutely do. Hydra, well, just better reaction time. Traded out, though. Ashley loves the hallways, but it is trades everywhere on the map. Kenny looking to take a route through Rock Hall. Maybe set himself up for some spawn kills, but he's going to get hunted down. Hydra, he is on top of things so far in this round. But the B site has been left open. Hoop maybe an opportunity to play over on this section of the map and start that slow capture. And he's got Dashy covering him from up top. Dashy, everything in his sights. Ghosty, though, Jacqueline Hand drops him, but the B progress continues. One tick already through.
I think Dashy missed a single bullet in that engagement against Ghosty, and that cost him. Speaking of engagements, Shotzi, smooth slide. What a... Wow! What a win! He was so hurt. That's unbelievable. Finally, regens. Nearly took another fight in the meantime. Scrap plays it slow, plays it dead. Shotzi hit and run continues. Pistol, nah, mate. Over to B, and that's gone.
Yeah, love that play from Shotzi as well. As soon as they got the 4 down, he just knows if they try to flood in through 10, my teammates will have that easy with the ARs. You just need to cover off this, but while one good play is made to capture the B zone, a clean 4-man wipe for LA Thieves, their opportunity to get this set up, and everybody's in position.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want. And Thieves, you don't want to let any more segments go, because again, if you're playing for the defense, round 5 is going to Optic so far. Hydra dancing in and out. What a turn. That's how you use Omni movement, folks. Dasher with 2, getting his boys out. Shotzi finds his 3 dead now for the LA Thieves. Big rock spawn. So they're going to be looking towards mid-map. The battle of the corridors, the battle of A now begins.
Yeah, the kills column is just massively slanted over towards Optic. Finally, Scrap breaks the mold, but you got Shotzi toying with the A zone, going to drag some attention, but Scrap all eyes up on the spawners. Hoop can't get out of spawn, and now Shotzi and Dashi are going to be welcomed back to spawn as well. Redemption there for Thieves, right back in control.
Yeah, Thieves right back into corners, right back into that front line, and big shots set of Daniel looking for the 2. No, Hoop wins it. And that's 2 dead right through the middle of the map, so an opportunity now for Optic to fight their way forward. Envoy's position out here has been nullified for a second. Shotzi, oh dear, you made the perfect read, my friend, but so did Envoy. Big wins, 30 seconds to go here. And the front line, once again, being pushed forward.
And I tell you, on the feed, Scrap has just had Kenny's number as well. Kenny can't get anything going on these flanks, and gonna make your life that much more difficult. Hook, though, not having any issues. There's a 3 spree off spawn, but someone's got to hop the zone, and you see Hydra picking up 2. You're going to have no time to work with. It is going to be a desperation effort to survive on this A zone.
You get a couple of kills, that certainly helps. A dead nade and a nice bit of juking would have been great. Kenny's not going to be able to get down there in time. So many Thieves all over the point. Another defensive round win. But this time, at the very least, Optic managed to secure B. So they're winning the segments battle. Thieves have got to have a fantastic round to make a case for that round 5. Or outright win it. You never know.
Yeah, and these rounds for Hacienda on the attacks, they just play out in swings. When you just like lose any man on the map and then have to progress like a man down, it's just so much easier for the defensive team to get the trades. You have to be on point with setting up with the attacks, and if you're the guy looking for the spawn kills, you better be sure you get them, or you're just letting your team down. Very difficult to orchestrate, because everybody in this lobby right now seems to have a hot hand. But Thieves 2-1 up, you could absolutely get things done on offense as well. They have not needed to outslay their opponent to take this lead.
Another series of good looks. Dashi's bloods in these rounds have been so good. Hydra riddles the entirety of Hacienda with bullets. And there are skulls all over the place. Fast in, now down low. Holy moly, Kenny could not believe his eyes when 3 players banged through that door. We are now on A, and this could be the capture we're looking for. No, Hook from behind, and he gets 1.
The idea of capturing the A zone, bit of a nightmare. You have to control so many things to be able to get that progress, and often that progress is slow.
My gosh.
Made an attempt to go towards that B zone, and that is a wall of defense there from the green wall. And Hoop continues his path of destruction. Him and Shotzi, the SMGs from Optic, have been on point, delivering once again.
Hook's about to run into him again. He's got such great awareness. These lanes are all his. And Dashi may look like he's next to these players. No, he's above them. They've now gone down low. They're looking towards the A zone as well. 23 seconds. Stop the clock. Eyes on 1. Big Bruce there with a perfect team shot with Kenny. 20 seconds to go. We're forced to the final round. Ghosty with a big 2, though. Gives you a bit of space to work with. Can Dashi get Hydra off the point? Not yet. No, he can't. 1 segment at A, 1 segment at B.
Little dance with the devil, and you see Scrap there, just a distraction. He got that progress at A as well, so that's a tick over towards A. Meanwhile, B, easy. Everything done. LA Thieves snap into position, and an unfortunate team kill as well. Shotzi, the only man up on the map, but does his job, finds you the big 2, and keeps you off that A zone, but that extra tick of progress might pay dividends here for LA Thieves, setting up for the spawn kills, and they're gonna get them.
That's really big. That's big. Out of Scrap. That's starting to help so much. He eyes on Shotzi as well. Now he's got to stay safe. Wait for the boys to pick up that top corridor side. No, not going to happen. Keeping the capture going. Ghosty there with a stack. They take care of Shotzi. It's a 2-man effort here. You've got to get going. Optic, they're in trouble. Ghosty, Ghosty, Ghosty. Oh, Shotzi's in. Can he get another? Envoy, 3-piece. Hydra to save it. Hydra for the win.
Shotzi gives you everything, and you still cannot convert. LA Thieves built different. Woken up since the map #1, and these guys have been on point, and it is Scrap as well, the man that has been making plays. The extra progress being done on the A zone. It's your main AR that does it. And Optic just with not enough gas in the tank, and I think Kenny struggled on that map as well.
It's so tough, man. So tough. Thieves, they get there in the end. The attacking rounds, nothing insane. I mean, in the kills department, they were getting beaten up. The first round was real ugly for them. They win on the defensive, they win on the time, and then the final round there on the capture. Again, they were down in their kills department. Hook and Shotzi were going wild. Both of them north of 3k damage. Doesn't make a difference. Just over 10 minutes of that Hacienda and a 3-1 victory. That's what we're talking about, man. I mean, it's hard. The defensive rounds look good, but if you can find the window on offense, if you can get your boys into those tight corners, have somebody watching the top windows, anything is possible. Thieves showed it there. They take the lead in the series.
And those were some wild stats we just saw for Optic scoreboard as well. You had Shotzi with 0 assists, which he got 30 kills. That just means he was winning his ones, but still a little bit weird that never any trades rolling through. Then you had Kenny that only had 13, so not great production on either side of the board. And even Dashi only had 4 kills on the defensive end. So Ook and Shotzi gave their absolute best effort, but I think the AR is just a small step behind. Even for some of the 1v1s that we saw, like round #1, if Scrap doesn't win his one gunfight against Kenny for the B zone, Optic probably win that round of offense, but Scrap just a little bit better so far on the control. A lot of little difference makers going a long way, but that is advantage now in the series from LA Thieves. Gotta be feeling confident. I mean, Scrap might have gotten slam map 1, but he was laughing after it. He knew, I think, what was about to happen.
Oh yeah, it was a magical once in a lifetime slammage. 700 damage in a hard point. I mean, that's a record, surely. Like at the pro level, what a bounce back. You've asked for it, Thieves. You got it. Highlights towards the end of the map here, and this really was something special. The 3 pieces upon 3 pieces. Ghosty goes absolutely tremendous. The stun check there from Scrap seals it, takes care of Dashi, and this was the moment, Chance. Man, what a finish.
I just can't believe Shotzi gave you 3 in this moment. The final shots he had on the player on well were pretty ridiculous, but obviously he was just running into death and destruction because his teammates gave him nothing. Shotzi might have just cleaned up a few one-shot kills, but Hydra there for the easy trades and good for the round. And again, even just that extra tick of progress Scrap gave you earlier on was a factor in the end. So different ideas getting tossed into the wind on Hacienda offenses. And a lot of things you have to deal with, but that's just the 2-1 lead in the series. We go to a Skyline, and we know how this map plays. We know how it's going to be. We're looking for 40 bombs.
Hey, you wanted the bang outs, you got them, and this is it. We're so close to closing out our trifecta, the little Hacienda trilogy, but we've got to see some magic out of Optic here because the last 2 maps have been real tough for them. That Hacienda closeout, 3-piece after 3-piece, didn't make a difference. It was teamwork, and it was perfect time from Hydra that gets the dub there, but hey, we're going to see it go down on Skyline right now, folks. This is it. 40 bombs chance. Who's dropping it? Who we feeling? A little bit of dejected looks here, man.
The Shotzi and Hook have been absolutely menaces on the map, so they're going to be strong contenders. The SMG duo have been thriving. I mean, on maps 1 and map #3, they were gods amongst men, but on the flip side for LA Thieves, honestly, I don't know if anyone's necessarily going to hit the 40 bomb. They've been pretty consistent across the board, like as a team. Like no one's stats are out of control. They're making moves as a unit. Ghosty living up to his name as well. They're doing everything right.
Ooh. He's there, guys. He's just so spooky. One of the more, I suppose, this Spectre gunship. I want to come up with some more fun names. You know, we've given him the human UAV. We've given him all sorts of names, but it really is a fantastic teammate to have. When you listen to those comms, you listen to the direction he gives, not just the teammates, you know, but where the enemies are, like what his boys should be doing, what he's doing. A real sort of role model when it comes to a teammate. And I think Scrap and Hydra are just reliving the 1v1 there from Red Card. May even put it best when it was a hose. Those boys hosed each other down. No shower in sight. It was hideous, but they're laughing it off now, especially after the last 2 maps. This series, though, is far from over. Skyline could go either way. Hydra, you're expecting big games from him. Birthday Boy Envoy. It could happen. It really could happen. We want that Hacienda Game 5. We want that Search and Destroy. The fans deserve it. This has been an absolute treat so far.
And these guys might be saying evil thing in comms as well. Here's another look at the 1v1, which might very well be the momentum shift. But if you have Hydra and Scrap laughing about how windy those shots were, keep in mind, they also know that he won the gunfight, so they're just asking themselves, what did Dashy's POV just look like that somehow Scrap didn't die? And if you got Dashy missing, well, you're feeling pretty confident about your odds going against the green wall. Make no mistake, Optic trying to lock themselves back into position, but I know for me, probably the man that I'm paying the most attention to is going to be Kenny on the map. Lost a couple key ones there on the control, and going to need to step up for the squad. When he is on point, well, they win world championships. Where he falters a little bit, they can struggle. I know it's online Call of Duty. I know it's only for 10 CDL points, but it is confidence going against a top team. When you're waking up and you know you're playing LA Thieves, or you're waking up on the day knowing you're playing against Optic, you are prepared to bring your A game. We are getting the best from these two squads, and that'll just expose any holes you have in the gameplay. A lot to learn in this series.
A very short tech delay here, folks. We're just resolving something for Ghosty. And in the meantime, folks, we're talking about the march towards Madrid. Confidence coming into this tournament. We will be going there very soon, folks. Toronto Ultra putting on a show in Spain. Get there if you can. An unbelievably gorgeous city. Museums all around, palaces, you name it. Incredible parks. Madrid's got it all. Good food and good times ahead of us. Come on down, folks. You can also still grab tickets. We are running out, though. Can't lie. Reserve Bowl and the General Admission Bowl. These are the single days and the 4 days. They are still available, but most of the goodies are gone. If you are in the area, if you are in anywhere in Europe, actually, flights are pretty cheap. Folks from the UK, a little bit of Ryanair, a little bit of EasyJet. Little trip to Spain, see some Call of Duty. We're going to be there, and it's going to be fantastic, folks. We're going to be seeing friends, foes, family, felons, all of it alike. Well, Scrap, he's going to be there, isn't he, Chance? After that map 1, I'm glad, mate, because, wow, historic damage dealt, low kills, straight into doubling his damage and his kills in the S&D. Good for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he is the lowest damage all time in a respawn mode, but on this year, he's the bottom by a mile.
Undoubtedly.
So I don't know what performance anyone else has ever brought to the table in the CDL that's been that poor, but Scrap is in many different conversations, I would say. So much so, I mean, he's become a villain this year. He's like anti-sniper, anti-everything at different times, it seems, but he can go back and forth a little bit, but he's just out there having fun. The kid loves to shoot his gun, and as much as people hate him, well, he immediately answers back. Talking trash in game. That S&D was an instant response, and obviously he has continued his joyous run through this series. One map away, and he can talk trash however he wants.
You know who I feel bad for right now? And I know he's listening. I feel bad for Nade. Nade had to watch that map 1 and then had to live through the map 2 and sort of the ride of that roller coaster. I mean, put a heart rate monitor on that man for when he watches his own team play. Wow. A passionate player, a passionate owner, and a passionate lover, I'd assume, as well. LA Thieves, Optic, Texas, map number 4. Here we go. Skyline, boys and girls. We're ready to rock and roll. This one's going to be a bang out. There is no doubt about it, folks. Let's get it.
Yeah, Nate Shot might need to worry about his ulti timings just a little bit, but outside of that, his boys have bounced back. So
confirmed.
Only player under 1,000 damage in CDL history. Congratulations, Scrap. Record book, baby.
And the crowd goes mild. You don't want that next to your name, man. You don't. Hey, he's had a great career so far. A young player with a bright future. But wow, what an accolade, man. That is so sick. GG's. I'm sure someone will do it. Somebody can find a way. I mean, again, if they win the series as well, even better. Just even more impressive. Game time. Here we go.
Hey, keep in mind, Reggie Jackson has the most strikeouts of all time in the MLB, and that's a Hall of Famer, so you got to swing big if you want to make plays. But swing on the break, Scrap there to give you 2. Ghosty strikes in the feed as well, and LA Thieves already on time. Momentum continuing to flow their way, and if you don't play this spot in P1 when you play in ranked, I don't know what you're doing. Scrap in perfect position, difficult to read out, and granted Optic was assuredly going to handle him, but not before you get a little bit of that P1 time.
Yep, plenty of it. Ghosty holding on to the P2 for now, 25 seconds ago, and that's going to be a real hot spot. Hydra, toe-to-toe hook. Look at this, man. Hook is left stick locked forward. I'm coming for you. Dashy was shooting the floor for a second there. What is going on, folks? Shotsy up over the top, trying to catch these players out. Moving like that. Impossible to catch.
Well, right now, Optic just need to catch the right side of the map. Only thing that was left open, Dashy wrapping back towards the helipad to get in position, and everybody getting cut down along the way. Envoy is in a dicey spot trying to make the impact, but it right now is Envoy versus the world, but he finds his impact, opening things up for Thieves. Now his teammates are nearby, and Envoy goes and makes the play, cleans up 4, and what happens when his teammates get there? They die one by one, so a hell of a try from Envoy. But Optic as a team deliver.
What more do you want? What more can I give you? Literally nothing. Envoy shooting hot, pushing Shotsy back. Ends the spree. Dash, you got to watch a lot here. Nice angle. Nice shots in a ghosty, but that's going to give me another break. 20 good seconds there from P2 as well, so that's ideal for the Thieves. Hold on to that. Look towards kitchen. Optic going to start applying a little bit of pressure. Try not to let them get out.
God.
He's not done yet. There you go. Now it's done.
Shots just playing with like a different level of like ferocity again. That like 0 assist stat line is not because of like bad teamwork. That's just because he wasn't losing gunfights. So Shotsy is an absolute menace. He's continued that on the Skyline. Beautiful nade there on a Hydra. I'm assuming that was a nade from Optic that lands at the feet as he's cooking a frag. So the kill feed looks painful, and Optic happy to capitalize. Trophies out there from Dashy, the super soaker in the hill, but the pinch that's rolling through doesn't get red, so Ghosty gives you at least 1, and now Dashy, he's feeling the pressure all around the hill, and Ghosty takes it to him from the front. A clean break from Thieves, exactly when they need it. So they're a little bit down on the scoreboard.
A little bit down. 3 down from Mo. Not that matters too much on this map. Hydra's starting to heat up. He's getting rolling. He's a 6 and 9 right now, but that's a 2 spree. Shotsy, big damage. Hook on the pickup. There we go, folks. We're in the new... And it's LA Thieves. They're there first.
Oh, they're not going to have those spawns as well. Scrap instantly dies. No time to back up to the patio. His team, there to pick him up. So Ghosty maybe wraps back to be the backline player. But in the meantime, no one going to collect. Envoy off spawn. Mosey's on over towards the hill. And now Scrap was slowing players down towards the middle of the map. He might lose the gunfight, but things should have been stable for LA Thieves. Hoop, though, going to just pierce that opening setup and just buy you route. Shotsy has found his way through. And there's his big 2.
Oh, big 3. More like 13 and 8. Guns at the ready now. Here come the Thieves through the front side of the map. And Hook is all over the place. Look at this. Oh, guess what? I'm behind you. That's right. Another big one. Perfect reads on the rest of these players. Those Hydras managed to make his way through. Surely he'll do with the players on the inside of the point. Yeah, Shotsy, 4 in a row from the inside of the hard point, over halfway towards the Hellstorm.
Dude, I love the agent of chaos that Hook is as well. I was looking at the mini-map. He got the kill, piano steps, but as you pointed out, he's just holding down W. Left trigger forward kind of deal, or left stick rather, and the LA Thieves players kept turning around, chasing a ghost, and, well, they get pieced up because of it. So difficult to track these players and difficult to get these guys out of the P1 time. But as Kenny falls, so does everyone else on Optic. Back into P1 is LA Thieves, but for how long? A square-up battle towards the middle of the map.
Thieves have just steamrolled from the P2 side. They're going to be having their sweet chunk of time here to work with. Next wave of Optic players trying to fight their way through. And they are being funneled into Ghosty and Scrap, but their aims have not missed yet. They are gunning. Kenny now fighting forward. Nice shots in from Envoy. Scrap picks it up in the end. And again, a fantastic P1 hold. Can't get it done against Shotsy, but the man fills the gap immediately. This is unbelievable work out of the Thieves here on P1.
And so tough to get this time, and your Ghosty, excuse me, doesn't want to give it to him. Doesn't want to give him the rotation either. That is Dashy and Hook out of the feed, and every Optic player that try to work themselves towards the left side of the map does not survive. Shotsy gets caught as well. Beautiful shots coming in from Hydra. 30-point gap between these two teams at the moment. And still, it's going to get mixy. So difficult to lock down these spawns. Optic are piercing every single route as Hook just went on a 3 to open things up.
He opens it up, and now spawns should be good for the Optic boys. Kenny in position to block it. Yeah, gets Dashy in. So now you got reinforcements up close and personal for Optic Texas. A massive turning point here. 40 seconds on P2. Shotsy's got the left side of the map covered. He's dancing. Into the time, out of the time. Hydra, still a very dangerous foe in any situation. Brought down over to Kenny. Front door. Damage in the scrap. Shotzi can't get two. Envoy with a bait and switch. Dashy's up next. Big Brucey. Oh my word, it is endless. And the Thieves break the world.
And I think Scrappy and Kenny might have some of the most impactful 1v1s on the map right now. Kenny has been super solid so far on Skyline. That's why they got the lead, but Scrap just wins that one and opens up that P2 door just for Thieves to keep things close. But here's the flank for Hook, and here's the impossible guessing game. Well, they handle it there in that moment. But look who's around corner number 2 is Shotzi waiting in the wings. Red like a book. Envoy. He knows everything.
4 down, all good. Thieves know it all. Let's listen to it for ourselves with a quick listen in.
I'll get shot.
He has me. I got her. We're gonna go mid. He's gonna do the deep pinch, bro.
Now going, hold her deep pinch.
I'm
holding on her. I got her. Do that side.
Outer.
Yeah.
Outer weak.
Plant through mid. I'll go mid. I'm only. What dead?
I found one.
Outer. On the bar again.
Yeah, on the bar, Dash, you have HP.
That's outer. Shot. We're hitting her out. We don't see it. Hitting her out. From mid. From mid. In bed.
Watch out, in bed.
Nice job. Jungle. Whoa, you don't. Getting. Dashy's gonna be there too.
Nice. I'm absolutely here.
Dashy, shots to you, and Dashy.
One shot. I got one more.
Nice. One. No, shots there. He's there.
I'm
I've got her. No. That's it.
I'll get another one in her.
Yo, get some of Get some. You have to go underground. Yo, and then one jacuzzi. Jacuzzi and then probably hitting front bed. Going deep. Yo, and one top mid. Top mid now.
I'm looking stone.
You're gonna hit bad boys. Pulling deep.
Stone.
One time dead. Front bed and left. Left dead.
Let's get time.
I'm out left.
I hear you.
Go top. I'm hard blocking.
Jacuzzi first one. I got a lid.
I can help you from top mid. I'm going to hitting top mid and one jacuzzi. Yeah, I have your patio.
One shot top mid.
I'm holding patio. They cannot be patio. And then wood is looking for one. I'm hitting front bed. Alright, hitting front bed now. Bed, last one. Alright, I'm holding AC. One shot. Nice. Nothing top mid. Dead. Go. Block for me. They're spawning deep left. Top plat spawns. No, go, Ernie. Go.
Some piano.
Yo, look my outer cross river right here.
I hear. Just stay like this, Dan.
Yeah, we're good.
Could be top mid. You have top mid?
Yeah, they're hitting left. They're gonna be wood.
He's front to bed.
Yo, Benami, what the fuck is he doing? Hold it.
In low bed too. Low bed. Front bed right now.
On me. Alright.
Bang them.
I need a hill. In our bed. Playing kills.
In our bed.
And that is quite a comeback chance. Spicy comms from the LA Thieves.
I mean, they're just completely on point. They're reading everything. And sometimes when they read the plays coming through, doesn't mean you always win the gunfights, but pretty on point for the moment. Sizable little lead in the comeback. Absolutely well and truly in is Hydra gliding to find these kills. How can you call this man out?
Unbelievable. You cannot call him out. Crossing over 200 points now. Thieves, despite the heroics and the good work of the Optic boys, this is incredible. Hard point from them. 3 dead. Far left-hand side of the minimap, that's where we want to be going. That's where the Thieves are, the third and final set of this hard point. We are not going any further than here, folks. Big contest. Clean up. 13 points going to be going to your neighbor. Shotzi dives in for it. Trying to stop the flow of points as best he can. His teammates have got new. How good can the hold be?
Well, it needs to be at least solid. You can't let any funny business happen. And right now from LA Thieves, all 4 players basically on the same section of the map. Once again, it's Envoy, though, that finds the route. Optic left it open, and LA Thieves member is behind you. Shotzi heads up to pick it up, though. But a pressure moment from Optic. They got to be worried about these spawns. Envoy is doing everything he can to get his teammates in the mix.
He's cut the entire team in half. He's still alive. Finally dealt with. Now you have to identify the next wave of Thieves players. Kenny gets one before being brought down. Dashy through mid. It's Shotzi, though. That's a great hold, and that could be a lead change.
Envoy tried to give you everything, but they were just simply not enough. They handled the chaos, but now you got to handle the front pressure. Envoy on P2. Name a better duo. Well, maybe it's the old time one of Kenny collecting the time, winning the gunfight. In Optic, that was a masterful P2. Envoy couldn't get it done. We've slowed things down. Optic have the lead. Hydra here on rotation first.
Chelsea was red last time we got here. Will Hydra be red behind bar? Even if you read him, you've still got to gun him. Good luck. Have fun. Kenny with a little bit of damage in. Now the pinch is on. It's Hook making the wrap. He's been red, but it doesn't matter. 3 dead. Last player in mid. Hydra finds 1. Nearly 2. Guns at the ready. Counterattack immediate from the Thieves.
Now you can just play the chaos game if you're Optic. Play with pace, just get these trades and keep soaring on through. This might be it to force the game number 5. Optic have been running away with this Skyline.
We've seen this set up many times before. A massive flank from Hydra. Will it be dealt with? He's on the pinch and it's done. Brucey gets it. Final 10 and we're going to a game 5. The Hacienda trilogy. One final chapter to be written in this series. And Optic close out Skyline with a massive bang.
And listen, I don't know if we could grab the comms. I know we did it for the SMB, but that moment of Shotzi top P2 turning to watch the flank, none of the arrows from Optic were tweaking when Envoy finds that route, and then out of nowhere, Shotzi just reads it. So it's not just the fact that he's a main slayer, dropping 36 kills and making dominant plays, heads up on the IQ front as well. So whether it be Shotzi or one of his teammates getting that comm through, Optic heads up gameplay and slaying out as well. They were down on that P2 rotation. They turned it into a near full 60. So those are incredible stats. No 0 assists this time. It's Skyline. Everybody's getting involved.
Everyone, absolutely everyone. That was a ridiculous Skyline, a guaranteed bang out. The Thieves listening, man. I mean, their comms were so good. We heard great breaks. Really, really good work on the comeback there. But last 2 hard points, look how tight this was. Optic just marching away with it. Look at the difference there. 202 to 170. After that, running all the way to that 250 mark. Thieves flatlining from P1 to P3. A sensational closeout to Skyline. A momentum shift may be. Folks, here we go. Back to Hacienda one last time in this series. Man alive, this is going to be a good one. First search and destroy red card. Historic moments, whether you like it or not, we saw it all. Now one more. Search and destroy to decide this one. Map 5 on the other side of this break. Don't go too far. This is the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
We did.
Hard point located.
Did I just get killed by a fucking door?
Far back, one shot, far back, two back, one shot. Close in, me, maybe one shot. Go, Gene, that's a point. One more, that's a point. In our point. No, the both our side.
Oh my fucking goodness!
Oh God, let's go.
Yo, Scrap, keep up! Scrap, keep up!
Oh my.
You don't think it be like it does, but it do.
But it do, baby.
But it do.
Nice!
Nice.
Go,
Nice.
go push out. One of you take space. Remy boxes.
We won. Nice.
Also, that's why you MVP. You mark. Come on, man. MVP. You
I know I'm better than you. You are ass.
Good you gang.
Not a lot of energy. Trying to get away. I got some vocals on me. Sometimes.
Pueden estar los dos. No veo nada.
Está Q game forklift. Le pega sí, no sé, Q que está Q solo.
Forklift. Los dos en forklift. Estoy esperando a Chan. Solo dos si quieres. Tiro.
Vamos indeed, Game 5, LA Thieves, Optic, Texas. You name it, man, it's happened. We've had it. We've broken records, we've set records. We've seen one of the greatest 1v1s you will ever see. Ever, ladies and gentlemen. And now we go to the final map. We go to Game 5. We go to Hacienda, search and destroy between two outstanding rosters who are having a very, very good time this series. All bets are off. Let's do it.
Just an indication of what is to come this year. Two of the top teams getting after it, and you get to find out in a Game 5 who is built different, who can make the big plays in the big moments. And I know it's just online. I know it's just for 10 CDL points. Both these teams will be comfortable as far as the seeding goes into the major. But this is for bragging rights. This is for confidence. This is for a lot of things, because we are expecting these squads to battle it out, potentially at multiple majors as well. So who can search and find that extra edge? LA Thieves certainly had their number on the red card. It was Scrap that popped off. Might have the hot hand here as well. Thieves on the attack first.
Two take the high road, two take the low. Who will be in Scotland before you? As everyone here from Optic have fanned out quite well. A lot of love towards the A side of the map. You've got Shotzi in the top corridor. Love towards Rock now. We're going back and forth, waiting for anything here, and Thieves are giving you nothing.
And there was a lot of strategy on the red card for Thieves. Try to pick off Shotzi. See if he gets a little bit too aggressive, but as the picks don't roll through, Scrap taking a swim. So he's taking a wet flank across the entire map, and I mean, he's going to get this for free. Don't know if he's going to be able to pick up and find Hook with the angle, but you get this bomb down, he's in prime position for a freebie.
He's taking the furthest route he possibly could. All right. Who's back here listening to this? Honest to God. I do appreciate it, though. Planted. Uh-oh. Damage. Gunny! Who should get picked up here? Scrap on the pinch. Late, but absolutely necessary. 2v2.
Kenny and Shotzi going against Scrap and Envoy, SMG and AR from either side, and Scrap and Kenny often have the most impactful 1v1s. Well, here's the one between Shotzi and Envoy. So SMG's battling it out. Shotzi has the advantage, has the tags, but Scrap's there for the trades. Kenny going against Scrap every time.
Every time, and Scrap is never going to let this happen. Kenny's had to vacate. No way this is happening, folks. Wow, it's close. 0.5 of a second. He's going to see it through. He probably shouldn't. Kenny, you're on a 3 spree. Oh, wow. So close. Thieves take the first.
I'm telling you, man, he has just had that small extra edge. That's how thin the margins are between these two teams, but I think Kenny got the call out from one of his teammates that he spotted him through that doorway and just a little bit too late. But shout out Scrap. I mean, he had 12 kills in the first S&D. He gives you 3 in that round, or at least 2 in that. No, he got 3 as well.
3, yeah.
And it's obviously the route that he took off the rip that was able to win it. So catching Optic off guard in a big round to kick things off with. Optic looking for a response.
A wet flank. See if anyone else tries it. 2 down low here. Scrap and Hydra shoulder to shoulder. 1 up, 1 down. Classic look. I stun check. I don't know if it hits Shotzi. He's going forward, so no, they managed to dodge it. Ghosty, though, gets a little bit of intel on the first. Watching there for anybody else as the rest of the Thieves now make their way forward. Or not. Maybe Envoy just backs up Ghosty here, and we try for an office bang out. A minute to play. That's a problem.
Look at that hiding spot. Traded, though. Optic, what decision you guys want to make? Maybe they're going to try to hunt down Hydra, who is one shot. Well, Hook, that is a red dot that he wanted to chase, and he gets dealt with it. And Shotzi didn't check the corner. LA Thieves breaking him down, and Kenny caught, tagged up, and hunted as well. Stuffed in round number 2. LA Thieves with the extra edge.
Thieves with 2 nice corners. They certainly pay off for them there. Hydra's first. That 1v1 against Hook was so important. Again, Hook's a menace in S&D for the Thieves. Perfect reads on the aggression. You don't really know what to expect from either of these players. Pump the brakes, find a corner, hope for a mistake. You got it. Kenny was dead to rights here, though. Absolutely no way he gets away with this one. Had his lethal, had his tactical as well, but does not matter. Between Envoy and Ghosty as well, Chance, we're getting a lot of comms from the LA Thieves in these search and destroy rounds.
And their strat calls have been on point. So whatever they're flowing with, I mean, you got to trust them in these moments, playing with all the confidence, and great calls the whole way around, both the attacking and defensive end. They've been playing off the Shotzi contact as well quite a bit, pumping the brakes, maybe letting a kill fall into their lap in a very different look. 2 players on the outer wings of the map. Waiting out the nades is Envoy. He hears nothing, wants to get active. And he's gone completely unchecked through the A site. Look at that read from LA Thieves. Optic left befuddled, bomb planted, and no control of the map in any way, shape, or form.
Tactical espionage action. As our saboteurs make their successful moves over towards A. Now Kenny trying to find something here. Ghosty, immaculate shots. Second though, no good. Upstairs, the battle with Hydra. Whoa, nearly there on a Dashy. Makes it a 1v2. Dashy's got to go big.
And he just doesn't have a lot of time. He's hunting down the kill down low, but that is a disappearing act that just got pulled by Scrap. And by the time he swing around the map, it is chalked. And Scrap's going to chow as well. Yeah, no backing down from that one. Okay. Dashy, hell of a gunfight win, but not good enough from the round. LA Thieves on point. 3-0 lead, and every call has been perfect. And Scrap, well, he gets the dope check in the end for the final 1v1.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous fight against Envoy. I think he had the slasher class on from yesterday. He died in about 2 bullets. Sorry, Austin, you caught us straight there, mate. 6-2 for Scrap. Hardpoint, map 1, a thing of the past, but not a thing of the past. History made. Search and destroy. Now he's spitting. Tremendous synergy here and cohesion and trust there from the LA Thieves. That is a team. Everyone's got something to say and everyone listens.
I mean, these guys are coming out with passion in the comms. I mean, only the Falcons seem to be outdoing with the level of intensity they're bringing. So love to see it if you're an LA Thieves fan. And if you're Optic, you're absolutely concerned. Now, good news from Optic in this round. A plant wide open. LA Thieves are very much trusting their retake, and it looks like they're working through the middle of the map.
Yep, here we go. 2 players through you. Kenny might be able to get one, but he can't get both. Hydra eradicates. Shotzi there picks up the other side. So now a man advantage for the Optic boys and 30 seconds to go.
And finally, a round win on the horizon. Intel on Scrap as well. We got a little standoff duel between him and Dashy. But Scrap, I was going to say, might have the route, but Dashy able to take care of business. Now it's Ghosty. And effectively a 1 versus 3 with no time and no drop. Optic get on the board. Finally, round falls their way. The strat call, for once from LA Thieves, not perfect. The retake not quite there. Dashy in this round delivers.
Oh, yeah. And again, the synergy between he and Hook, under no circumstances is that player getting away with their life. And now Optic's starting to get a bit animated. We can't see much of Hook's mouth because of the angle at which his camera and he sits. He is spitting. 2/3 of Zio. Search and destroy legends. Spitting there in the comms. We'll find out how this round goes now. Optic still trailing by 2.
Well, they've given up the hallways completely. So LA Thieves, maybe an opportunity to capitalize off of it, or if Thieves are just going to pump the brakes and maybe wait for a pick to come through on the flank as well. Hook is taking the wet flank through. So he's in just an interesting spot. If this B plan ever goes down, well, he'd be in a great spot for it. That's not where the bomb is. LA Thieves, they're taking their time to figure out what they want to do, and they might roam this into Optic's trap.
Luke is the siren on the rock. Will his sweet song, my ass, he gets destroyed. Okay, man advantage, LA Thieves.
And Scrap just gets to go, what is this guy doing? Now you got the man advantage bomb down, and what could have been a trap is just a nothing strat. Optic got to regain.
This is the trap was well set in advance. Trades are done though. Shotzi also taken to task. What a setup there from the LA Thieves. Bit of bad luck. I mean, a little bit of magic.
Well, it's not bad luck, I don't think. Remember, like, Kenny's timing on the flank on, like, I know its response was a little bit different. You just can't be the first man to make contact. Hoog's jumping up, I think, just because, like, he kind of wants to. It feels like the right time. His teammates have to get involved because he's playing off of nothing. The bomb hasn't got it planted. His teammates aren't taking gunfights. Number 6 is sitting on the A bomb. So Hoog just kind of hopes that he can get up and shoot somebody in the back. But, I mean, Scrap's just default watching the flank. He was waiting for somebody to be towards Lambo. So Hoog just kind of hands him a little bit of a gimme. LA Thieves a 4-1 lead. This might be insurmountable.
A word we've heard many times in COD history. Whoa, a lethal exchange between both teams. Strictly business from the inside of office. There is Envoy. It's been backed up. Scrap with the nice tags. Manages to get rid of Dashi. And now immediately over to the bomb site. Ghosty with a dead nade. But Ghosty being pressured now. A-bomb, oh dear, seems to be the target. And it will remain that. As the gunfights across map still ringing out. Scrap. He and Envoy. Uh-oh, no. Now it's all down to Hoog.
Kenny caught head on a swivel. That was a painful spot to be in because Scrap has just been dominant in S&D. You need someone on Optic in these moments to step up. The cards have fallen. Hook has been the decider. Has to clutch this 1v2 for any hope here for the green wall.
And they think the Hook's probably got the bombs. That's why they didn't set there for Kenny. He's the other carrier. But this time round, long route taken. Scrap's going to have the gun up first. And what shots. But it doesn't matter, bruv. Thieves. Another masterclass here in Search and Destroy. Another sensational set of rounds. Orion is on the green wall in this series, folks.
Yeah, where is she? Not on Hacienda. Can't find a mistress here. And right now, LA Thieves, I mean, it is just a runaway show. This has been complete dominance in S&D. On red card, the reads to get the first bloods, especially on Shotzi, pretty on point. And here on Hasi, I mean, it's just they can do no wrong. And back to the strat we saw the round previous. Wait out the nades and then start getting active over towards A. Kenny will be here as the backline player for the A zone, but Scrap does get caught. Finally opt to get a first blood.
With a first blood double, what do you do with it? You've got Envoy on a mega route. And Kenny's the man on the backside, but with the bomb planted, Hydra now moving forward. He's not picking up anyone. He's going to send it. There we go. Kenny manages to land it, but the tags are huge, and the stun is there as well. Hook, managed to recover. All of it down now to Ghosty. 1v2. Do they know where he is? They've got to check the usual spots. The stun helps, and Hook delivers the final blow. And now, onto the defuse. Optic. They buy one when they saw they needed it. But this is the final sale. There is no going back from here, boys.
And clean work as well. Get the first blood on Scrap. Just able to sort of isolate that gunfight, and Dashy there to drop him. But a long way to go. Big mountain to climb right now for the green wall. They're all about their business, but less than confident looks on their faces. They know how big this deficit is.
One round at a time. This is the only way to go about that. 3-1 split. Shotzi the Island Man. Kenny, Dashi, and Hoog going to throw everything they've got at the B-bomb site. Scrap will be there to meet them. And it's the number of stuns you can hear that gives away the number of players. So now you're hearing a couple more bangs in the background. That tells you there's more members of Optic here. And so that's why Scrap has backed up.
Well, playing for the retakes again is LA Thieves. They did this once to try to retake the A site, and it was unsuccessful. Now they're going to have to retake B. And keep in mind on the minimap, Shotzi sitting at 2 and 6. He's going to be the island player, so he'll be late here for the impact. The RC car early on to do nothing but waste your own time. LA Thieves down to 30 seconds, and Shotzi has the freest flank of all time.
No nades, no stuns, no nothing. Shots, he's got to get going. Here we go. Can he help secure the round? His teammates are finding kills in the front line as well. Envoy staying alive. Wait. Got to slow things down. Kenny's taking a route. And you've jumped the bomb. You've jumped the bomb for the series. Checks it. Gets it. 1v1. And the Thieves, you came so close. Now a chance to breathe the fire out of their lungs. My God, what a check. It comes down to a gunfight on the site, and Kenny gets there just in time. I called the 1v1 wrong. He was in the doorway just in the right time. One round at a time.
That's just credit to the utility man for Shotzi. If that nade is even just a little bit slower, or if he just uses it at the start of the round, they don't win it. And Envoy would have wrapped himself up a ninth birthday present. Still, though, one more for LA Thieves. Reposition. They've had a ton of success on the attacking rounds. Hydra spotted and hunted, though, in the middle of the map. Another first blood for Optic.
And now everyone from the Thieves has to back up. We can't be taking these fights. We don't want to be throwing any more bodies. There are 2 players by B, 1 man over by A, and Dashi roaming around upstairs. A watchful eye right now for Optic and a man advantage.
And we talk about these game 5s. It's for the big-time players and the big-time plays. You had Shotzi was just 2 and 6. Well, he's already at 6 and 6. So Scrap, the man on the other side, there's 2 heads. This could be a 1 versus 4 in a game number 5. Or not, you know, we gas it up. It happens, it's tough to trade.
We always gas it up. Sell the dream, word to Big Bricey. Here we go. Optic. It was 5-1. 1 round at a time.
But Shotzi has had a important comeback, down 5-1, but he's the guy making the plays to sort of get him back in the mix. Great play call by Optic as well, getting the intel on Hydra. Dashi had the window, Shotzi coming in through you. Stuns landing over towards Well, so you know you can take the space. So a well-orchestrated effort. Optic, though, still looking to tie things up, and if I'm Thieves, try to stop him before this bomb goes down. The retakes have been tough, but the A site left wide open. Will you waste any time to get this bomb down? No. Kenny, straight for the plant. Hook, the back man worried about the flank. And for LA Thieves, where are you going to attack from? Coming through mid, well, here's an RC car that's just going to slow you down.
Slow you down, maybe a bit of intel. Hydra might be the man to run into it. Okay. We're going back and forth a little. We're pulling some red dots. A lot of time burnt there. Here we go. Shotzi's got to win this. Iron Nerve holds the iron. Trade's done. Close down to the site. It's over to Dashi. The draw. Oh my word. 2v2. The drums of war, they're starting to get way too loud. 10 seconds. A Scrap doesn't jump it. Scrap gets gunned as well. 1 round at a time. And now it's round 11.
And shout out to the broken scoreboard. I think that is an 8 spree now from Shotzi. From 2 and 6 to 9 and 6. A quick math will give him 7 in a row. From down 5-1 to force the round 11. Who can make the bigger plays in this moment? Does it get any better than this?
And this is it, folks. Forget how to feel. Round 11. Don't think about the comeback. Don't think about the choke. Just think about this 1 round. 2-man hit over towards B. Will Shotzi spot them out? Possibly. Dashi, perfect read there on the nade. Here comes Hydra. Over the top. Can't get them both. The nade! Oh! Gets his own trade. And the Thieves have to back up.
Calculated. He meant to do that, just like Karachi of last year. Shotzi's dialed in.
Thieves have had to hit the tactical retreat. They're making their way through the middle of the map. Dashi, he's coming over as well. So wait, we're not retreating. We've just backed up for a moment. It could be a battle in the lobby. We could be throwing hands.
And if you're LA Thieves, there's no shot you read this kind of pressure.
Kenny spots him out. Damage dealt. Here come the nades. And here comes the tactical retreat once again, but it's Dashi trying to pick up the pinch. Big Bruce, how many can you get? 1! Trades are in! The battle continues, but it all comes down to Kenny! Kenny in the 1v2!
And they're taking the fight to him. They're bringing this bomb over towards his site.
Here we go! There's 1! Kenny! What a win! The comeback is complete! I don't believe what we've seen! The haters are in shambles! What an unbelievable series!
Oh my God, that has everything that you could possibly ask for. Kenny hates his old teammate he won a world championship with, kills his birthday wishes. Envoy on the receiving end, but Kenny for the 1v2. Big time plays in the big moments, and we've been singing Kenny's praises since World War II. Man is an S&D legend. He delivers the clutch in the round 11. That is a beautiful sight to behold. In honesty, the hilarity of Shotzi to trade out his own kill because he just trolled on a frag grenade, throwing it straight into the air. If Scrap watched that kill cam, he'd be dumbfounded. But just as the fans are, everybody's on Kenny's neck. They're never gonna learn how good he truly is.
No one ever truly learns. Doubt him at your own peril. What a series to close out this magical Maven Sunday. What we just watched. Shotzi is a wizard, a true magician. Was it the gift of foresight? What was it? With the perfect nade, Kenny with a 2v1, it just all happened, folks. I've laid an egg. Desk, take it away.
Optic should have won that.
Yes, they should have.
He was trying to throw the nade over the wall, yeah?
That was a 2v1 that Kenny should not have won at the end.
Dude, he was definitely trying to throw on the other side, right?
Kenny should have won that, and Shotzi's nade was absolutely planned.
Perfectly planned.
I'm gonna ask him.
I think
he missed it and it landed short.
My thing is like, in your situation, you saw them, you know they're going to chow you, so like you're nading over the wall.
No, you might be right. I just thought, like, he thinks a bush is coming there, he's trying to nade over
I don't
the wall.
know. Shotzi's a weirdo, and that could have been a planned nade.
If that's a planned nade, he's gone.
We're not saying it's accidental off rip. Like, people can't just say that until we talk to him.
I guess that's just my assumption, that was accidental.
It's accidental. I just said it. Let's see if it's true. We asked production to see if they could find the clip. I don't think it's possible, so we're going to have to ask the man himself. But
because he also, didn't he start to get swung right at the end of throwing it? Like, didn't he kind of, like, move with the throw?
Here, my assessment is, like, in real time, right? Like, most people, I would say that that's an accident, but for him, he sees both of them. He sees both of them, right? And it's like, okay, they're going to chow me. They're going to slide out. Why would I be nading behind unless I think all four?
All right, we're going to see it again. All right, hold up. Okay. He's trying to throw that over. He's trying to throw that over, bro. He's trying to throw 100% he's trying to throw that over.
Oh,
and it just lands right there.
I mean...
Is it an accident? Is it a nade spot?
I mean, that's typical, bro.
He's kind of standing right there in the corner.
I see it again. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. You
Can
never
we see it one more time? Is it possible to run it back one more time?
You never know with Shotzi. You never truly know.
Yeah, it just seems like he's definitely trying to throw the other side, like throw a little teardrop.
Danny's got it for us. I love our production team. Take a look at this. Yes, this is a lineup.
Yeah, but then he readjusts to chow them.
Yeah. We gotta ask him.
Yeah, all right. But anyways, besides that, Shotzi was just insane. I mean, in this game, obviously...
And he killed Scrap, which is insane, too, because Scrap was like, what, he had 12 at that point?
I said it right away. I said, at least he got Scrap.
Yeah. Brother, that was wild.
I'm going to Reddit in like 6 hours for the official verdict on this. In the meantime, we got to celebrate another Optic Texas win and a terrible defeat for LA Thieves because Thieves bounced back in that game, too, after getting 100-point clubbed in the first hard point. Look like they have the upper hand over Optic for the second half of this series. Lose that game 4 and a huge 5-2 round lead. This was the 100th series win for Shotzi. What a way to do it.
We're watching Saquon beat God. We're watching football. We were watching this as well. Shotzi is God and gets his 100th win. We had the matchup. We had football. We were vibing, bro. This is a fun series.
And Chris ordered pizza, so we were absolutely vibing.
Christopher Puckett.
Yeah, but talking about this one a little bit, and this is why when we were talking about Optic Search and Destroy, I was like, let's not panic because they lost to some good teams in Search, some 6-4s as we mentioned, and then just them able to make the adjustments throughout this one. You saw on a lot of their defensive rounds. Like, they wanted to take B away, and they had to adjust to what LA Thieves were doing. They were slow playing it, like picking them apart, playing spread. Optic adjusted later on, grouping up together, going back to their base and just trying to clear out and play their trades. And then to rally this comeback, like, they knew exactly what they want to do. We're just going to get this bomb down. We're going to play tight, use the RC for information, and Shotzi just goes buck wild, finding 3 kills in the round. So for Optic, like, I'm sure it's Kenny IGLing them a lot in these rounds, but man, they did a great job rallying back.
Dude, that was fun. I know it's funny too, because when Shotzi was in the car, you're like, I don't know if I like Shotzi in the car. Yeah, like it's just weird because he likes to move. He hit by a nade too, like during that. You saw his health go down, so he's like coming out of it, maybe panicking a little bit, but look at him, fired up, an absolute god, dude. I love it. You know, especially when you're gonna talk as much trash as he has on social, when you're gonna be that guy, you at least individually have to back it up. Yeah, and he does, and you see the heartbreak on the other side.
That's what you get, I believe, were the first few words mentioned there by Shotzi. We're gonna have to get some lip readers to officially get that for you guys. We have an interview coming in just a little bit, but Maven, can we talk about these two teams and your expectations for them at Major 1? They got to be on a podium at some point, right? 1 through 3?
Yeah. These are some of your contenders you think could make a run. I think FaZe after the minor will be in that conversation. I guess maybe Ultra as well, but you thought they would kind of be the big 3, big 4, and that's how it's shaping up to be. I mean, this match was everything we wanted. Yeah. I mean, honestly, because oftentimes as commentators and people on the desk or even viewers, like, you get really hyped up for these big matches, right? Like these monumental Titan-type matchups, and it's like a 3-0 and you're pissed off. It doesn't end up showing you what you want, but that was back and forth. It was everything you wanted. And, it's a good COD, bro. It's a blast.
That was a banger.
We wouldn't get to that round 11 without this play. Let's take a look at your scuff play of the game. It belongs to the man who just earned his 100th match victory. Shotzi.
Are you just throwing stuff, Chris? What was that?
Yeah, so this is a nice try by them where they quick go over towards B. They get that bomb down, and then Shotzi doing what he does best. He gets behind enemy lines, takes his time, finds the kill, and just a heads up play to like get a nade out there, make sure nobody is sneak defusing it, just to buy his teammate Kenny some time so Kenny doesn't have to instantly go check, gets that information, kills him a sliver away from defusing. And like I said, man, I don't think anything's accidental with that guy. I think that was planned as well.
This was so much fun. This was the hype that we were building. This is what we were expecting when we saw it. We hope the fans are enjoying the show so far. And keep in mind, we still have one more match to go. Minnesota is playing Atlanta FaZe to close out the night.
Yeah, an absolute banger. They went all the way to game 5, sub 50 hard points in both of them in the minor. Can't wait to see them go at it again.
We've got the interviews being lined up here in a moment, I believe. But Maven, can I get your thoughts here on
I was
Sunday?
just told. That's what I was hearing.
Thank you.
Kenny's ready, buddy.
Kenny's ready.
Yeah.
Perfect, guys. Help me out.
I thought he was trying to talk to you, and I was here. What's up, Kenny? You're looking good, baby.
Yeah, what's good?
Kenny's like, finally.
Look, I need a haircut. I'm looking a little homeless.
Oh, dude, I don't know. I think you're looking good. Listen, we're going to get to your play, but I have to know, did you know, like, Shotzi's nade to get the kill at the beginning of the round, was that intentional? Or did he mess up the nade and get the kill? Did you ask him?
He called, because he called out saying he, like, seen 2 people, and then he called out, like, he got a kill before the nade went out, so I can't think it was
I told you.
Dude.
I told you.
Bro, that was insane.
I knew it. Kenny, question for you. The hardpoint looks so much better today. You guys had an awesome P2 hold that we just haven't seen too often. What have you guys been working on in that game mode? Because you guys just look crispy there.
I just think in all game modes, I mean, the hard punch for sure, we're just trying to make the game consistent and kind of make it feel the same way every time we play the map over and over, or whatever map we're playing. So then it's like the biggest thing is like our holds, not getting too antsy, not doing too much, and doing enough for each other. So I feel like our holds have been getting a lot better, and obviously it showed today versus a pretty good hardpoint team, I would say.
Yeah.
But it's just making the game consistent, like I said, feel the same way every time.
I kind of want to hear about your responsibilities in Search and Destroy, especially with Hook joining and the changes with the team, because you guys have gone on like some runs, good and bad, right? Like you start off a little slow, you win 7 in a row, you lose 5 then you win this. What's going on in Search and how are you trying to figure it out?
I think the main thing for me in Search is kind of like trying not to do the same thing every round and kind of like switch it up a lot. Obviously being one of the main communicators on the team, it's like trying to, I guess, get as much info early in the round so that I can communicate and kind of like get a grasp on what the other team's doing. So I feel like that's really my role, is like taking these early chows or getting this early info on like this certain bomb site so that we know like how many people are there, who's there. And like I said, as being like the main communicators, kind of just my main job is kind of like direct the traffic and direct like where we should be going with the bomb and stuff. So
and then when it's time to clutch, you clutch.
Oh yeah.
Was there any doubt in that final round? Did you have a little bit of fear knowing that there were 2 left?
Once I kind of heard that there was 2 subs left, I heard where they were. I laid down in the top hallway because I kind of figured like, oh, they wouldn't go A just because based off sub. Like, I don't know. For me, I just predicted they're gonna be. I almost had like the worst timing, but when I killed the first guy, I kind of thought the other guy went deep left Lambo, and so that's why I got up and got like bad timing on him. But I definitely wasn't like worried about the 1v2. I thought the 1v2 was like gonna come down to gunfight anyways. I knew they were coming to me, so I was just expecting them to be in front of me.
Kenny, we got about a week left before we head to Spain. What are you looking forward to most in Madrid for major #1?
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like the food probably. I'm always like super keen for like food that we're not normal to. Like when we went to Saudi, that was pretty good food. So I think that's the main thing for me is trying to figure out what the best meals are there. And honestly, I mean, explore a little bit.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Hex owes you a steak for that performance tonight. Congratulations on another W. We're going to show the standings to update everybody. Kenny, where do you think you're at? Because it's probably in the top 2.
Oh yeah, I think we're definitely up there for sure. We gotta be. Hopefully we can keep it going.
Officially #2 spot behind Toronto Ultra. They're ahead of Royal Ravens and now LA Thieves. Any doubt that Optic Texas is starting in our top 4?
No, I mean, Optic looked phenomenal. We saw some moments there that we just haven't seen from other teams. The ice, the tenacity, the end of that hard point, like truly a special series. And I think they're going to be in the dance when we come Madrid.
Much love to Kenny. Thank you for joining us live. There are your standings, and there's still one more match to go here this week. We are going to see Atlanta FaZe, your Minor 1 champions, looking for just their second group play win. Can they get it over Minnesota? Stay tuned.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Win it on the point, scrap, and the boys get it done.
Back on the f***ing desk, play back on the f***ing desk.
You're f***ing dog kid.
We got Fame here. Fame, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic
interview as always from Fame. Wonderful lad.
Billy, lie.
But what the hell? What the hell is that?
Wait, that guy's bowling. Wait, he's watching bowling. Look. You see, he's watching bowling.
Yeah, what the fuck? I gotta throw, bro.
Wait, is he trolling? Wait, is he trolling?
Wait, he has to be trolling.
Wait, is he trolling? He's gotta be trolling, right? Wait, he's gotta be trolling, right?
No.
That's not right. That's an Easter egg from the CDL.
Might. Oh, the whole team might. I think they are. They're going to get a quick bit of a workout in. Come on, Vico, get up there, son. They're going to get a workout in here in round 1. There we go, team. Up we go. Oh, Vico, for God's sake, he's choking on main.
My God, dude.
He just pushed you out.
To your right. Oh my God.
He jumped right in front of you, my boy.
That was unlucky.
He literally jumped on in front of you.
That's him. Bro.
Here come the Thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds a second 1v1. And it's Clayster looking for the last. And they put it out. 10 seconds, 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. With fame comes off from the backside of Palace wall, plus the delayed hit from Escriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't stop.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. I got
Oh, Nero gets the double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. The final fight is ready. Minnesota Rocker looking to continue their run of causing problems for big-name teams. They play Atlanta FaZe, who won our minor in 1, but are coming in with a very low seed. This team is 1-3 after opening 2 weeks, Maven.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I think this is one of the few times with FaZe, well, okay, the only time with them really when it talks about like league matches that this has been the case. Year after year, they have the most CDL points. They start out hot. They're gods online. They've been so consistent. This is the first time where we're watching. We're like, what the hell is wrong?
We don't know what's going on at the start of the season for FaZe, but it looks like they've righted their wrongs. On the other side, Minnesota Rocker has had terrible starts to their matches with 2 reverse sweeps in the minor. The team overall, 2-3, a ton of game 5s, very much a Boston-like squad. Gio, Estriel, Pollux, and Nero. How do you describe this team, Clint?
I swear Joe and I have casted like all their matches outside of 1. Scrappy, I don't really know. Like, I just scrappy. They're annoying. They're like mosquitoes. They don't want to go away, bro. They just don't go away in series. They're hard to put down. They just live forever.
Do you agree with the similarities to Boston, or is this a totally different team? They just happen to get to game 5s in a different way.
I think they're similar in the way that like they have good teamwork, and you can look at like their numbers and stuff, and it's actually kind of like similar to FaZe and Hardpoint, where they all average the same amount of damage, which is typically a good sign of like how you're approaching the game, you're trading, everybody's sort of involved, picking up each other's roles. It's just they've been losing a lot of close HPs. I mean, even when they played FaZe, they lost 2 sub-50 hard points. So like for them, it truly is like small fundamental things at the end of maps. I know we say that a lot, but for them, it reigns really true.
It is, and it's also like Joe's really talked about when we cast. Like it's like they have these spark plug moments. Like one player makes a play, like a crazy play, as a streak, and it like fires everybody else up, and then they do. If they can just be a little more consistent at times, not rely on those big play moments, maybe they don't go in these big holes.
Game starts in 30 seconds, so here's a speed run through the roster of Atlanta FaZe. You've got Draza, you've got Celium, Simpin, Abizi. So many rings on this roster, and they just won a $1 million+ tournament at EWC. The minor also in the bag with another 20K secured to start their season.
It's been a weird start for them because like you win the minor, you don't want to be too happy because you need points. You want to start in winner's bracket. And for these guys, their control has been bad, like 2-6. I don't remember when that was ever a thing for them.
Their search is 50-50?
Their search is 50-50. Yeah, they're just really only can rely on hardpoint right now.
When has that ever been the case for this trio? They're relying on hardpoint.
You get 2 hard points in the first 4. Let's take a look at your games for this series, as we could be going to another game 5. If we do, it'll be search and destroy on Vault. Before that, a double dose of red card protocol there for control in the middle.
I was kind of curious what we were going to see for the maps. I don't know. Does it change anything for you?
I mean, Minnesota always go to game 5 usually, and if we do go to game 5, I think they would win the Vault S&D in this one.
Who are you picking? Who are you picking?
One-word answers, boys. We got to get to the game.
I forgot my wig, man.
Put your wig on.
Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe, phasing up. Vetoed?
Don't.
Veto in everything you do.
The crayons are going everywhere. Atlanta FaZe across the board, nameless.
You got to clean that up.
Best of luck, Minnesota. We got shifted starting to close this out. Here's your crayons, dude.
Dude, there's crayons every
time. Map 5, pretty much guaranteed when it comes to Minnesota. I love the evaluation of the desk, too. It's just like, with this Minnesota team, if you just don't start down 80 points in the first 3 hard points, you're going to win a lot of those hard points that they've lost. A lot of tight ones, Jay. So I think the most important thing about this coming into a Hacienda to kick things off is just don't start slow. It's just, that's the story for this Minnesota team.
Yeah, but on a map like Hacienda, you can be forced to start slow depending on what the other team's going to throw at you. And you got Atlanta FaZe on the other side. We watched them play this map versus Carolina in the minor, and they beat them 250 to 124. That means they dominated all the rotations, all the little things about the minimap, pinching the spawns, flipping them out when they need to. They were micromanaging that very, very well. And I expect that from players who played Black Ops 4 back in the day. So Atlanta FaZe are going to be well polished on Hacienda, even though they only have 1 rep on it. On the opposite side, though, I think the Des touched on it perfectly about Minnesota. They're just a really scrappy team, and the reason why they found themselves going to a lot of game 5 is due to their teamwork. They're going to need their teamwork here if they want to try to take down Atlanta FaZe.
see what happens. Like you mentioned, Atlanta FaZe has showed us this map. They showed it in the grand finals of Minor 1 versus Carolina, and it was not close. So can they follow up on that and take it into a 2-0 start? At the moment, Minnesota off to the races. First eliminations go their way. They're in the hard point for time, and they're focused on this rock side hallway to see if they can move spawns around eventually to get to P2, but Draza shuts down 2 in the way.
Oh, and that's now going to lead to an easy break coming in from Atlanta because those pin spawns are already going to be there. Atlanta spawning over towards fences should at least alleviate the pressure around this mid-map hard point. But with only 20 seconds left, if you are Minnesota Rocker, you love your start off. You find 15 seconds, you have players in a position trying to flip these spawns out, and you're also not allowing Atlanta FaZe to get any time off of this P1. You just need to make this push count. Ezreal starts with the first.
Yeah, they have to be very cautious about how they play this opening time here at P2. Spawns have not fully opened yet for the second hard point, so you're trying to finish, you're trying to stay alive, you're trying to hopefully get something towards driveway. Not gonna happen. Celium shutting down everything from the front, and now he's not one of the most powerful headies in the game, pending, of course, that this Lambo doesn't blow up in his face.
Okay, the good thing for them, though, if you are Minnesota, is there's no trophy systems that are blocking your way in. So if you want to commit yourself to a front push, it could potentially work on out, but wrapping your way over towards lobby leads to 3 dead. First push instantly gets shut down. You do have Paul-X, though, who's potentially going to work his way behind enemy lines. A team kill does come in. Paul-X gets taken care of, and this should now lead to a full 60 from Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, feeling like it. If you're Minnesota, I mean, yeah, Gio's going to fall in front of Rock, so if you were to try to break this open, you'd have to do through Spiral, and that's just not where you want to fall, not with P3 about to open up. So, yeah, it looks like Minnesota's just going to try to take this one on the chin. A full 60 for Atlanta, and now it's just down to can you just punish these exits, find a couple of rotational wins, and get some comfortable early time. Simp working on it after the slow start. He's on 3 in a row. You saw his stat line as we were loading into the map. He's been great in the last 2 weeks.
Now the new hill pops. So if you are Minnesota Rocker, thankfully no one dies off the rotation, so you don't spawn out at old. You find the initial couple of kills off the rip, able to hold down that pressure coming in from the front. Fantastic hold from top mid, and Ezreal all of a sudden finds himself on 3. He single-handedly just shut down Secret Hallway.
And this has been great. I mean, this luxury of not just Ezreal finding 2, but where he finds it is that Nero can play so far forward towards well. He actually gets a couple of FaZe members to spawn front Spiral. It's going to take them forever to even see this hard point. So a perfect P2 for Atlanta, maybe surpassed by the perfection we're currently seeing from Minnesota. But FaZe, from the back, little staggered spawn situation. They could naturally pinch this apart, and they've got some high ground control, and that'll be 4 down Atlanta with a break for the scrap.
And it was a BZ who was the game breaker. He works his way through top plat. I'm pretty sure it was Gio coming up behind him, but he's able to secure that kill. And as soon as he finds that kill, Simp spawns right in the back. So they're blessed with a free opportunity at a pinch to walk away with that remaining time. Now early off the rotation over towards New, though. Tends to be a money hill here at P4. Minnesota Rocker fully set up. You're holding down top hallway if you are narrow. But they have every single angle cut off currently.
Yeah, Atlantis is waiting to try to get this little bit of a pitch play out of Draza on De Niro, front open hall. That's not going to work out. Ezreal clean on his transition.
Oh, no.
Does force a team kill, but still able to turn that into elimination on Simp, leaving it just down to a Gio 1v1. I don't know how many times we see it, Jay. It feels like almost every hard point, but Cell, the last one in, good for a 1v2 to open up the hard point for Atlanta.
And it's everything that Atlanta FaZe just did throughout Minor 1. You were able to enable your AR players to start to get a little bit more active on the map. Everybody's saying, oh, Celium's usually #1 KD. This guy's not really finding kills, yada, yada, yada. And then he starts to use that left stick a little bit. And he's been taking over these games recently for Atlanta FaZe on a 6th streak. Hellstorm earned. Gonna find yourself up by 60 points with an easy rotation as long as you're holding this remaining junk time here to contest towards top mid.
Yeah, that's just another moment in a long string of moments from Cell so far. Like we said, last one in, but rips all of Minnesota apart. Good transition here, though, from the Rocker. They get the exits off old, plus they get a little bit of action up top in the hallways. Not enough to get them into the hill for now, but they do control the correct side of the minimap over on the right side towards P2. Simp on 4 in a row, working on it, and for a moment, had a really nice little lock on De Niro, just not enough damage to find the spin on. But Draza inside the hill will connect for the final 2 kills, and now Atlanta owning some time.
And now the spawns are sort of flipping now for Minnesota Rocker, so you want to try to back them and play a little bit safe if you are Ezreal. But now you have no chance to do so because you know that your teammates are spawning over towards Rock. You don't want to give up this time to Atlanta FaZe. So let's fight through the middle of the map and try to chain a couple kills and then eventually push on out. Sip with some bad timing, walks right into the pre-aim of Nero, and that's such a big two-piece off the rotation to New. Minnesota only down by 40 points, but they can make up for it here at B2.
And just look at the narratives that we can start to build off the scoreboard right now. We've seen a couple of heroic moments from both Estriel and Nero. The SMGs really getting it done, but a combined 8 and 22 for the ARs of Paul and Geo. That is not going to be good enough. Not in the face of Draza and Cell, locking down opening kills and allowing these SMGs, the Tiny Terrors, to get involved in close quarters. Here's an opportunity though. Geo, Estriel, able to open the front door. Nero slides forward for the first, and that'll be a full wipe as Minnesota break from driveway.
And now 35 seconds, still a lot of time here at this P2 HP. Atlanta FaZe look like they're going to rally the troops all through the front door to try to execute a very difficult break. One player set committing on the pinch through mid-map. He gets taken care of. Celium does open up with that first kill off of the heady. But it's going to be a trade. Minnesota with more bodies. They're going to be able to soak up this remaining time.
Yeah, really good exchange of P2s between both these two squads, but Rocker now the one tested on rotation as we jump into a Minnesota listening.
Not you. Yeah, I think he's on top open. One on top open for sure. I knew that, I see. That kid's on that. That kid's on that. He might spawn back behind us. One thing spawn behind me. Secret. Draw this fire after that. There's still secret. Secret read deep. Outer. BZ one shot. Secret. One shot BZ outer. Need a bullet. Secret could on my platter already. Anytime. I'm gonna need out. I'm gonna need out. I'm trying to you. It's not even him. He's in. I'm only top plat. He's right side. Watch the back. I'm bitching you. I don't see him. You one shot drop. In secret. Secret. You time and probably outer. Secret so weak. Secret so weak. Not the plat. One shot. Nice. Front in of time. I think it's top secret. Front in. Yep. Secret in. Outer dead. Mr. draws it. I saw my clothes. I'm setting outer then. Draws it. In my 10. A little cobble. I'm one shot right now. I don't see him. Must see him. Draws it. Enter. On the cobble wing. I'm on now. I'm gonna kill one. He's still on the one. Nice. I'm winning level. I'm winning that quick. I'll play new. I'll watch my they go you're open. I got your level side though. I have open. You didn't do one shot draw. We draw our side.
Rocker hanging in, but FaZe bouncing back on rotation as we hop immediately over to Atlanta to see how they're calming this hill.
That's him. Somebody their side. There's Paul. Hop open. Shit on. Nice. How you fucking keep Paul. I'm blocking. You're good. I'm another one top over getting turned on. I spawned it. Come on. Nice. One shot. I got you too. Okay, I'll see. Hey, let's have stay close. We're good. Flying well. I'm paying close. I ain't tell us time in a second. Top open. 2. Take it off. Open. We're coming. Give a. I'll see him open. See, drop that mid. Yeah, I spawned it. Open. I don't see him. I'm trying. I'm trying to hold, okay? I'm with you. Yeah, go. Hey. Also, for one. Give me the fight. I'll see him. I'm holding top open. Open. One more. Stay down. Open weak. Time guarantee one. Secret game better. On hood. Secret got the mid. He's our open already. I'll team time. Take your time. Astrio's weak top open. He's our open.
Jay, what the heck is happening? We have a 9-point game, less than that, and this is essentially a 2v4. Paul and Geo are still only going to combine 18 kills. Estriel and Nero can just do no wrong.
Yeah, Rocker, I don't know how they're in this game, but they are keeping it very, very scrappy with 2 players sitting at almost double neg. They've signed themselves up by currently 1 point, but there's a lot of pressure to pitch out these spawns for the backside of P2. This might be the deciding factor. Who's going to walk with the majority of these gunfights? Estriel and Paul at least traded out effectively to put themselves in a numbers advantage. And Minnesota Rocker in the driver's seat to win the rotation anew.
It's just another one in a long string of just a stapled Minnesota hardpoint. They don't often outslay their opponents. The objective focus has continued to be strong, and the macro level knowledge, knowing that Abizi was trying to finesse around the back, he's quickly isolated. Rocker late in the map, getting the lead. Semtex right into Sip's front lap. Geo now the next one up. He's tagged out. Cell once again looking for a 1v2 to break the hard point. This time shut down by Nero with 35 to fight.
Yeah, but that small contest that comes in from Jaza does not allow now Minnesota Rocker to close out the game here. Gotta try to soak up this remaining 25, though. Do not let Atlanta FaZe get even close. Nero finds a double through mid-lobby. Polex through the front door. This is where you start to hit the go button, because look at those spawns starting to flip. They are playing ahead. Atlanta FaZe gotta chalk this one up and just go to new.
This will be the first time we've seen one of our two teams be able to try to string together 2 to 3. Draza in the way, able to deal with the Furs, trying to stop Estriel in his tracks. Not going to happen, but Atlanta will run from well, backside fences, and get Simp into 10. Abizi holding from the front, but look at the numbers for Rocker. Quickly in from the front, but Abizi, he's able to find 2 with a nade over the top. Now it's just down to Simp do his job. He's found the first. More still on the way. They know Paul's up top, and Draza's on the hunt.
You got to keep in mind, too, that Celium still has that Hellstorm in the back pocket. But you don't want to catch bad timing, calling that in or investing it, and not allowing a trade to be there. 2v2 is the trade. Fights, but Atlanta FaZe have flipped the switch. That's 3 dead. Make it all 4. Spawns have flipped. They can win the now.
230 to 241. Minnesota trying to stretch around the back. No one has the idea that Nero has played through bottom bar. He's going to catch Celium by surprise. Now that you also have Estriel from the front, because of course he is. The SMGs from Minnesota able to jump into contest. The nades over the top are going to work out. Just the Beezy standing in their way. Paul able to find the kill. Last 4 seconds. Estriel finds the kill on Draza, and Minnesota somehow, someway getting that outslain. Steal away map number 1 from Atlanta.
Man, shout out to the SMGs in Estriel and Nero, because every single time Paul X and Gio were not finding success, they were effective on the trades. That's actually insane, and this is why Minnesota are always into these series, because even with players that don't put up the best stats, just their teamwork is making the dream work. They wrote the wrongs right off the rip of the game when they initially lose a full 60 on P2. They make up for it with no one dying off the rotation towards P3, securing those back spawns. Keep it scrappy, and you got to keep in mind, Alan, if Celium doesn't pop that double over there at P4 initially, they would have been in this game a long time ago, and it probably is a better ending score there for Minnesota Rocker. But for those 2 young men to put up 30 plus each, 3K damage each, 20 plus non-traded kills each, Gio and Paul, you're just looking left and right like, thank God we got you 2, because you just did it all for us to take map number 1.
Unbelievable stuff, but again, it's just another in a long line of Minnesota hardpoints where you look at the hill time and it's evenly dispersed. You heard Nameless talking about it in the dash, like the damage numbers between this Minnesota roster is also usually pretty darn close. It's just, you do get these individual moments, and they needed it badly here for sure, but still, it's just a simple fact of the matter is this Minnesota team has this hive mindset where it's just, we are going to play this out together. We're going to figure out how to best use our presence on the objective. And yeah, outside of this particular 1v2 that actually turns into more here for Cell, this was back and forth as it goes. We had a perfect P2 from Atlanta the first time, responded to by Rocker with a perfect P3. Get to the second rotation, perfect P2 for Rocker, perfect P2 for Atlanta, P3 for Atlanta. So it's just like this back and forth of this good overall objective-minded gameplay. It's just so surprising when you turn that into what we have in the scoreboard, which is 2 players essentially doing all of the heavy lifting in the killing department for Minnesota.
And now the momentum is heavily in their side, Alan. Obviously, the last time that these 2 squads matched up, Des touched on it, both hard points within 50 points, but they went all the way to the distance in a map number 5. And Rocker are probably beating themselves up about it because they feel like they should have been walked away victorious in that series. But every single time we are able to watch them, they are just showing improvements. Now we're going into a map 2 search and destroy where, without question, they are one of the most creative S&D teams that we have in the game with all the different strategies that they can throw at you. And now this is where it gets a little bit more scary because Atlanta FaZe, they do have 1 rep on red card, right? But that 1 rep, they had it all the way in week number 1 of the CDL. Versus Toronto. They ended up falling short 6-3. They haven't played it since. On the opposite side for Minnesota, they have yet to play it. But for them to throw this map into the map pool, into this series, best believe their strategies are going to be on point.
Jay, I don't know if you noticed that at the end of our replay package, we got the perspective of Celium, which we didn't have in the real game time moment. He accidentally threw out an RCXD when he was trying to call out the Hellstorm. Oh, no. So he calls it an RC, has to blow up because you can't use it, and then the Hellstorm comes down, but it's not there in time to clear off the hard point. I don't know if we can get a look at that again. It kind of snuck into the replay package, but that's an important moment because that Hellstorm, with its ability to split off the early missiles, very well may have landed to help out Abizi because Celium was the next one off spawn. He tries to call on the streak. That doesn't come down. Yeah, okay, we're gonna get another look at it. So it kind of just like snuck in the replay package, but he accidentally calls in the RC when it's 242 to 239. and look at the hard point. That's all 3 Minnesota players on the hill. If that Hellstorm comes in maybe a touch earlier, maybe it forces them into 10, which is closer to your spawn. Maybe you get a couple of kills, but I don't know.
Nah. I don't think that Hellstorm was working there at the very end. You only need about 7 seconds. It's about 5 seconds before the missile couldn't even come out of the air and start shooting the other little missiles coming through. I think that if I was selling him there, I would have used that Hellstorm at the ending of that P4 because that's basically your only opportunity. P1's keep it scrappy. You can dodge those with ease. You don't really invest it there at P2, but to wait all the way to the very end of the game, in that moment right there, I just don't think it was enough time for him to actually get anything done with that Hellstorm. So now we go into this search and destroy, Alan. So go into this S&D where obviously the records for both teams, it's about 50-50 chance that FaZe are currently going to win a search and destroy at 5-5 total. But on the opposite side for Minnesota Rocker, even though they have an 8-6 overall record with a 1-loss streak, S&D has been what has gotten through them a lot of these series. It's just none of them have been on red cards. So I'm super excited to see what they're going to show us here.
The other side of things here for this Atlanta team, and I know that Maven and Nameless are both talking about this, like it's so rare to find an Atlanta team that has struggled in not just control, but especially the search and destroy. You got to keep in mind that they have won, what, 5 of their last 6 in search and destroy. So they have looked really good in terms of improving since the first 2 weeks where they hadn't won a single search. So now it just comes down to the question of had they done their homework when it comes to red card, because like you said, we have not seen this much, not just for Atlanta, but we've seen none of it for Minnesota, and first blood initially on to Draza for the Rocker.
Yeah, I love that play call right there from Rocker to set the tone early on and just be aggressive over towards head side, find that early first blood, and basically force the hand of Atlanta FaZe to think about that rotation over towards New. But seemingly on your minimap, the mind games are potentially going to come in because the bomb carrier is still going to roam his way over towards the safe site. You're going to have a BZ potentially trying to work this deep pinch by himself.
Can you catch any information from this stage side of the map is the question here for Simp. Paul going to push him off just a touch from top window. Nades tossed as respectfully as they possibly could be up towards glass. Doesn't really do too much to influence the position, but Selim has gotten a chance to move forward, and he finds Nero. We go 3v3.
And now you're just waiting for the opportunity if you are a BZ to set up on this pinch, but information already gained. Trying to keep him at bay, but he's in towards the side, so now the rotation from the bomb. Gonna be able to get down that B for free as Semtex trying to keep him off of it, but it's gonna be a 3v3 retake.
Asriel pushing into this. He's got health nearby. Paul, Geo combined for the 2 eliminations that they need. Sim trying to get away. 14 HP.
What?
Shots on the wall are decent. Now he's off the regen. 1v1 with Geo. Oh my goodness. Simp able to win essentially just an in-your-face 1v2 to save the round for Atlanta.
Oh man, you can always count on Chris Laird to look like he's hacking in some of these S&D rounds. Missed the wall bang for the first, but then the snap onto Geo for the second. What was the first blood in favor of Rocket when you got down to the final 30 seconds? Just that opening that Selim was able to locate right through top mid, finds that freebie onto Nero, and then at the same time, a BZ just taking space away and towards that B site, opens it up. And then Simp just does Simp things. Atlanta take first round.
Huge momentum shift early after what looked to be a really solid setup for Rocker. A really good challenge on the bomb being planted as well, but it comes up short. But now Nades exchange over the top of hedges. We also have the vast majority of our players in the lobby right here in front, and Nero shut down initially, but the follow-up is good for Rocker. Cell able to keep this thing tight though as he finds a follow-up pick onto Paul.
A deep flank though, being set up from a BZ. It's basically going to trap them over towards this A site. So the bomb seemingly is going to go down now. Both players camping towards the top 3 stories. Selim drop down through the ladder. A 2v2 on a retake.
And it might just come down to 2 individual 1v1s if the timing comes through. Geo just picking his time perfectly. Clean shots towards the BZ. Cell looking to follow up to see if he can catch a trade late. Oh, but this is going to feel very panicky as there's been a lot of time that slipped. Opening shots not going to land. Geo just hits the deck. Knows he's got the clock as his best ally right now. Estriel also playing up top. Shoulders thrown. Estriel follows up for the free kill. Minnesota respond.
Yeah, it's all you got to do. Shoulder, shoulder, shoulder in the 2v1. Wait for your teammates to get into the play and then shoot them in the back for free. That round all starts off with an all-out push through the hedges area. Effective on the trade. You turn it into a 2v2, but then right there, Atlanta FaZe just basically gave up all map control. They gave it the bomb for free. No one had any information on what the setup was looking like. So once that bomb gets planted, BZ peeking from top window, Geo lines it up perfectly. to turn it into a 2v1 and then just way too much ground to try to cover. If you are Celium with not that much time to clutch up in, Minnesota tie the game.
FaZe looking to pull something very similar as their opening offensive look here with just a mid-route being hit by Cell. He'll watch to see if anyone crosses. Everyone else is playing very aggressively this time for FaZe up and on towards this main concourse. Draza finds one. That was Geo playing just behind this setup. Simp tagged, but still alive. Nero able to at least find a trade. That's deep, actually. He is past the hedge line. Beezy's still going to plant, though, and, well, the problem is Atlanta just is not able to get themselves set up, so now you've got a weird 2v3 post plant.
Oh, and now you can isolate the bomb planter into Beezy because you know that Celium was back mid. Instantly going to stick that defuse is Nero, and Celium is going to get taken down after Estru was able to find 3 on the round. Insane plays right there for Minnesota Rocker, even in the man disadvantage. That first blood comes in very, very quickly for Atlanta FaZe. They have all the map over towards hedge side, but just Nero sets up the pinch. He finds one before falling, and then Estrio does everything else. Love the heads-up decision-making right there from Minnesota Rocker, because at the same time, before even Nero drops, he throws a shoulder to the middle of the map to keep Celium in that position. They isolate the player that was trying to climb towards top 3. They isolate the player that plants the bomb. And then you don't even waste any time trying to look at where the last guy is. Someone stick the defuse. We got over you. Minnesota, 2 rounds in a row.
Clean stuff, quick. Estriel also now up to 5 in a row, so RCXD could be in play, and it is. It's actually out of Atlanta's hands, maybe by the chance. Things have come to a bit of a pause. You do hear one wiggling around. Nero pushing forward still beyond this. Little solo mission for him with his teammates behind. He's going to be able to at least find that the only defender for FaZe is deep on this site. The problem is Celium has found Paul at mid-map, and now Minnesota has to be careful from being surrounded. And that's already coming to fruition as Nero will drop immediately, leaving just Estriel and Geo into a tough 2v4.
Yeah, and Estriel's just going to send it for a gunfight. Has to try to make a play there. Simp gets the better of him, so now Geo left in the 1v4 scenario. Positioning known. Every player from Atlanta FaZe is surrounding you. Clean round right there from Atlanta to invest the RC car, realize where the pressure was coming in, and then the beautiful setup that they had around that mid-map between Draza and Celium. Crack the doors open, have a different angle to attack over towards Hedge's side, and he was able to find the initial 2 kills, and that basically calls the round there. So Atlanta FaZe tie the game.
Both teams trying to get a little aggressive on offense right through that main concourse, just not quite finding the freedom to do so. We'll see if that starts to kind of influence how much focus the ARs put at mid-map, especially from the offensive side in particular. See what Atlanta decides to do. Cell right back up towards the staircase. He's going to play mid-map. But passively, he's just going to watch the door cross here. So Draws is going to give himself a trophy on the hedges. Simp and Abizi will play just below this setup, and you do hear the RC looks like it may be out for Minnesota this round. Or at least it was.
It already gets taken care of. Minnesota Rocker have a couple more bodies this time around to defend this A site. Atlanta FaZe are seemingly going to commit on this. Simp finds the first blood. You still know that there's another player located around this bomb. Wow. Abizi strikes for the second. Immediately 4v2, and Paul's already got 10 HP.
Yeah, that's an offensive setup that is just an immediate counter to what we've seen from Minnesota in their prior 2 defenses. Nero keeps it interesting, but not enough to make any drama occur. And yeah, that's legitimately, like, if Celza could just watch the front doors, don't give yourself any sort of a contact over through mid-map until someone tries to charge behind that SMG play. Draza's playing safe with the trophy to watch that top window, so it's just down to Simp and Beezy double challenging the back sidewalk, and they catch out Minnesota's setup pretty much perfectly. That was a great response.
Yeah, I think if you're Minnesota Rocky, you got to go back to what you did on defense round number 1. Just not giving up hedge control, because that's so far 3 attacking rounds from Atlanta FaZe where they find that opening kill from that angle, because it's very difficult to watch that side close the doors on the top side of hedges. But when you send 3 players, it instantly shuts them down and then force them to rotate to the complete opposite side.
Here we go.
Now Minnesota Rocky on their attack. Gonna show a little bit of presence over towards B, but fighting for this mid-map.
Yeah, that's enough, though, to pull Celium back and over towards B. At the same breath, look at how far forward Simp and Draza has started to go. So they're offering to keep the middle of the map open and playing these 2v2s inside of either side. Cell, good opener. BZ following up. Oh, can't quite get the best of Nero. And that means Cell has to get out of here, wait for help.
Hey, they're trying to isolate him, but thankfully his teammates are now in the mix. 3v3 bomb site control goes in favor of Minnesota, but they don't want to commit on this bomb plank. Don't know how many stuns or nades are going to be on the opposing side, but just look at the pinch being developed from Simp. He's waiting for the go.
Yeah, it looks like Rocker, they're saying we need Nero to help get some setup here at B to get the plant down. And in that moment, he starts to kind of come closer towards the bleachers. He does find Simp on the long pinch. So now it's just down to what can Cell and Draza do from these crossing angles in front of the box. Estriel for the plant. Geo throwing shoulders on one side, tagged by Draza. Cell trying to find an angle, can't quite connect. Now you got to find a way to push on it if you're phased. Geo's off the regen. Cell and Draza gonna work this together from the left perspective doorway. Estriel there to meet them, and Estriel will find both. Perfect post plant.
And every single time you think Minnesota are trapped, it's Estriel who gets him out of it. He reads the flank coming in from Sim, finds that kill, puts his team in a man advantage, and then strikes at the right time to close out the round again with 3. He's just been a completely different player after the first 2 weeks of Minnesota Rocker. He was very inconsistent, but now all of a sudden he's probably the best player on the roster. He's just been unbelievable these last couple of weeks.
It's just like, we saw moments last year where Estriel, when he gets unlocked, what he can do. And this roster definitely, I think, for all 4 players, definitely kind of came with a level of like, what are we going to get? Like, who's going to IGL this team? Is there going to be an individual pop-off? And it's just this collective effort that has shown the trust can come through, but this time, Estriel trying to play over towards the B side of the map will be overwhelmed by all 4 phase members, but Nero's gotten to read that this is all 4. He's already cut through mid-map. Paul's gonna hit through Ticket. They can try to contest this quickly for a 3v4.
Yeah, if you're Atlanta, you just want to get this bomb down instantly. So you can have every single one of your players up with their gun ready. Celium potentially going to get isolated. Abizi trying to assist him. Abizi actually is going to fall. And Celium, I don't know how much HP he has left, but Draza falls as well. Yeah. 2v2.
That's not bad for Rocker to level this thing up once again. Simp, AR in hand, just watching this cross. And she's got both weapons, but Nero surprises him from the flank. Now it's just down to Cell for the 1v1 now. Just over the top of the bomb site. Opening shots are good, and Cell converts on the 1v2 for Atlanta.
That's crazy because Cell looked to be dead to rights when those gunfights started to go down. Abizi keeps him alive. He's able to finesse, get out with his life. And then in the 1v2, just predicts perfectly the angle that Nero was going to try to attack from. Mr. MacArthur, ice in his veins, ties the game.
It's been so clutch for this Atlanta team so many different times. Doesn't matter the mode either. We've seen it in Control. We saw it obviously just recently in the hard point. And now add a 1v2 to the docket, giving Atlanta a narrow edge 4v3. But Rocker are fighting back nicely. 4-man hit here for Minnesota. Pretty much all of it on the low ground. They're going to keep Geo in a position to at least throw shoulders to allow Nero to push very aggressively bottom window. And Atlanta's not going to know this. They're going to instead likely just try to opt to play for some sort of a far contest of the A site, delay time, and let Abizi and Simp get aggressive on the backside of the map. But they have not been able to find Geo. Initial trade comes through, bomb being planted, but Celium on 4 in a row turns the numbers into a 1v3 now for Estriel.
Now Estriel, they know that you are the bomb planner. Stun does not connect. With 3 players from Atlanta phase, knowing your positioning, everyone's gonna go for the chow. You find the first onto Draza. Shots good enough, but not able to take down Celium. As again, Mr. Celium secures around 4 Atlanta phase. It was a 2v4 on the complete opposite side of your mini-map. Sip and Abizi were working on that deep pinch, not allowing Minnesota Rocker to even think about that rotation over towards the B side. But the fact that the other 2 players from Atlanta phase, who were completely getting overwhelmed by the amount of players on the side of Minnesota Rocker, leads to Celium putting down shots on the Paul, finding that opening with a frag. Effective trades on the pinch. You just consistently keep the numbers on your side if you're Atlanta, and now you're at game point.
Just really good, I think, for those 2 AR players just to stay alive, not only where they were, but to make life a little bit more difficult for Minnesota to even get the bomb planted in the first place. You had a 2v4 in front of you. You made it feel like 2 different 1v1s, I think, for a number of that. Cell now on 5 in a row as he's to 10 and 4 overall. Minnesota looking to get aggressive defensively. A little page out of Atlanta's book here. You've got Estriel and Nero stacked up over towards Ticket side. I believe Abizi may have heard the glass break. And yeah, it seems like he has. He's able to catch Nero. And now it's just to a 2v4. Estriel and Geo have to play retake.
And a retake at the A site. With all 4 players still up. Let me see what you got, because this was not going to be easy. Estriel positioning already known. Knows that he has to try to commit on this gunfight with only 30 seconds left. We need them all.
Now Geo's going to have to make a play around the back, and he's going to be seen here. Estriel at least able to get 1 trade, but a lot more in front of him. Shots to Abizi. not terrible, but Beezy had an AR to play with, and that gun is just flat out better at that range. So a gritty search and destroy, but the final tally will make it feel much more convincing for Atlanta. And I really do think you go back to round, I think it was like 7, where Atlanta just had the perfect read offensively on what they wanted to do to really kind of break down this Minnesota Rocker team. And then once things start to kind of trend towards like what the normal defaults are for both these two teams, Atlanta's the first one to throw a curveball, you know, at the long flink that comes around the back a couple of different times. That works out for Atlanta to take the map 6-3.
Yeah, that's what tends to usually happen when you're talking about Atlanta FaZe and their search and destroy. Those mid-round adjustments start to come in. And it's also going to help when you're finding basically every single first blood on the map. What is that, 8-1 overall? The last time that they matched up, where Minnesota Rock were able to beat Atlanta FaZe on a search and destroy, Minnesota were able to find 8 of those 10 first bloods in that S&D. But this time Atlanta FaZe just picked them apart early into these rounds, man. And it was just the initial play calls off the rip on their offenses of consistently attacking over towards A. You're forcing Minnesota Rocket now to make an adjustment to where that one round where they make that adjustment, where you get narrow pushed out towards stage, everyone from Atlanta FaZe were already in your face at that B site. So that's what makes Atlanta FaZe so difficult in search and destroy, is that when they're able to get a read of what you're throwing at them, the adjustments come in and they come in very, very quickly. But 8 first bloods compared to 1 on the other side, that's heavy advantage every single time in favor of FaZe.
Absolutely the case. Well, that was a Minnesota team that was 8-6 in search and destroy. 4 of those losses came solely on protocol, but red card, which seemed to be their hard veto, doesn't look like necessarily it's going to be part of the mix when it comes to their major map set. But we had to at the desk to kind of break down the Hacienda, the electricity there, plus the follow-up on the search.
FaZe should be up 2-0 if you ask some people here on the desk. We're going to be talking about these 2 games. And
dude, I got you, bro.
Celium doing work there to close out the search and destroy. Was there any fear for you that Celium wouldn't find his way in Black Ops 6?
No, like he's been one of the most consistent players just in general. You talk about selling ability. It was weird to see him start the way he did, but nah, I was not worried. He's back to work.
Clint also has a FaZe tattoo, so he's the biggest FaZe fan.
It's a MacArthur face. Yeah. Who doesn't want one of those?
Listen,
Let's jump in though to some of the highlights from map 1. And the first hard point came down on the final hill. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, an absolutely insane hard point, right? There's just so much going on. We're going to talk about a little bit here, but basically FaZe, they have control of this hill, right? It's looking like they're going to be able to rally back a bunch of points. Abizi finds 2 huge kills. Geo gets through the back. Doesn't matter. Simp finds him as well. And FaZe are just holding this down, but they make a grave mistake later on in here. They give up the back and they end up getting flipped out. But I understand how hard it can be to hold in these situations, but that's the difference in these high-end teams. What we saw with Optic, able to hold at the end. Your FaZe, you're finding all these kills. You kill Geo. You still have positioning. You have the back. And now this is what I want you guys to look at. So you see 5, that's Draza, pushing in bottom. And then you see the other player, Celium. He gives up the back to go assist the front as if they're all flying front. You already have a player pushed up fences. That's Abizi. You need to be looking at the back. Abizi pushed up fences. I don't know if it's communication. He's not relaying to his team that they're not in the front, but Celium just doesn't turn around, and Nero flanks for free, finding a kill for the break. So for Atlanta FaZe, they won the minor. There's still some things though at that, like in hardpoint, that they have to clean up. Right there, they should have won.
Since Clint made you pick Minnesota,
yeah.
Do you have confidence that Minnesota now can actually give you the lead back going into games 3 and 4?
Yes, I do. I mean, I know Minnesota haven't been too strong on red card hardpoint, but they do have some reps on it, and in control, they have been better. So I like Minnesota Rocker right now. I like the pick.
They got a shot, but that reminded me of FaZe on map 1, like of just like, I don't know, MW2 FaZe or something. Like they lost so many close hard points, but then what usually would bail them out in the passing, they're still a very solid search and control team. So they're able to get search win here, despite the fact they've been 50-50 on the year. You know, they talked about the casters. The first bloods were so lopsided. Celium finally reaching deep in his bag in that mode. But the control is the question mark. Like that's my biggest question mark for FaZe, like by far. Like they have never, ever in the history of this core trio stunk in control. So.
They've been bad in control. And then to that first blood thing, like Jay and Shiv pointed it out, like throughout this whole year, Atlanta FaZe have been #1 in first bloods. They've just been like bottom 4 converting those to round wins. So like, that's a good sign though. It's like we're getting the first bloods.
We're doing the hard part.
Right? Yeah, we're doing the hard part, and now let's do the easy part, use our numbers and win rounds. And that was like one of the first times where, you know, they get a blood, and if you remember, Celium backs all the way up to his base. He's like, I'm gonna find the little sneaky guy that's trying to get a kill on Nero. Kills Nero, and it's like, that's so easy. Why don't you just do that more often? And that's kind of what they were doing throughout that map, which it just works.
Atlanta FaZe finding their form after fumbling in game number 1. Minnesota Rocker are in control of the respawns, and I did not think that was going to be possible against Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, he's right.
I don't know. I don't know if they're in control. But
on your lip.
Do I? What do I got? Is it because they ate a lot of pizza?
Yeah. Let's go
Is
back
it crayon or is it pizza? It probably is. I have my hands on the thing. There's crayons goddamn everywhere. Crayons.
Just cut him off. Just cut him off. Yeah, fade him out. Cut to black. End credits. Jeez, these guys are off the rails. I don't know who approved this, but wow, Jay, we're in it.
We need to get Allie back on the desk ASAP. Clint has got my boys going rogue. Al, I hope you're doing okay. Hurry up and come back.
For real. Let's take a look though at the back half of this series, because like the desk with circus music playing behind them, we're trying to lay out was the fact that hey, this back half of this series can look pretty darn beneficial when it comes to what Minnesota has been able to provide in the past. Mostly because maps 3, 4, and 5 their record on is pretty damn good. A lot of reverse sweeps so far in the year, including a couple of the minor. But looking at the control, this will feel a little strange, I think, for both of these two teams, because Minnesota has been good in control, don't get me wrong, but a lot of it has come through Vault, whereas for Atlanta, they really have only played Vault. They've only played Protocol once, and that was a loss in round 5 to the LA Thieves. And I know that both of us are sitting here looking at that attacking win percentage. For a team that often outslays their opponents in the history of their time in the CDL, it's not very common. We see them with an 11th place ranking currently on attack for control.
Yeah, they've just been struggling, but I think even bigger is that number 8th overall on their defensive side, because Atlanta FaZe are usually one of those squads that tend to slay, probably with the best of them, never get outslayed on that defensive side. For some reason, they have yet to find consistency in this game, in that control game mode, but switching it up this time, going to Protocol, but they did have a round 5 Grueler versus LAT, back-to-back offensive L's. But Minnesota Rocket, they love themselves some Protocol too, so this is an absolute square up.
Yep, Selling good 2 over the top of the B site. Astral still playing deep though for the defense, and as Geo clears out Simp, Minnesota can still keep their eyes forward as they come off spawn. Whereas for Atlanta, it's all about can we keep track of where Astral is. Abizi trying for some cheeky pre-fire, does get 1 tag on Astral, that slows him down, but Cell cannot take advantage of it, and then he's out. Look at that. It's just out of there. Just so darn quick, as now Minnesota have just 60 seconds to kill off, and they have a 2-life edge.
Oh, Astral was finessing. If he would have found that kill on the Simp, would have kept them trapped in their base for even longer, but the clean for that now leads to Atlanta FaZe. Getting a little bit of a stack going over towards the save point. You have players getting pushed up into the spawn and play for those spawn kills. Draza finds the first, selling him with the nade, but effective on the trades. On the last 2 plays from Rocker. Second segment comes in, but you might have to get off of it.
Yeah, Simp has to bail for a moment. The double stack allowing them to get that second tick, the third on the way. And okay, good little commitment moment there for Atlanta, considering that they were down a little bit. You do find a chance to stack. You get a player forward to kind of bump, kill off some time. It gives you the extra 60 seconds, and now all of a sudden you've created a 3-life edge with Simp over the top, trying to find maybe something over towards the top turret. Doesn't really fully work out as Draza is left down towards boat. Paul will eventually confirm the trade.
Yeah, and this is great job so far from Atlanta FaZe, not all dropping at the same time, not losing the map control and allowing Minnesota Rocker to make your life a living hell off the respawn. There's now 15 and 12 in lives remaining, only 1 person on the point. But Minnesota Rocker, they're starting to get a little bit nervous now because you're not pushed up into their base. At least you do have 1 player in Estriel set up on the pinch. He finds the freebie, but instantly traded. Atlanta FaZe is just micromanaging the game so well right now.
I love that you use the word micromanage because it's moments where I can get on for a little bit more progress. Okay, never mind. Let me bounce off. Let me try to get involved in the mix as a BZ almost takes down 2. Estriel keeping the defense relatively healthy around the zone, but it's still a 5-life edge. There's still tons of time on the clock here. No reason for Atlanta to push as Draza will have a trophy system ready to go, and Simp can get on for a little bit more progress for the second tick, and with 3 dead, now you can stack it, and it should be an Atlanta offensive win.
Yeah, that's going to be the round unless Geo has his Superman cape on. He gets taken down by Celium, and what a dominant round at that. I know you said, what were they, 11th overall in attacking sides in control? But to outslay them to bits, lead that column by 12 kills in round number 1, all segments complete. Atlanta FaZe have just been a different beast since the minor.
I just love the idea, and we haven't really seen this in great, I would say, like, number when it comes to the CDL on this map, but the idea of, okay, my AR's posted above me on the B zone. Let me step onto it, see if I can force someone from Minnesota to have to chow me. Maybe it allows my AR to get involved. Otherwise, if that contact doesn't come through, then I'll just take an extra step forward on the B zone, isolate that angle, and just kind of keep this little back and forth between AR and SMG presence over the top of these zones, and that little bit of micromanagement over the top of the zone itself, I think, is really what allowed Atlanta to not just get the A zone, but in particular that B point.
And now they have an answer on their defensive side as they start off with the initial 2 kills. Nero on the point with only 35 HP. He's going to be able to get taken care of. And now Sip is already in your base. Good luck.
Yeah. 4 in a row as well, mind you. Caught on Sprinter's touch as Estriel's able to find one, but Draza right into play immediately afterwards. Nero through the door. At least able to shut him down and will keep the lives relatively tight, but Atlanta is still playing forward. Maybe the only exit strategy would have to come by way of Gio, who's behind this Atlanta defense at the moment.
Yeah, and Gio and Paul, I know you didn't really have a lot of success in that map number 1.
Yeah,
it was due to the SMGs. Yeah. You can't have that again on a map like Protocol, especially in Control, where your lives play a big part of how much success you're going to be able to find. Celium and Draza just roaming in towards 10. It's not allowing Minnesota Rock off the respawn to have a full collective push. It's now with only 40 seconds left, not a single segment earned. You have to start off by getting your 10 control.
Yeah, this is just freebie after freebie, and Draza wasn't even off the regen yet, still took care of Paul, who is still at the double negative stat line. So again, this Minnesota respawn being punished.
Jesus!
Celium takes down 2. Abizi now free to move forward, forcing the spawns to move around. Gets the comm from his teammate that Paul's in front of him at low health. Abizi now switching positions with Celium. And oh my goodness, Atlanta could do no wrong. This has been as dominant of a defense as we've ever seen. Minnesota, a couple eliminations to try to get them out of spawn, maybe to try to and they will jump onto A, but Simp is off 2 in a row. He can track back with his teammates, and it should only be a matter of time before Atlanta clear the zone out.
Yep, Simp already spots him. He knows that the other 2 players he just killed are already off the respawn, so stuck between a decision. It's going to be pretty difficult to make. You jump on out. Only going to have 50 HP in the dream, and eventually he does fall. So Minnesota showing a little bit of lifeline, but here comes that pinch from Celium. Yeah. Takes down 1, knows that the child's going to be from the front end. Gio, last player alive towards bottom steps, and he's able to catch a double to at least keep it at a pause, 2.9.
It's not over yet, man. Sim's still able to find the double. It really does feel like he puts it on a reach, especially considering the life count at the moment. But Gio may get this 3rd tick of progress here. Sell it for the last second contest. Follow up by Nero. There's the extra 60. So at least another tick of progress has been earned. Don't want to call it yet, but again, it's one of those moments that with only 2 lives remaining, this would take a miracle. I know Minnesota's done well at a 2v7 before, but that was on vault.
Yeah. This is going to be a lot more of a difficult task, especially against the players on the opposing end. It's now Estrio in a 2v9. Gonna work his way to try to take a little bit of bottom comms control. Gio on the re-pinch. Catches bad timing versus Abizi. Abizi swirling, spinning, whatever he can. As Estrio, it's only a matter of time.
Well, he's doing a nice job of finessing. Draza eventually beats him, puts him down, but the overall picture, I think, is kind of a meek silver lining is the simple fact that you do get 3 ticks of progress there, but the problem is Atlanta is still up 2-0.
Yeah, they're up 2-0. They're also up by 3 segments, even after you secured those 3 segments in that previous round. And thankfully, at least for now, you don't have to worry about any health zones or anything like that. But I think to go back to round number 1, if you are Atlanta FaZe, the perfect opportunity just presented itself on your lap. Like, they got all 4 kills at the same exact time. We're able to take all the map control away and then dominate the map control after that. So if you are Minnesota Rocker, just do what FaZe just did. Just don't die all in sync.
Sure. Very, very true. Paul still at 7 and 15. It's not been particularly great in terms of what he's been able to produce elimination-wise for Minnesota here in the offense. And Cell expects to play up the zip from Nero. Slashes him to pieces. Sip, look over towards Paul. He's gunned by Abizi. And now Atlanta stopping the clock early, already on the A zone with sidewalk control starting to develop.
Yep, and look at where those spawns are coming in for Minnesota Rocker. All over towards the tower side. Thankfully, there's only 1 player from Atlanta FaZe on that A point, so it gives them opportunities to try to still contest it, but as soon as you're coming off the respawn, you got to worry about these players in your face. Yeah. Abizi, no chance on slowing down, already on 4 in a row.
Jay, I was going to say, it took Minnesota, until this moment, it took Gio a chance to get 3 before there was a single kill tallied for the Rocker. So, second tick of progress looking likely as Sip comes up through the middle of the map for a double. Estriel sliding into contest. Should be overwhelmed here and will be. Cell, 1 more to win, but no, Paul able to find himself now 3 in a row, trying to get involved here for Minnesota, and that will stop progress on A and keep the clock moving.
Yeah, second segment does get locked, though. So now if you are Atlanta FaZe, who can potentially find the opening in Sip and Abizi and Draza, everybody combines for a kill. Last player alive is going to be Gio. He's at least able to cap a double, potentially a triple, but the team shot's too good from Atlanta FaZe. because they are maintaining a little bit of that mid-map control. But Minnesota are not giving it up for free.
Third tick on the way. Geo looking for the cross while also contesting. It's Cell in his way, deals with it nicely. Trophy system for Atlanta likely to expire here in a moment, but it does allow a chance for Sip to dive on in, and he turns that into a 1v2 moment. Abizi on the other side of the map wins his double, so an extra 60 is going to be earned. 6 life edge for Atlanta, and they can keep the clock paused with pressure on the B zone.
Yeah, because now Minnesota Rocker have to run all the way across the map due to the positioning of Abizi. You're going to run right into the pre-aim of Sim. First segment already done. Double stack is going to be on the point. Abizi secures that kill over towards tower. Abizi secures a kill towards top mid. And yeah, that's the map, Alan. It's over with.
Sure feels that way. One more chance. No, Cell and Sim deal with the last defensive play, and that is way better for Atlanta when it comes to especially the offensive side, but just control in general. That's more like it. I think if you're a FaZe fan, you love to see it. And it really was straight perfection across both offenses, and especially that round 2 defense. I mean, yeah, you do allow an opportunity for a solo player to get that last tick and the third over towards A, but so what? You were dominating the kill feed from start to finish your phase.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to is Atlanta FaZe and their slaying. That has been their struggle so far this year in control. They were not positive on both the attacking side and defensive side for Vault. They switch it up. They throw a little bit of protocol in the mix, and they make this one look very, very easy. Everyone's hitting positive. Everyone over 2K damage. That was just a very easy map, and it's easier whenever you're finding all the kills the way that you were, man, because Minnesota Rocker, they gave themselves chances. Like in the beginning of that defensive round, it came out to about, what, 20, 30 seconds, and Atlanta FaZe found all 4 kills at the right time for them to work their way on out. It's just difficult when you're not finding your kills, especially in control. Minnesota Rocker, not a single player go positive, and that is going to be the ending game result.
Typically is the case, but to see Atlanta get a 3-0 by way of 2 offensive rounds is inspiring stuff, especially considering the performance they were able to put together at Minor 1, which, again, just kind of the opponents that they faced, not easy whatsoever. They had to play this very gritty Minnesota team. Of course, the grand finals versus Carolina felt very comfortable. But I would say, just kind of looking back on that, like the win versus Thieves is what I think kind of defines this squad. I mean, you dominate them essentially in both the hard points. You dominate them in the search and destroy. It's just the control that slipped you. And this Atlanta FaZe team is looking very complete right now. I know that, again, you know, the Des was talking about they're only 5-5 in search, but in their last 7 efforts now, they've won 6 of them. So it definitely feels like things are really trending the right direction since the holiday break for FaZe.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing, because I'm pretty sure the entire league, every single fan that we have in the CDL, they were happy as hell. They were seeing potentially Atlanta FaZe on the downwards trend. But all this team needed was 2 weeks. That's it. All they needed was 2 weeks to show how dominant they were again. They showed it at Minor 1. And so far, they're showing it in this series what they are fully capable of when they are clicking on all cylinders. Now they're up 2-1 into this series. They're going into a red card hardpoint. And actually, the final 2 maps is a rematch. If we do manage to go all the way to this map number 5, they squared up on red card before. It was Atlanta FaZe walking away with 250 to 214. A very, very close game. But I think if you're Minnesota Rocker, you're going to be able to fix those little mistakes that you made last time. And what Atlanta FaZe did so well was find a lot of time off of P1 and P2 by dominating Hedge. If you're Minnesota Rocker, you can't allow that to happen.
And we kind of saw the same thing, you know, again, obviously a different muse when it comes down to playing Search and Destroy, but we did see a lot more value for Atlanta being played over that middle concourse, whether that be on the inside just out of ticket or, like you mentioned, over the top of hedges. So that definitely seems like a priority point of the map for Atlanta, no matter what the mode happens to be. And like you mentioned, that was very much so the case when they had played last time. It did feel like Selly and Madraza were getting all the information, if not the kills first. It allowed Simp and Abizi to just run around, do what they do best, which is what we've already seen pretty much throughout this map, or this match rather, to this point. So again, it does feel like everything starts to trend since the holiday break towards what Atlanta could do. Definitely inspiring, I think, after the long stretch of round 5s in control, to go to a map you haven't played a lot of, get a 3-0, 2 of them coming off of offensive wins for Atlanta as well. You know, if you really want to try to play that fiddle. But for this Minnesota team, they find ways to hang in these series where it feels like maybe one map is just a blowout. It's just like, whoa, what is this team? And then they show you the next map is like, oh, okay, it's this guy. So these guys are objectively focused. We saw that on the Hacienda. Can they do it again here? That's the big question. Need to have all 4 members show up. They'll tell you that first and foremost.
Yeah, you're going to definitely need all 4 members to show up here, especially your AR players who so far in both the respawns have not had a good time. But on a map like Red Car, where all those gunfights are going to be long distance, you need their impact to be felt. So backs against the wall, Minnesota Rocker can never count these guys out. Always manage to keep themselves into the game. But it's just not allowing Atlanta FaZe to set you up the way that they did last time around. Dominate over towards P1, soak up about 40 seconds there. Trap you towards the backside of P2. You cannot have that if you're Rocker to try to force game 5 here.
Yep. Okay, that's the layout. Let's see exactly how this starts to unfold. Atlanta already trying to play largely just in through tickets, selling good first blood contact. Again, that's Nero just caught in the middle of the map. Simp winning over towards hedges again. Keeps Estriel over towards stage side, and Atlanta kind of exactly as you were framing up, Jay, what they did last time, they're doing again. Hedge control, outer control, ticket control. How about some hard point time to go with that?
Yeah, just force a Minnesota Rocker to consistently just try to work their way through ticket. It's just not going to be easy. So far, been 15 uncontested seconds here at P1. You first got to get past Simp. Pollux does a great job of that. And now you can start off these trade fight because Estriel has developed on this pinch for a clean 4 dead. And now already the adjustments come in. You flip the spawns out towards Atlanta FaZe on the back end. But now I don't know if you're going to be able to read this pinch on the repinch coming in.
Well, BZ takes care of one, heads up to the high ground. Simp playing just below him. Not able to expect that Gio was right in position to deal with that. BZ's long-range shots now alerts Minnesota of his presence as the hard point goes open. And it'll be Gio who tries to get some early time here. Spawn control, I was going to say for the rotation, looked good for Minnesota, but the follow-up kills from Atlanta, better. So now Paul and Nero will spawn behind this hill. Astro just trying to play his life to avoid the spawn trap, and at least he's done okay, but Atlanta are back into the hard point with still 33 seconds to fight for.
Yeah, but they said, Astro, you can take your time over there towards stage. Eventually, we're going to get you. We know where the rest of your teammates are spawning, so... Now with 25 seconds still here at P2. Not the ideal situation you want to be in if you're Rocker. Thankfully, you're already in a position to contest it. You're already finding yourself in the numbers advantage potentially off this rotation. You can walk away with this final 15. Just have to not allow these kills to go in favor of Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and you cannot allow this game to get out of hand early, especially with the rotation starting to build the way that it is. FaZe even going to get the last couple of seconds of the scrap. Rotating already over towards Garage. Draza still making life miserable for Rocker off spawn. And the block that comes through already from Simp is everything. He just needs to finesse, keep his life, because Rocker are largely in mass trying to move across the middle of the map, but they cannot find Simp. Astriel's still pinned in the back, but finally the kills start to develop and Rocker find every single one.
That's fantastic plays. I thought if you were Atlanta FaZe, when you spawn out towards the hedge side, you know that at least one player is still going to spawn behind you. If you isolate that one guy, or at least push out towards the front, you could potentially trap them in towards the back, but we're stuck in that decision, and Minnesota Rocker are able to lead to the break, but not for very long, because now Nero, the only player pushed up on the point, he gets taken care of. Back spawns in favor of Rocker, but this is not the situation you want to be in with only 20 seconds still here.
Pinch from Gio, though, does allow him to get 2. Paul up the stairs, a bit of a delayed hit. That will work out. Turn over towards Cell, but Nero will finish where Paul left off. So scrap time will be earned by Minnesota, keeping it relatively tight. About a 10-point game here. Going over towards bleachers, but again, Atlanta in a really good spot to watch both choke points and put themselves in a spot here to just get into stage and just hold it. So really good stuff so far from Atlanta on rotation.
Yeah, but this is where Atlanta FaZe, last time they played, tend to struggle a little bit. They would win rotations, they would fully set up, but they would get instantly broken. But already the adjustments coming in. You had Draza dominating toward top mid. BZ winning that one-on-one gunfight around the point. And so far been 25 uncontested seconds here at P4. Trades are abound. Simp lining up. Give me 1, give me 2. All 4 dead. Minnesota Rocker probably are now going to be forced to hit that rotation.
Yeah, you don't want to do that with 23 seconds still remaining, but you have to deal with this mid-map play. Simp good for 1. Nero the trade. He's going to make his move towards bleachers. But Abizi will be allowed to stay inside the hard point and build this lead to some massive deficits here, as Atlanta will get over the 100-point threshold and still have a chance to fight this from window side. And they're winning the battles. Estriel tagged up, trying to keep his life. Septex on the window frame. It's Paul to at least get the trade and keep the hard point contested, but Atlanta are quick off spawn, and they already get the read that there's staggered spawns for Minnesota here.
Yeah, when you rotate early, you gotta find a couple kills. Atlanta FaZe should bombard their way through mid-ticket and are able to disrupt the setup right there from Rocker. As now they're in control of P5. They're spawning all of Minnesota towards the lower end of Eskies. And you just have to find at least 2 wave of kills before you even think about this objective.
Another map where you're starting to see a couple of members on Minnesota just not quite hanging with what Atlanta's throwing at them. 6-12 for Estriel here. 7-15 for Paul, who's not had a particularly great series in Cell and Draza. Little 2v4 moment for them. Abizi getting involved. He'll finish things off. And he's got the read that Minnesota are spawning pretty darn close. Naden stunned his own feet. Chance to possibly pinch this up, but Estriel collects the double, and with that, also the scrap time.
That's insane, because Minnesota Rocket, they rotated with about 25 seconds over to that hard point. They just didn't get any kills, but with all that time that they thought that they were going to get, they only walk away with 10 seconds. Now Atlanta FaZe in the driver's seat, contesting early on over towards Hedge, and Draza with the double. Secures this side of the map. Now you just continuously soak up that hill.
19 and 10 for Draza. No need to put himself into the hard point. He's finding every single kill. Tagged up, trying to finesse, little wiggle, little wag, knife out, almost gets within arm's reach of Estriel, but not quite. Cell following up. Him and Simp with ARs will get the job done. And it will be still more than double the points in favor of Atlanta. Simp trying to add a little bit of extra insult to injury by diving into the hard point, but Minnesota will punish, and they'll find some time here on 1.
Yeah, they need this time here at 1. And they need to try to chain it over towards P2 as well, because it's still a 60-point difference, but Draza has become activated. Another double in the feet to hold down this Hedge positioning. Even though you do not want these spawns that you currently have on the backside of P2. Just consistently holding this angle. Finding your kills eventually will flip them out. It will be Atlanta FaZe to start off this hill new.
Yeah, Draza's seen everything. Celium trying to follow up on that information that was tallied. But Abizi will collect onto Geo, which means now Cell just has to worry about this Hedge play. Nero catches him by surprise. Spawn in the back for Geo. May be able to pinch out Simp at the hard point. Not needed at the moment. And with 43 seconds, Atlanta's going to make the macro move. Try to play for the spawns first, then approach the hill.
That's exactly how you do it, especially when you have a lead the way that you do. Just none of the kills go your way. Thankfully, Draza was at least able to find one. Allows one of his teammates to spawn over towards stage. You're set up with a proper pinch. Him and Celium are holding it down with the ARs. They find the initiative. And now Simp and Abizi just trying to strike for these last couple players over towards stage before they hop into the hard point.
Yep.
But again, an ideal situation to be in if you FaZe.
Absolutely the case. Need to find a breakout of this spawn situation if you're Minnesota. A couple of kills will allow them to do that by actually moving through the old time, which they need, by the way. It's another one of those maps that you look back at and say at different moments in time, it's 80, 90-point gap in favor of Atlanta. But this is usually on this map where Minnesota starts to wake up. When they know they have to make good plays, they often do and turn this into a tight one. See if they can make another comeback effort happen here.
Yeah, they have a pinch being developed. Geo was able to spawn behind this new HP. You can already tell Atlanta FaZe have sort of gotten a read on it. Abizi gonna send it out over towards Hedge. Give me 1, give me 2. We secure the front side. We have Minnesota trapped in towards the back side. You gotta get out.
Yep. And Abizi is just literally holding your spawn doors right now. Simp watching over through stair side. Bested by Nero. Doesn't have a chance to turn that into a double as of yet. Baton passes, Geo steps into the hard point, and he's able to take down a couple. So, all right, here we go again. Minnesota gonna get the scrap time. Rotation over to 4 on the way. Simp trying to find an exit from top Eskies, but instead takes down Estriel, and that might be enough to force Minnesota to just have to hit this from outside stage.
Oh, they do catch the player who was working in towards the hard point, though. So Atlanta FaZe are not going to have anybody soaking up that hill time. You just got players playing for the cutoff kills. Thankfully, Simp is able to catch that double. Now you set up Abizi on the pinch. Give me 1, cannot find 2. And Minnesota have worked their way on in.
Yep. Being able to take down both Simp and Abizi simultaneously off that pinch is super important for Rocker. Trying to force again to Simp. This time shut down by Paul. But over the top, now Draza in a bit of a commanding spot over the top stage. Right back into the hard point, able to tack down onto Nero. Trades come through, hard point goes neutral. 128, 187. Sell the next one in line. Paul able to collect onto 2. And now it's just down to Kid Rocker. Find a way to collect this back 20.
Yeah, they need it. They need it. They cannot think about that rotation to new because we know how it turned out for them last go around. So they commit every single player to fight for that final 20. And it's looking like it's going to go their way, and the rotation at that. Gonna be down by 50 points. You win the rotation over towards new, but last time they got picked off early before this hard point pop. You need these fights.
Really good read here, though, for Rocker on what Atlanta's trying to do on rotation, at least from where they're trying to approach this from. 2 for 2, the initial exchange. Paul, the backman, able to find Draza. Rocker trying to get back into the hill, but Atlanta all over it through the middle of the map again. Celium, a double for him. Nero tagged down to just a single bullet worth of health. He'll fall, and Atlanta will get past 200 points.
And now they have them trapped towards the backside of Eskies. Celium 1-4 in a row. Throw a stun, throw a nade to just keep him away as long as you possibly can. You have a Beezy watching the pinch through mid-ticket. And this is the ideal setup you want to be in for this P5 HP. Minnesota Rocket just need a break, and they need it quick.
So much time going to Atlanta here on this final hard point. Gio eventually able to clear it, but Abeezy's off the reload. He's back into the mix. Oh my goodness, the shots from Abeezy, 4 in a row. Paul able to collect onto a trade, but who cares at this point? Atlanta is well and truly in control of this map, only needing another 15 points.
Oh my God, Andraza again, continuously finding double kill after double kill, 34 and 19. Didn't really have the best map number 1, but he said, don't worry guys, I got you at map number 4. As Atlanta FaZe only need 15 seconds to close out this game. On board again here with Draza, and what do you know, another double.
And it's all happening on these mid battles, whether it be here at the main concourse or outside at Hedges. He's just finding these power positions and not allowing anyone from Rocker to gun him. Now on for another streak, 4 in a row. Cut just a touch short of kill number 40. Will his teammates allow him a chance to get the final 2 for it? Probably not. Looks like it's just gonna be Atlanta FaZe sitting into the hard point. Draza on the cross shut down from getting kill number 40, but maybe a chance for it as Minnesota will wipe and get into at least extend the map a little while longer.
Yeah, Draza definitely should be able to line up one more kill for the 40 bomb and close out the series here. Atlanta FaZe only need 2 more points.
There it is.
Draza finds his 40th kill, and it's seeming that Atlanta FaZe can no longer win here at P1, but they're finding every single kill in the feed, and that is going to be it.
Wow. Jay, this Atlanta team looks absolutely for real in every mode right now. Yeah, the Hacienda has a couple of moments where Minnesota put together what it was essentially, I think we're all going to label it as kind of a 2v4 type moment. But the fact of the matter is that is a very convincing search by the score. The 3-0 protocol control with 2 offensive wins, and then a map 4, which at no point really was it ever close. Just all aspects of the hard point, rotation, holds, breaks, all looking good for FaZe right now.
Yeah, I think Minnesota Rocker only won 1 rotation that entire map, and that was towards P5. And even when they thought that they were going to win the rotation, they lost the initial gunfights and were instantly broken into. Just the guns did not look the same as they usually do for Minnesota Rocker. Paul X just did not have the series that I expect of him. He usually is the X factor with the AR, even the SMG at hand, but basically double nag in every single respawn is not going to cut it versus one of the top teams that we have in the game. Atlanta FaZe just take care of business, dominating the first blood column in the search to destroy, show improvements in the control with the slaying. And then when you get to the red card, I know last time it was 250 to 214. But when you win every single rotation, that scoreline is only going to look a lot better.
Yeah, it's when you get that build from 112 to 50, again, 70 plus point gap. It's just, there's never a lifeline for Minnesota to pull it back. So the opening Hacienda, thrilling to say the least. A couple of follies in there, here and there, but largely speaking, our minor 1 champions are looking like that wasn't just a 1 weekend affair. They're looking absolutely for real. The only interesting thing about it is because of how the standings work and because of how the minor works, Atlanta still has to win out if they want to have a chance at getting a decent seed for the major, even though they're looking like the best team.
Shouldn't be hard.
In the game.
Should not be hard, Alan. It should not be hard for them to win out, Ben. But that's enough from us. We got some football to watch in a little bit, but let's break it down for our final series, baby.
Yeah, we all get to watch the second half thanks to our guys in control. 7 minutes and 52 seconds. That's all it took for Atlanta to take game 3.
No, they were cruising. It seems like the ARs are finally starting to click. We were being very critical of them in control. I mean, they lost the control to Falcons, for God's sake. They won that one, in 7 minutes.
41 and 21 from Draza. I think it's safe to say Celium and Draza are not to be worried about moving forward. And if you look at the leaderboard, Toronto Ultra is on top, right? They're sitting at 6-0. Atlanta only getting their 2nd win, but Atlanta just destroyed Minnesota, who beat Toronto. So where do you have Atlanta in your power rankings?
I mean, but they just won the minor, right? So for Atlanta, I do have them top 4. I think they're going to get a winner's bracket spot. I mean, they look absolutely insane. We just saw them Minnesota's been in every series they've had, basically. I mean, aside from their one right before this. And for these guys, Atlanta, to just gap them in the control and in the game 4 hardpoint is bad news for the rest of the league.
I think it's less of a talking point about Atlanta getting winners and more like who are they going to screw over? Because one of those top teams that has a top seed is going to play them round one. And that's like, that sucks. You like battled for this, and because of FaZe's slow start, you're suddenly like, I don't know, you're an Optic, you're 100 Thieves, looking at them and playing them round one. Like that is.
3 more days of qualifiers before we head to Madrid. How high can Atlanta FaZe climb? That is the question, and who gets the unlucky draw in the opening round? Maven, if you're looking at the players though on this roster, who is going to be the scariest player on land? Historically, who performs when the fans are watching?
I mean, I think Simp's the greatest player of all time, so I'm always going to say Simp, and that's why I'll get some flack for maybe my FaZe views sometimes, but I think Simp is that good. Even when his team has struggled, he's been consistent. Even when they were struggling early, he was a god. I mean, he had maybe that bit through Vanguard, like the end of the RCs area, where he was off a bit, but outside of that, he's been rock solid for this team. I think he's always going to be the scariest force.
On the flip side, Ant, we've seen Minnesota find success when Paul is having a good series. You heard it from Study. Double negative in the respawns is not good enough, and I feel like this isn't our first time highlighting some of his respawn failures.
Yeah, we hadn't seen, like, that was the worry with this team, was like they would be able to contend, and then if they played a top team, would they get rolled? And they were like proving us wrong through the first couple weeks, and then in the minors really surprising us, but man, it just got away from them in this series. They played a red hot Atlanta FaZe, and you know, Draza drops 41 kills. Like, it's gonna be tough if you're all.
When you're relying on all this map 5 magic and all these insane comebacks and runs, eventually you're gonna hit a wall. You're gonna have some series like this where you get blown out. It's just, do they bounce back and can they get back to what their winning recipe was? But this was bound to happen, I think.
Even our top teams have hit adversity in this season already. Optic with the roster change, and then Atlanta first 2 weeks. They're just, how do you bounce back? How do you improve? I think Minnesota can do it though. They got the right players.
Tough draw for Minnesota today. They're going up against a red-hot Atlanta FaZe, as Nameless said, and joining us live, it's the one and only MacArthur. I saw the earrings after you took off the headset. You're blinging at home, feeling good in the game. Celium, what did you guys fix? It looks like Atlanta FaZe is completely back to what we expected to see at the end of EWC.
Yeah, I mean, it was just hard work. That's all we needed, was just to put in more effort and just go hard in scrims and stuff, and just be an actual team and stuff, you know. So I think that really helped us a lot over the break. For me personally, I just put a lot more time in as well, so it helped me a lot.
It's showing.
Okay, well, that was literally going to be my question to you, because like, okay, even when your team has struggled in the past, like we've given you flack sometimes, because bro, you guys will be down 100 in a hard point like years ago. You're still double positive. Like, you've gotten your numbers even when this team has not played well. This is the first time I feel like the team has been struggling, like you individually have been struggling. So is that all it was? Was it just put in the time, the work? Is that it? Or was there figuring anything out maybe with like your AR duo and Draza? How did you improve?
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of things, to be honest. Like, it was everything. I mean, our whole team had to talk. Obviously want to play with them, like I want to be like fast or whatever, but I mean, it's just hard work, and I put as much time as I can, you know. I talked to the coaches, had them help me out, but yeah, just hard work.
Practice makes perfect type of thing. Just put in the time and eventually you'll improve.
Yeah. Selim, you guys look good in Search and Destroy today. You know, you guys have been like 50-50 in S&D so far this season. But you guys are finding so many first bloods and not running away with the round. Today, totally different. You slowed it down. You found 3 of those and you won those rounds. So talk to me about that. Capitalize on those first bloods. What'd you talk about in Search?
I mean, it just like, obviously if you get one, just like after that play as a team, but it's not really much. I mean, obviously we know we trolled in our past searches, but I think today was a good one for us.
Celium, final question is for our makeup artist, Rahela. She wants to know, are you more into centaurs or minotaurs?
Wait, what?
There's no right answer.
I'm gonna go with centaurs, dude.
It's the one with the hooves.
I'm galloping.
Galloping, dude.
I don't know what that is, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll send you something on the internet. Anyway, Rahela and her magical creatures have been amazing in the green room. You have been amazing in game, and you earned our Scout Play of the Game. We got to let you go.
All right, thank you, guys.
Bye, beautiful.
That is Celium. Here it is. Let's take a look at some of his amazingness. MacArthur doing it dirty.
No, this guy is getting back to demon mode. I mean, kind of like I asked him. I mean, this is like the first time, really, that he's kind of struggled individually, even when the team is struggling. I don't know. He's always just got. I mean, a guy that always gets his numbers. Seems like maybe he's just getting more comfortable.
I mean, I feel like people just kind of blew it out of proportion a little bit. Like, it was a small sample size, and it's unbelievable. We just expect him to be taking over games.
He's just never like double negative, bro. It's just like not a thing you ever see.
No, I mean that's definitely facts. But they were working through some things, and you know those matches were early. They had a couple weeks to like get everything down and grind the game, and now this is the phase that we all expected. I'm not surprised that Celium's frying. Like, the guy still has all the talent in the world.
Dude, we're watching the clips, and you remember like 2-3 titles ago, he's known for his ability to snake. Now he's just on his back, waiting for you to poke over the court. He's got to be the most annoying AR to go up against.
100%.
Celium causing problems for Minnesota today. Let's review the whole day, though, because we had a fantastic day of action. LAG versus Toronto was our opener. Toronto coming off that loss to Minnesota in the minor, but the only team with a 5-0 record entering this battle. On the other side, LAG got their first win on Friday. Didn't look like the same team today. They got shut down.
No, I mean, I guess I've been kind of pulling for these guys to figure it out. Maybe it's just like the French fans and the audience behind them that I kind of want them to find success.
Yeah.
You saw how happy they got after that first win. I've always just wanted like a bigger European crowd. So like their success helps with that. But yeah, it just looked like same old type of issues that they're running into again. Maybe nothing's fixed, and they just had things click yesterday.
And everyone on the Toronto side seems to be finding their form, Insight contributing, but it was Kleenex and Beans, we were saying, in the second half of this series. Game one, though, it was all Joe Deceives. Joey D, one of the best in Search and Destroy, also doing work in the respawn today.
Yeah, I mean, the guy went off in the respawn, map number 1. We've seen some huge performances. I mean, we saw Purge yesterday, and today we saw Joe Deceives on Vault just taking over. And like you said, we get to that map for Skyline. It got dicey, got real close. Yeah. Beans, though, shutting the game down.
Toronto one match away from locking up the #1 seed at their home major in Madrid in just 2 weeks. Optic, Texas, though, may have a huge audience of their own attending in person. And Optic, well, they had us all on the edge of our seat, down 5-1 in a final game 5. This was arguably the best series we've had of the entire tournament so far.
The year.
I would say definitely the best game 5 I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you saw them do it multiple ways. Whether it was coming out 100-point clubbing in the map 1 or getting it done the map 5 down 1-5. Just shows they still have the ice. Things are really clicking. They can be strong in any mode. Search maybe still worries me a little bit. The fact that you lose the map 2 and you don't want to have to come back down 1-5. So that's still, there's some things maybe you want to clean up. But the fact you can do it probably just gives you a belief system like we're never out of this, right? No matter what hole we're in, we can bring it back.
I think, it's kind of a good sign. It was like you said, they won 7 searches in a row, lost 4 straight. And then we get to this game 5, none of that lingers. They just make huge adjustments when they need to and clutch up and answer the call. Shotzi absolutely balling throughout this one, and then like the Skyline hardpoint. I think it was more impressive than the first hardpoint, bro. Like they 100-point club, but the end of the Skyline, holding down a P2 for a full 60, that's typical work.
Kenny with the 3-point play at the end, basically. The man lights up the leaderboard. The only one not in the top 3 KD, though. As you look at his teammates, these boys are frying.
Kenny's still going to be that guy, like get me to Sunday type player, I think. He is going to be, you heard him talk about the Search and Destroy, how he can be the vocal guy. You don't need to put up insane numbers when you have players like this next to you, but I think it's still just get him to Sunday. He brought the championship winning mentality to this Optic organization.
Won a world championship.
Get him to Sunday, bro.
Love what
Get him in round 11
from our top squads. They are going to be looking ferocious next week, and we have another group of players to talk about. These are our challengers, the guys that will be competing for spots in the CDL. And you take a look at some of our finals, the Stallions back in action, surviving in this hard point.
Yeah, the Stallions, man, balling. You can see right here the playoffs will continue going forward at the end of January, and the Stallions clutch up map 4 to advance to top 6. So I know that Zuma's sitting there so happy right now. Encouragement, balling, been playing a lot of 8s as well.
Okay.
Making a name for himself. People are saying that he's going to there was a clip of Dachi saying this guy's going to literally win a world championship in like 3-4 years. So that's how much hype this guy has, how he's building so far. It reminds me a little bit almost of Scrappy when he was frying, but he's got to get some chips, some challenge chips.
You know how it is. Like, I mean, you follow it a bit closer than I do, but I usually just wait until I hear a name that starts to pop up above the rest. The guys that you know are going to come through. Because usually when there's somebody like that good, it's just word of mouth. Like, you start to hear the name a bit more, and then they come into the scene. Suddenly, they're making noise in the CDL. So excited to see, but this is an overall look at how the bracket kind of looks now for the North America side.
Can I point out that 3 qualifier weeks ago, Hook was in one of these brackets.
Yep.
He was playing and frying in challengers. These are the teams remaining, though, as Omit and KCP are moving on to your winners final. You can see Zuma's Stallions still in the running in the bottom half of that bracket.
It is going to be one of the most insane stories of the year, the Hook thing still. Like, bro, you thought he was, like, done, or maybe we thought he's going to get a chance up, like, first up, and not on the Optic, bro. Yeah, it's an unbelievable story.
Taking a look over at Europe, here is your update as well. Big shout out to Study and Shift, who have been casting a lot of these matches. You guys can check out some of the VODs, and of course, all of the Challengers Elite, EU, and NA playoffs currently live.
I'll be tuned, baby. Seeing the next breed of talent when they're coming out, who should be next up, because you know after Major 1, some of these teams on your screen right now are going to be making some changes, potentially pulling from challengers.
Taking a look at our final week of action, here it is. We got Royal Raven, Surge, Heretics, Thieves, Breach, FaZe on our opening day. I'm looking at that final day though. The last match, Toronto Ultra, Optic, Texas. Where is Optic going to land in our final bracket?
Yeah, that's a good one. And even like the Breach Thieves one now looks pretty good just based on how Boston's been playing. There's a lot of great matches. And well, now it's like we haven't talked a ton about like standings and major and matchups and stuff, but like the deeper we get, like that's all we're going to be talking about. Who's going to be facing off come major time once we get to Spain? And this, everything comes down to this, bro. This last couple weeks of matches.
I got to say, it's been a fantastic, crazy Maven Sunday.
I've
We've enjoyed your presence here on the desk and in the green room all day long. Before you go, can you please tell us who is going to win the Major 1 championship?
Brother.
I know he's going to say FaZe, bro.
Simp.
I'm going to say Optic just to piss you off.
I'm going Optic.
I'm going Optic.
All right, well, we agree.
I'm going Optic.
All right, well, here's your green wall.
Yeah, now I get it, dude.
Baby, come on.
Is it upside down?
And on that note, we'll let you marinate with Maven. CDL, we'll see you in 7 days. 5 days.
Centaur. I pick Centaurs.
Right.
Yeah, I'll be galloping and piping.
We back for another one. Another one. Here we go. How I like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm ready for another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm ready for another one. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power to turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power to turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Tell them let's do it again.
They hit out double windows. Damn. Oh my god. Let's try. So good, bro.
Dude.
Wow. Man.
Let's go. Oh my god.
Oh my god! You're reddish.